back everyone, welcome back one and all here to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6 Playoffs Day number 5. I'm of course Showside VIP with him, joined by these amazing players, by our lovely main casters as well, Sturgeon and Gemini, and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome one and all here to the continuation of the RSL. Again, the RSL has been running for 2 months, 2-ish months, maybe a little bit longer than that at this point, through the qualifiers, through the group stage, through the playoffs as well, and we're here to round off the playoffs this weekend. Today and tomorrow, 2 days of RSL action. We have 3 matches here ready for you tonight. We have 2 best of 5s and 1 best of 7. A lot of StarCraft. Let's go. Let us go. Again, welcome one and all. This is our second broadcast of the day. We were live earlier this morning with some StarCraft Evolution, and now we're live this evening with some StarCraft 2. Let's go. Let us go. Bearing in mind as well, of course, that this event is leading into the grand finals at BlizzCon on the 13th of September. So again, on 13th of September, we will be having BlizzCon, and the event will be taking place. The grand finals specifically the finals. Bear that in mind. Not like the lower bracket finals or upper bracket finals. The final series will be at BlizzCon. Best of 7. Oh, okay. Best of 7. Interesting. If it's one series, I feel like it should be a best of 9, considering it's only going to be one series for the show, like for the event. But regardless, best of 7 nonetheless. And again, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. It's been an intense night of StarCraft already, with some StarCraft Evolution content. Now with some RSL as well. We do have 3 series ready for you. Up first is going to be a PvZ between herO and SHIN, followed by Clem versus Solar and a TvZ, and then a ZvZ between Serral and Rogue to end the night. Now, tonight's going to be important here. Tonight, we're going to find out, do we have a ZvZ? Do we have nothing but ZvZ? That's what we're here to find out, because the reality is that herO has been having a very hard time. Clem has been having a very hard time. Both herO and Clem, they are the best players of their respective race. herO is the best Protoss, Clem is the best Terran in the world, herO being the best Protoss in the world, and both are struggling at the moment. They both have Zerg opponents, and I'm hoping that we have some diversity moving forward in the tournament. But honestly, it's looking a little bit bleak here. Like herO, he's been having a very hard time in PvZ. Clem, he has been able to excel depending on his opponent. We'll get into his series when that comes around. But again, we're hoping to avoid the pure ZvZs. That is the hope, at least, for the RSL. Oh boy. Oh yeah.
I've been waiting forever for this ramp. So yeah, check them out over on their website. Yeah,
also, one of the main sponsors, of course, Archon Studio. You can, of course, check them out. You can support them for the StarCraft miniatures game. I'm still waiting for my own miniatures as well. Here in Australia, unfortunately, we're going to be getting ours very, very late. So that is a bit of a feels bad, man. But regardless, I'm excited for those miniatures. Excited, man. Excited. Painting stream. Let's go. potentially. Meanwhile, it looks like we have our maps, of course. The Patreons did vote in Void, Storm, Fear and Faith, and the Old Sun Temple. They voted out Old Republic, Missing You Today, and 10,000 Feet. So again, the map pool has been evolving from season to season.
The maps will, of course, change again next season. So if you do sign up to Patreon, you can have your say.
Absolutely. You can also get some nice merch over at our merch site, which is tastedthreads.com.
Share, my papi, share. Like, you already have a miniature. Oh no, you're an animal, Aston. You're an animal. Calm down, papi, calm down.
Tons of stuff over there. So
but yes, if you become a patron to the RSL, you can vote on what maps, you can vote on players, you can get discounts as well. True, on the YouTube, you can also you can also support us on YouTube as well. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat for a link to our YouTube channel. Likewise, the Revive SC2 YouTube as well. All the YouTube, all the content's all there, as it looks like our players are ready. Okay, we do have our PvZ. Vetoes are done. Game 1 is going to be on Celestial Enclave. Game 2, Exarch. Game 3, Ruby Rock, followed by Void Storm and Necropolis. Interesting games here, interesting maps. I'm curious how the series begins. This is going to be a rematch, by the way. If you remember, SHIN did defeat herO yesterday. Yesterday, we were live with the ISSL. herO versus SHIN was in the semifinals. SHIN did defeat herO. He had a very strong showing against him. But I want to believe that herO still has some more builds up his sleeve for this series. It's going to be a tough one. We'll see if herO can overcome SHIN. Again, I'm hoping that we can have some diverse play further in the brackets. But the pressure is on herO right now.
Yeah, I'm liking the looks of the maps here. Exarch, Void Storm, Celestial Enclave. A good selection of our more interesting maps. I feel like, you know, the 4-player maps and stuff. Celestial Enclave does, of course, have that little pocket hidden base. It leads to some slightly non-standard games. So we'll see what happens as we spawn in. Shin here, the red Zerg in the bottom left, and herO, our blue Protoss, in the top right.
Beautiful. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck.
I think it was actually also SHIN that he beat.
Again, coming into this, I would favor SHIN, but it's one of those situations where my head says SHIN, my heart says herO. I want some some Protoss in the tournaments moving forward here, but again, the pressure is on.
I thought it was Rogue. Anyways, it was a Zerg player.
Yeah.
He got absolutely
Oh,
bodied.
it was Rogue. You're right. Yeah, it was Rogue.
I knew it. I'm so much
3-0. Yeah, he lost 3-0 to Rogue, and those games were wild.
Yeah, no, it was some really wonky games out of herO. Just some interesting strategy choices. He had gone for a 1-base 3-gate Adept attack.
He did.
On one of the 4-player maps, and that didn't really go very well. He tried for Mass Oracle, which I thought was incredibly based and super sick, but it was unfortunately not very effective. And just some other just strange plays. So I'm curious to see what hero's going to bring out today. If he might try to do something a little bit more standard, which worked earlier in the season, or if he's going to bring out some more absolutely wild stuff.
So touching on what Gemini just mentioned here, so if you're curious about the meta of PvZ right now, it's either Protoss players all in or they go into Sky Toss. What I will say is that as we load into Celestial Enclave, there's a very large map of the map pool, long rush distance by ground, very secure 3-base and 4-base setup. If we were to turtle up into Sky Toss, this would be the map to do it on, for sure.
Yeah. And maybe we'd see some more standard stuff from him. We'll see what he's got in store. That's the one thing about herO. He's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's definitely a strength that he's used in the past, but unfortunately it's a bit of a double-edged sword because it could also be his weakness, as we saw earlier last week as well. But it's going to be up to SHIN, I think, to kind of solve the puzzle as to what herO is going to be throwing at him, as he's basically going for a pretty standard opening himself, just to make sure he's not, getting...
I'll echo what they're saying a little bit here. It's on SHIN to scout and to react what hero's going to do. Again, a very high chance that herO does mix up his builds heavily throughout the course of this series, so scouting is going to be paramount for SHIN.
I felt like Protoss blocked every game, and I felt like there was no reason not to. But recently, it feels like Zergs are getting their hatchery at their natural base a little bit more than they used to, just as a general trend. It doesn't mean we'll see it every game. And in this case, he was able to take it there, which is very nice for the Zerg. It feels very comfortable to not have to have a huge distance between your main and the third, where you need to defend adepts and that kind of stuff. So that is nice for him. herO on the back of this will be going into a Stargate, as well as his couple adepts at the beginning, looking very standard so far.
Yeah, so far, Stargate opener, we're expecting an Oracle, we could see a Void Ray. Both are viable here for herO. What we're really looking for is the timing of the tech, the timing of the third, and the timing of the Twilight Council. Remember that you can take the third in the pocket expansion on this map very early, very freely, or you can take it forward and save that pocket for a 4th base instead.
Many adepts as possible from the early game alive, so that way you can do some good damage with those later as well. You can see hero's actually kind of trying to trick the Overlord Scout a little bit. He's expecting maybe SHIN to be trying to run some lings around the scout timing of when the adept would be going, but unfortunately that's not actually happening. So a nice little attempt there from herO to trick SHIN, but it's not. That
was really smart though. Staying outside the vision of the Overlord, faking the shade. Like, okay, I'm leaving, I'm going to your side of the map, hoping for those lings to come in, as you mentioned. If you can pick off those lings for free, that's great. He does confirm this Overlord is here on the high ground there. That's a target maybe for later, once you get some high ground vision. What was his first Stargate unit? He went for a Void Ray first, okay. So he will be able to take that out.
So again, Void Ray opener is going to allow herO to hunt down Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting. As we mentioned before, the goal here, though, is for us to see the timing of the Twilight Council. So eyes are going to be on herO here. The Overlords are going to be forced back. They're going to be zoned away. They're going to be hunted down as we speak. Third base is being taken, but SHIN is here to deny the third.
Yeah, the Void Ray is not going to be saving that third base. So yeah, that's going to be a cancel. You never want to go and have that happen.
That's a rough start for herO.
Yeah, and there's only one adept there. I'm curious if these lings will actually jump on it. They're
Oh no, they delay again!
Oh, he saves it behind the adept! I can't believe that probe's alive. He's stuck in there behind his protector.
I mean, he still kills the adept and the probe.
Go down, though, in true herO fashion, but that was sick. Until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't. That's a very herO moment, I agree. So that's a bit unfortunate there, but anyways, it's not the craziest thing. The Nexus will get thrown down, but that's still...
there is a second Overlord, thankfully, that's going to go in for the Scouts. We do see a Twilight Council and a Forge follow-up. Really weird timing here. Because the third is so late, the timings of everything is a little bit off.
Overlord will get killed off in the main base. I think, was that a recall used to get that Void Ray back
Yeah, the Void
there?
Ray was recalled.
Okay, that's also an interesting use of energy, but it does deny the scouting at least, and maybe kind of put some more question marks in Shin's head. I don't know how much I would value going for a recall in that scenario to deny it, but, you know, I guess it does have its uses there.
Yeah, interesting choice.
So Gemini, he's asking like, oh, is it really wise to use a recall here? Right now, PvZ is heavily reliant on denying information. Like that is like the role or the goal here of PvZ is deny information, deny scouting. So I would say that it is pretty important just to keep Shin in the dark. Behind this, we can see it's going to be charge timing. We have +1 on the way. We have charge as well. Gateway explosion for herO, but Shin, he will scout. He will confirm. Yeah, massive scout.
It's much more standard that his wall is open, so the Ling will find its way in. We'll get some scouting off to see exactly what's going on. Won't see anything insane, but that's totally fine from Shin's perspective. He realizes this is going to be a very normal game. Temple Archives coming up. It's the natural transition from herO as well, so this is looking much more standard to what he was playing earlier in the season when he was having a lot of success. So I kind of like that he is kind of just rotating this back in, going for a lot of adepts early, since you can get so many of them with the faster gateway production time now after Warp Gate finishes.
So again, here's had a really rocky start. He's going into a charge heavy follow-up in the mid game. Meanwhile, Shin is going for the Hydrogen, but also the Spire at the same time. We're threading Muta play.
I was almost wondering if he got the wrong
upgrade. If the Spire goes unscouted, Mutas, they can pop off.
Zealots right now, but charge on the way. I mean, we can see that he is going into Archons. Going to be Zealot Archon, maybe a bit of a fake here with the Adepts. Just some wild kind of mind games here from herO as the Link starts to go to work on these rocks.
I mean, the amount of Adepts we have here is standard. Like, this is a standard amount of Adepts. He's going to be applying some pressure. That is true. Archons, they move out with the Adepts as well.
The question is always, how many Mutas does he make, and then does he go back into Hydras? He always flips between the two tech choices, and it's very hard for the Protoss to react and get the right units that they need.
Yeah, on the production tab, we do have the missile attacks coming on in and the Hydra upgrades, so I would imagine it's likely going to just be a fake flock of Mutas. You get an initial few.
He hasn't made any Mutas yet. It looks like, I mean, I think it's a wise choice because he does scout the Archon push. Seeing these Archons confirms it's going to be charged, so it would be risky to go Mutas right now, but he has that option available to him.
We'll be able to do that pretty easily and get that recall off to keep everything nice and safe. So yeah, a very nice little pressure move there from herO, not really committing too much.
Yeah, his Storm is now on the way, getting the next attack upgrade, adding more cannons in.
And rocks are knocked down. There it is. 11 Mutas now going to be on the way. So if you recall, again, Shin, he waited for the push to be deflected. He ensured that there was no timing coming his way. Then he went Mutas. If he had gone Mutas first and Charger Archon just busts down the front door, then Shin just dies. So 12 Mutas on the way.
More Lings here at the third as well.
Yeah, lots of pressure happening around all sides of the map from Shin, and it looks like it's getting dealt with pretty nicely from herO. Only three probes have died so far. The Lings are kind of running, just trying to ramp it in the main base, not able to do anything, and the ones at the third base are also rotating back around, so Shin realizing that he's not actually getting the damage that he was hoping for there.
I would say this is actually really good for Shin. Remember, Shin, what he's doing here is that he's keeping herO busy while he's making Mutas. Again, if herO counterattacked now, then Shin would be in trouble, but he's forcing the fights on his side. Meanwhile, he's diving on the Archons.
But I don't think he saw the
Mutas, they bust into the main base. Probes going to be going down.
They're going to have into this main base, killing a lot more probes.
Yeah, only 2 Phoenixes here right now. They're going to do their best, but the damage is starting to accumulate. Archons here.
Avoids the Archon. Probes are pumping up, but 18 probes going down.
Interesting the way Shin's done this. He's done it the opposite way to how he usually does, going for the Hydras first, then into the Mutas. And now herO has to adapt, get as many Phoenixes.
Well, as I'm mentioning, the reason why he went Hydra first is because of the Archon push, right? The Archon push scared him. Then he realized, oh, like, you're faking aggression. I'm free to go Muta.
At a very healthy 93 behind all this, so he's really enjoying this economic boost that he's got right now. He's got a lot of bases starting to finish up as well. He'll be able to saturate those and get all of the income coming on in. Whereas herO
and Shinny's up to 92 drones. That's crazy. He's reached peak economy, massing up Ling Hydra. herO, he's in trouble. Even if he kills these Mutas, they've already paid for themselves.
To be able to be used, but then the storms.
Speaking of storms,
Mutas out in the middle of the map will be able to damage them, but doesn't seem like he killed too many of them.
Yeah, he almost killed one of his own high tempo there, forced to morph that into an Archon. But the problem is herO's been stuck on 3 bases for the whole game. And like
they're getting there. Like, as we mentioned, like, all this is about keeping herO contained, keeping him busy. That's why we have the Ling aggression, the Hydra aggression, now the Mutas as well, and Shin is about to max.
Yeah, herO in a lot of trouble economically here, but his army supply is not too far behind. He's going to try and make an amazing army, I feel like, and go for one big punch.
Yeah, that's definitely a viable strategy at this point when you realize you've kind of been taken off guard a little bit and your defense initially wasn't so great. You just recoup enough probes to allow yourself to have a basic economy, and then just every other resource goes into army, and you just find this insane army size that can just go for this huge punch like you mentioned. So it's definitely a good idea from herO. He's also getting that mothership to make sure that he's very nice.
He's trying to jig up. Oh my god.
Allow so much utility.
The dance.
The Phoenix Micro has been very nice here as well, to be able to pick off all these mutas and basically make them obsolete at this point with the Phoenix range, of course.
And again, as we play out all these mutas, they don't matter. They don't matter anymore because we're massing up Ling Hydra. How many storms? That's the big question. How many storms are left?
Oh, the bounce on that one. 3 of them to go down, but they did their job. They got rid of the mutas, which was a big thorn in his side, and the wall is open, of course.
What do you mean they did that? The mutas did their job. And we're collapsing in the army.
The Zerg army trying to get a big surround here.
As for Storm, 23 probe kills. Again, hero's falling apart back at home. The Balins are coming in.
Yeah, I feel like this was
oh my god.
Premature attack from herO. He didn't really set up very nicely at home just yet. His army wasn't insanely large, and that mothership was still in production, so it's a big question.
And again, that is brutal damage here. herO who was pulled apart back at home. They're saying that hero's push was premature, but hero's push was forced because of the Ling run-by. Remember, the Ling run-by occurred first, and then we had herO commit into the bases, just because his hand was forced. His hand was forced. He had to do some damage. He's still on 3 bases. Like, he's basically 3 base all in, and SHIN is running away with this game. He's running away with it.
Yeah, like you said, the mothership was not ready. It is out now. That's a big power spike in the Protoss army, but SHIN's been mining from 90+ drones for so long.
Does SHIN skip roaches and go straight to hydras? It is very common to skip roaches and go straight to hydras. If you're curious, in PvZ, going Ling Hydra is very standard. Going roaches is considered a very safe and inefficient way to play. You would typically only go roaches if you're fearful of an all-in. If you're fearful of gateway aggression, then roaches are required. Otherwise, it is better to go just Ling Hydra or Ling Bane Hydra.
I love the Archon there defensively, though, to make it as difficult as possible for those Banelings to get juicy connections. It will at least distract here for just a moment, as the rest of the army is going to find their way over to the right-hand side, but does meet the mothership, so doesn't want to go super crazy with that, realizing how kind of small of an area that was, and realizing just
so if you can get away with skipping roaches, you want to be skipping roaches.
He doesn't need to just suicide everything in that one moment. I think it's a little bit better just to set everything up nicely, make sure he gets a bit of a better engagement.
Jeez, the storm!
That's not the better engagement he was looking for.
Yeah, that storm was insane, but SHIN has enough money to remake all the bases that he may have lost there. A good save there, pulls the probes very quickly. Only 2 go down, but herO's kind of stuck in a tough position here. If he moves out, the Zerg counterattack is going to be very quick. But if he does nothing, there's going to be drops coming. He's trying to add some Tempest here, trying to get to a big late-game army. As SHIN's creep has crossed halfway.
Now, this is where there is a pressure on SHIN. SHIN is very, very far ahead. That is true. But if SHIN lets herO stabilize on 4 bases and max out, then herO will recover. So SHIN, the pressure's on to get out, and there it is. He's going for a Doom Drop at the same time.
The natural wall and just use that as his only opening. Because right now it's allowed SHIN a lot of times to just go into that natural position in a spot that he isn't really expecting, and he's now kind of just sitting his army there. So I wonder if it would be better just to wall that all off, but for now it looks like SHIN is going to be going for a very big double attack with the drop going into this pocket base as well. Lots of Zerglings going to be able to kill that off. A recall instantly being forced from herO as the rest of the Templar and Archons try to defend on the 3rd base.
Yeah, that's actually the mothership, which means SHIN might be able to take a good fight on the other side of the map.
The storm! The storm! Oh my god!
Before the storm
goes into the Banelings!
And the probes get absolutely
insane fight, catching the High Templar, catching the Mineral Line.
Oh, that is just a ridiculous engagement from SHIN. The base is going to fall as well. All of the key units and economy getting wiped out from SHIN. Sure, hero's going to try to go for a counterattack as his army is still quite large. He's got a pretty decent amount of Templars, still 6 in total, and they do have some energy. So there is still some time here where herO can potentially do a counterattack, but he needs to do it immediately, because any second that SHIN gets to remax is going to be just so good.
So basically what they're addressing right now is SHIN is, herO, I mean, hero's been all in for the past couple of minutes, but this is it. This is the final push for herO. He can potentially take a good fight with Storms, but this is all he has left.
Get damage done. Another Zergling run by makes way into the natural and the main. These Tempests start to get focused down. The Storms are good though, they zone out the army. Looks like this hatchery will fall, but the damage behind this is insane. herO down to 12 probes right now. Oof. The Banelings make their way. Will they get the High Templar? Not quite, but here come the Ultralisks.
Gets High Templar, gets the Archons. GG gets called, and SHIN takes game number one.
After a very commanding mid-game style. It felt like he was really in control of a lot of how that game was working. The mutas forcing herO to react, and then of course getting kind of pulled all over the place. Once the mutas did die, it still did enough damage. They were able to kill 20+ probes, and it really allowed SHIN to just continue to strain herO back and forth with all the Hydra Ling pressure and everything. So just really well done by SHIN.
Yeah, and even before that, herO had such a big problem getting his third base down on time. That Ling pressure was really good from SHIN.
I think it's good that Surgeon brings this up. As Surgeon is saying, like, herO had a very shaky and very messy early game. His third base was delayed. It did slow down his tech. It slowed down his forge. His Twilight counts was upgrades. It made for a very awkward early to mid game. Likewise, he also was not ready for the mutas. He didn't scout the mutas, so going for the Spire was worth it. Going into the mass muta, well worth it there for SHIN, as he was able to gain a lot of momentum early on. As we emphasized, he went Ling Hydra first because herO was threatening with an Archon push, but herO didn't commit. He was only threatening, he was just posturing, and when SHIN realized that herO was merely only posturing, that was the green light, bam, to go into the mass Hydra, to go into the mass muta, to cripple herO, to pull him apart, and ensure that he never go to fourth base up and running. GG. GG.
Of the series, let's get it going.
Yo, we got a map intro? Okay. We didn't get one last game. This better be copyright-free music. Are we gonna get striked on YouTube? Oh no. I mean, it is really cool. Map intros, they used to be the thing back in the day. Don't copyright strike us. Oh god.
I like those tunes, man.
Oh, that was slapping, man. It was so tense, you know.
Oh my god, we're on XR.
Yeah, indeed, we are on XR. Here's game number 2. One of the new additions here at the RSL Season 6, these kind of map intros. Starting to bring those in.
It's the first time I've seen it.
herO will be in the bottom left, and SHIN will be in the bottom right of this one. It's a big old map, XR. Yes. And to start with, we see that they are close horizontal spawns.
Yes, absolutely. I do like those maps.
Very quickly.
Shout out to our wonderful production team coming together and making those. I think Mapu was also helping out with all the
That's really sick. Fun fact, we've thought about making map intros for the CranKy Ducklings. But one, sometimes maps don't last that long, and it's a lot of work to put into creating a map intro. But two, the downside of it as well is that it does eat into the game. I don't know if you noticed, but when we switched to the game scene, we were already 30 seconds in, and often that early, those first couple of moments are important when it comes to determining the opening and getting into the game itself. You can make an argument that now that we have a lower worker count start, that the early game matters less because there's just a lot of droning and a lot of just probing and making SCVs. So in the current environment of StarCraft, at least with this current iteration of worker counts, you could argue that there's room for now map intros again, just because there's a lot more dead time and dead space in the early game. True, that you can make that argument.
Timing out perfectly to where he could scout it if it was coming from the opposite direction. So isn't unfortunately getting that, but does know from that information.
Just because like now there's less diversity, right? There's less variation in the early game, so you can play the map intro.
Timings? I'm not sure there.
Just to make sure, I guess. You never know.
I mean, because there's also the chance that SHIN does know that herO would scout for that, so like he wouldn't send it at the right time. But I don't know. I feel like if you're going to try to do that, just, I don't know, believe in yourself.
Believe in yourself. Actually gonna go for the
For now though, welcome to XR. Welcome.
herO.
I like that.
Odd spawns, this is close spawns. So close spawns, so talking a little bit about the game itself, we do have close spawns here on Exarch. This does mean that aggression is favored. It means that the rush distance by ground and rush distance by air is very short. So whoever decides to be the aggressing player will have that advantage, and it can be difficult for the defending player to get a fourth base up and running. Similar to last game actually, where herO could not get a fourth base, struggled to get a third. We might see something similar here as well. We'll see.
Oh my god, the speed!
No!
You said it sarcastically, like this is riveting. And I was like, yes, this is kind of boring. And then it actually was riveting.
Oh, that's so troll. It's so funny. Okay.
The speed zone, man.
That's hilarious. All right. Well, anyways, that's a big. That's a nice win for herO, of course, getting the
sure.
early overload. It's what you want.
Gets first overload without a Void Ray.
Stalker. The Adept will still get out pretty early enough to be able to still go across and hopefully try and poke away at some Links and drones. But the Queen is alive, so we'll be able to stop.
Once again, Void Ray opener.
He's going to meet it up with the Stalker, it looks like, as well. So he will kind of patrol with the Adept to make sure that the Stalker can also potentially get the second Overlord, but that one's definitely going to get saved onto the high ground. Nice.
I'm just thinking, how much info did Shin actually get there? He didn't see the Stargate, right?
I think he did.
Oh, did he see that?
He had the 2 lanes in the natural at some point.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He did see the Stargate. Okay, so he knows that. And then now he knows it's also Stalker as well. Okay, so he has the info he needs. He will be getting those Spore Crawlers on time.
Ooh, that is an early Twilight Council. Very early compared to last game.
He's getting his Warp Cake, going into the Twilight again. I'm still confused about the last game, like the Adepts with the charge. It seemed a bit odd to me.
So he goes for the early Adepts just because, like, you don't necessarily need Glaives to make early Adepts really strong anymore, just because you can get so many of them.
I'm glad that Gemini's addressing this, because it is standard to make like 6 to 8 Adepts.
And like the timing of it works out pretty well, where sometimes you can just get some good damage, but Shin just seems really well prepared for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe you can delay the
Does he get in? He gets in? Does he get a full scout? This should not be happening. This should not be happening. Lings, they bust into the main base. They get a full scout. They confirm the Twilight Council. Shin sees everything.
Okay, makes sense. Just looked a bit weird, but it
That's
does make
insane.
sense. Anyway, Lings are actually in the main somehow, going to work on these probes. A couple of them will fall here. Only 2.
So winding it back, remember that this was a very fast Twilight Council. This is 2-base play. Remember, this is 2-base play at a herO, very late 3rd base. This time last game, he had his 3rd base halfway done or on the way. And now Shin knows to play it safe. We should be seeing either a Roach Warren or a Baneling Nest. Shin playing pure Ling Queen here is risky.
Make it into the main base, so they saw that Twilight Council being placed down so early before a 3rd Nexus, and so
Gemini's on it.
Is being shown already by Shin.
And there it is. There's the Roach Warren.
Also, the single
this goes into what we said last game, if you recall. There was someone in the chat was posing the question and the idea of going Roach into Hydra. We emphasize that Roaches are typically only needed if you want to be very safe and very defensive. Otherwise, you can get away with it. You skip it. But this game, Shin scouted the early Adepts, so now it prompts Roach defense.
Again, that 3rd base being delayed is a real pain for the Protoss.
It is.
You'd like to get that down without any hiccups. Now he has the Adepts there. It will go up safely. Resonating Glaives about 10 seconds away from completion. 2 Void Rays at the front. Maybe try and draw some units away from that natural. If you can bring the Queen to the main, that would be nice. There's a lot of Lings out already, though.
Yeah, he's preparing a lot for this, what looks like incoming Adept attack. Oh, please don't lose that Void Ray. That'd be great.
Jesus.
Okay. So he's preparing a lot for this incoming attack, but
herO doesn't push.
herO knows he's been scouted. It looks like he's just kind of abandoning the play entirely. He's kind of halted his Adept production. He's not got a whole lot of them, and he's definitely...
Now, the scary thing about what just happened, Gemini is correct in his assessment here, that herO, because he got scouted, he chooses not to attack, but that also means that Shin made a bunch of Ling Roach that he should be making use of now.
To make up for the fact that he was scouted so quickly.
Yep, these Void Rays will choose
the Void Ray.
Queens. One of them's low on HP, though, will actually fall right away. Good focus fire there by Shin. Able to pick off the low HP.
It's a crazy
Void
fourth,
Ray.
by the way.
This Void's still going to try and cancel this hatch, but with the Queens there, I think they should...
They might cancel.
Should be able to save it. Oh, you might have to cancel it once, actually, if he just goes for it. Yeah. We'll get that 4th base down eventually, though. herO's is 3rd, and he's transitioning into Immortals here.
Yeah, he's going to be going for more Void Rays afterwards as well. He's getting a second one, and he's getting a Robo Bay. And
the Bay is crazy.
He's going to be going into what looks like Blink Colossus, although he has tried a couple of Disruptors here and there in PvZ, which I personally find questionable just because I think Disruptors...
So this is really fascinating here. So a couple of things. Here, he's making Immortals because he knows that he forced out Roaches, so he's getting ready for the Roach counterattack. The Bay is a crazy choice, though. The Bay is more viable now because remember, what was the recent patch? The Colossus got buffed. How did the Colossus get buffed? Now it does more base damage against units that aren't light, like Roaches. So Colossus technically are now in this latest iteration of the game better against Roaches than they once were. So Colossus, it does make a little bit more sense here. We haven't really seen much Colossus play on the new patch. We'll see how it works out.
Get in on the eco. Some Adepts going to fall here as they do finish up the shade. Just 1 or 2 went down. That one adept just barely living here. Blink about halfway done, +1 finishes up for herO, and the question is, when will he find out about this Spire? Preferably before the mutas are in his mineral line, killing the probes.
Yeah, ideally, or else...
Yeah, the Overseer gets a full scout, confirms the Bay as well, confirms Colossus production, and SHIN is going into mutas again.
You definitely want something more than that.
Just like last game.
Until that happens, though, SHIN is still making a lot of ground army. He's got plenty of Roach Ravager laying.
And you can see, just like last game, SHIN, he's forcing reaction, forcing response. The wall is still wide open. We get a full surround on the Stargate.
He needs to be very careful because the rest of the army from herO still is
backs off.
right here. So he
Doesn't
needs to
commit.
make sure he doesn't go super crazy with this. But he does have still a lot
God,
of
the queens are waddling in.
and the opportunity to switch into mutas if he so pleases.
Yeah, he's going to take a 5th base. He's starting
And
to
here come the
sprawl
mutas. He gets
across
the
map.
Stargate.
The creep spread is looking to be making its way to about halfway. Even some queens have made their way to the front here. It kind of looks like more.
Yeah, he's making it look like an all-in.
Drones behind this. Very interesting push from SHIN.
He's really trying to sell this as some kind of really
Yeah.
all-in Roach Ravager
It's a bait.
Queen Walk style attack to really mask the fact that there's about to be 12+ mutas finding their way across into the mineral line as well. You can see herO is not expecting that whatsoever.
And again, the anti-air is very limited for herO. He does have Blink Stalkers, that is true, but he has Colossus, Immortals, only 2 Void Rays, like there's no Phoenixes.
Stalkers there, so
There's no
gonna be a moment
Archons.
here where SHIN has a lot of mutas in the mineral line and herO's not ready.
He does see the first
He
one
gets in.
now. The probes are pulled very quickly here. Going to recall some units to defend them. How many will fall is the question. A lot of Stalkers recalled.
Oh no, the
kind of
Colossus!
the Colossus
No, he
gonna
gets
fall
it!
instantly
Oh
here.
my god.
Another one comes over with the
Gets
Stalkers
one.
trying to defend this 3rd base.
Yeah, that was a nice pick off there from SHIN, being able to use the mutas to distract and then also kill off that Colossus. Void Ray's getting killed off on the F2 back as well, so that's going to be a nice little pick off there. The Blink Stalkers will chase them for now, get a couple of trade kills, which is good, but I feel like so far the opening damage from the mutas has been pretty decent, and there's still lots more to go where that comes from, assuming...
He's in another Colossus. Oh god. The speed zones. Takes out both Colossus. Might get an Immortal. Nah, not quite.
A lot of damage back.
Yeah, picking off those Colossus is so nice for SHIN. Such expensive, slow-building units. Cannot warp those in. The muta is going to try to fight these
SHIN has to respect
More
this.
will blink into the main to help out. Couple mutas going down. They are also expensive. You want to preserve these as much as possible. And that speed zone with the Overlord...
There is a difference. Remember, SHIN, he might be leading out some mutas, but SHIN has 84 probes. Like, SHIN has a very high probe count.
Side as well, kill off that sentry and run away.
SHIN can afford it.
By there by the mutas, and now we'll be able
Well,
to
punishing the Stalkers, they just blinked. They just blinked. Oh my god.
As possible to allow the mutas more leverage in this mid game. We'll even be able to target.
Yeah, Immortals, they get caught out as well. Heavy losses here for herO. He will save the Stalkers.
Well, one of them actually stays alive with barely any HP, so nice save there from herO, as his army supply is still pretty good, as it's going to be a full Muta-Ling switch.
We're going for the base trade.
Going full base trade style.
Let's get. It's the best chance for herO. Base
no
trade.
Riders or anything behind this. Is pure Ling Muta right now. Going to try and catch some reinforcements here. Does get a couple units. Will he fully commit to that base trade? He has a base in the very top right of the map. I feel like the base trade situation would favor SHIN because of that. It's going to take so long for herO to get up there and actually kill that. So herO will come home for now. I think he's left a few units on SHIN side of the map.
Yeah, left the adepts.
Try and get whatever they can.
Oof.
But more and more workers are falling here.
So the issue for herO is that herO, he abandons the idea of the base trade, but that was his best chance. That was his best chance to cause chaos, and he does back off.
Right now.
Yeah, so pretty decent defense from herO, actually losing only 6 pros, but then killing 13 drones is not bad. Those adepts being used to good effect, basically being useless at this point, so being able to kill off some of the economy is nice, but unfortunately
you can see how difficult it is for herO to engage without Archons. There are no Archons, there's no Storm.
Now we're going to go for a full-on engagement as SHIN onto this Blink Stalker.
SHIN, he trades out his Lings. Ideally, you don't lose your mutas.
They're not exactly the best fighting units. You really want to be trying to move around and trying to find herO where he's weak, kill off his economy where he can, and now he's going to be going for that instead, finding the main mineral line empty.
Oof, 11 probes. In like 2 volleys, that's crazy.
Probes so quickly, 11 fall in the blink of an eye, and the Mutaflog's actually getting very large right now. Starting to be able to fight these Stalkers if like there's a one kind of on the edge of the base or something like that, you can pick it off. Only one Roach. This is pure Muta Ling right now. Going all in on this comp. He is maxed out versus the 140-ish of herO. And the problem for herO is you're stuck on 3 bases. If you move out and try and take a fight though, you're just going to get backstabbed, right? And base traded. So where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's really difficult to actually move across the map, and herO's really been essentially forced to all in with the Blink Stalker tech since he
and here has been all in for quite some time.
Style, it's very difficult to suddenly transition into Phoenixes to deal with Mutas once they're in this high of numbers. So you kind of are forced to just keep making as many Blink Stalkers as possible and hope you can eventually just overpower them with the overall better unit. But since there's just so much from SHIN coming...
Yeah, with that SHIN, he forces the fight. He collapses on the Stalkers. There are barely any Stalkers remaining. Touching on what Gemini is just bringing up, remember the Stargate was sniped earlier. That's another reason why there are no Phoenixes, because there is no Stargate. And GG gets called. SHIN takes a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, just not enough anti-air remaining in the end there. All those Stalkers go down. An Immortal or two left, but they do not shoot up. So, yeah, very impressive play by SHIN. We saw the Hydra Muta style in game 1. This game, it was Roaches into full Muta Lings. Not being sneaky with it, just making the full transition there. Very cool style and games by him. Again, I keep going back to the third of herO, getting delayed. If he could get that down at the right time, you know, that speeds up your economy so much. That would help out a lot, but very impressive from SHIN.
Kind of. So bearing in mind that herO, he was being hyper. So for some context as to why herO's third base was delayed, remember herO intentionally delayed his third for a faster Twilight Council for Glaive Adepts. Remember, the initial plan for herO was to go into mass Glaive Adepts, but he got scouted. Lings, they got into the main base. They got into the main base, they got a full scout. That should never have happened. Because of that, then herO was forced to back off. He cancelled the Glaive Adept build. He still got Glaives, but he cancelled the idea of pushing just because he got scouted. So then he was stuck behind because he had to go for a late third base, a delayed expansion. He was stuck at home. He had to rebuild his army. SHIN, he was faking aggression himself. Remember, he was faking the queen all in. He had queens walking across the map, making it look like he was all in when he had joined up to 84 workers. And as he was showing this roach heavy army, he was massing up mutas behind it, and he was droning behind it as well. So SHIN, he kind of baited, he faked out herO, and herO was stumbling in the early to mid game, and he was just playing from behind. He's playing from behind. We're going to come to a break here. When we come back, we'll see if herO can fight back. We'll see if herO can put a point on the board, and if Protoss can still have a chance here in this tournament, as he is the only Protoss player left. We'll see you soon in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6 Playoffs Day number 5. We are back. We have returned. And we are mid-series. We're mid-series right now. SHIN is up 2-0 over herO. Things are looking a little bit bleak here for Protoss and RSL, but that's the case in all tournaments, to be fair, right now. That's that is the case. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. But the pressure is very much so on herO. And we'll see if herO can begin that comeback. Game 3 is going to be on XArc. Now, what we've experienced so far in Game 1 and Game 2 is herO has been trying to go for some cheekier builds, but SHIN has been able to scout, shut it down, and get away with meter play. Game 1 and Game 2, crippling the economy and then snowballing from there. Now Game 3 we're loading into Ruby Rock. Now Ruby Rock is a smaller map of the map pool, shot or assistant background. Aggression is favorite here on this map, and we'll see exactly how both SHIN and herO will approach this. It's going to be very difficult for herO to get a 4th base. He's been struggling this entire series, even more so on this map, as we have our player intro, or sorry, map intro. Don't copyright strike us. I feel like the movement of the camera was a little bit too fast there. Yeah.
We got to go underneath Ruby Rock.
That was sick.
We went, right when we went underneath it, I went, ooh. And then I was like, oh, is my mic hot? I don't even know. I guess you guys didn't hear that. Yeah, but you probably made the same sound at home when you went underneath Ruby Rock.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. I always wondered what the underneath side looked like on Ruby Rock. I never knew.
I realized I've only been looking at these maps from one side.
Yeah, we really need to get both perspectives, huh?
Yeah. Okay. Man, I hope that herO at least can bring us to a Game 4 and Game 5 here. It's looking bleak. Right now,
I would just take away our sentiments.
Extremely strong mid-game. It does feel like it's, you know, it's a very specific type of StarCraft game we saw in Game 1 and 2. It's one where, like, the Protoss gets tripped up, and then it's almost impossible for them to recover.
Yeah.
Like, they might be playing a perfect game from that kind of turbulent mid-game, early mid-game, but it sort of doesn't matter, right? Whatever can happen early on in a game will ripple on through the entirety of the rest of the game. And I don't know if we're going to see herO get a win unless he can have, you know, a more solid, stable mid-game, early game.
Yeah, he's been getting thrown off a little bit. The early 3rd base is getting a little bit denied. You got the adept attack getting scouted out. So, yeah, herO really needs to tighten things up in this early stage to make sure that everything is going the way he wants it to. He's not letting SHIN kind of take some of the tempo away from him. And it's been a bit unfortunate in the series so far. The last couple of series that they have played, SHIN has been coming out ahead every single time. The last 3 matches they've played, SHIN has been winning those best of 3s. So it's been a lot of SHIN dominance. herO has been struggling against this player, particularly outside of that earlier RSL performance. But yeah, herO really needs to get back in shape here.
Yeah, obviously, you know.
It's really weird framing. herO's been struggling against, in PvZ period, not just SHIN, but all Zerg players. We had a really weird framing there from Gemini where he was like, herO just needs to get back into shape. I would say he is in shape. Like herO, he is in shape, he is in form. Unfortunately, the current meta dictates that the style that we saw a couple of months ago isn't viable anymore. So herO has been forced into these all-ins, forced into these otherwise unorthodox and heavily like scouting reliant builds, or heavily denying scouting builds, I should say. And that's kind of why we're seeing Protoss struggle so much, is because of the current state of PvZ.
Yeah, he's definitely got room to breathe at this point. He could even maybe throw in some cheeky stuff.
I would push back against the framing that a player is doing poorly here, just because here hasn't necessarily, like, he's been slipping up, you know, like denying, being unable to deny the scout, for example. Like, for sure, like, you can definitely point to that and be like, yo, we got to be more important on top of this sort of thing.
On the drone to really make this as,
but like as a whole, like I would not put that against here.
Little engagement, so we'll be able to cancel that pylon as well eventually. And yeah, very nice defense, denying of the 3rd base.
That was so hype.
That was sick, man.
That was crazy. Yeah, great control by herO. So the hatchery is going to start, but it's a little bit late. See?
You doubted me?
You doubted me?
I thought you were going to continue that sentence.
I nailed it.
So a nice start for herO, delaying the expansion. Again, here he does need to pick up the pace and pick up the tempo here in this series and in this game. Behind this, going for Stargate into Oracle, and we'll see the timing of the Twilight Council.
Chasing that shade.
No Void Ray this time.
And I think at this point in time, herO will take any jabs he can get in the early game. He's going to come in and see the drone count's looking very good over at the second made base. He's going to go in here for a dive, and he'll at least get 2 drones. It's going to be a little bit more than half the health of the hull HP for the Oracle.
I was kind of surprised that he actually went in there. I guess considering he didn't see the Spore Crawler finished, he thought he would be able to get away, and he did get away.
Yeah, so far 2 drone kills behind this, going for third base. No Twilight Council yet.
Good amount of damage output. So yeah,
economic opener.
A lot of hull damage on there, like you said, and only a couple drones so far. We'll be able to tag it on up with the second Oracle as well. So that is also, of course, something that could happen later. But for now, he's just going to use it to see exactly where the queens are, see if he can find some kind of opening, maybe get some transferring drones. But so far, pretty good early defense from SHIN, but it's looking better overall here for herO, especially considering his third base hasn't been denied at all. So this is definitely the most
later Twilight Council
game that herO has had yet in this series.
True.
Yeah, another 2 drones killed off.
I'd agree with Gemini's statement there that this is the best early to mid game hero's had this entire series. If herO were to begin the comeback, like so far, this is a really good foundation for that.
Much more solid. SHIN has gone for +1 attack over here. He's taken his 4th immediately.
Yeah, going really quickly into that 4 bases, getting the upgrades, and then herO, of course, will be going into his own upgrades with the Forge following the Twilight Council. So
it's going to be blink or charge.
Again, a bit more standard style.
We're expecting charge.
Going into
no,
blink this time instead of the charge is very interesting, actually. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be taking this. If it's going to look like some pre-patch styles where you go into a lot of blink stalkers and then into
I'm glad he said it.
Templar for Storm, and then even possibly even Tempest against some like late game lurker and stuff like that. But there's also a chance that he could still bring this into a Robo, into Colossus, or he might try to go really all in with the Blink Stalker, so I'm curious to see where he will take it.
Gemini basically touched all the bases, so we could see some pre-patch Stalker into Storm. We could see an 8 gates 3 base Blink all in. Those are the 2 things that are on my mind.
That second base up there, and I think he's looking, can he come in here maybe for another swoop in? And I guess, yeah, the 1 queen alone, you can just snipe that down. herO with great decision making here, not dropping an Oracle, most importantly. As long as those shields regen, that's a lot more damage that can create value later on in this game.
Yeah, nice little snipe, of course. A couple of Adepts do get caught in the top of the map there, so that's a bit unfortunate. herO would have loved to throw those into the third base when the Oracles go into the main, but unfortunately unable to do so for now. The Oracles will just continue to roam around. As he's really just setting himself up for more Blink Stalkers in the Blink +1 timing. It looks like he's getting some extra gases at the third base, but hasn't got any extra tech to follow this up with. So yeah, it looks like he's going to be pretty aggressive so far.
We're waiting to see what the gases are for. Like taking your gases at the third base is usually indicative of like Storm or something along those lines.
But herO wants to attack before some of that does come out.
Yeah, it looks like herO's going to be hitting first. Lingbane Hydra can be very, very strong, especially if you're going to be the aggressor as a Zerg. It's hard for the Protoss.
Nice bit in the stasis. Diving on the Stalkers, he looks him down.
That you're kind of in trouble. He comes in here and gets a surround on these.
Gets 1, 2, 3.
He does blink a couple away. That was a lot of Lings that were traded out for that. Now, Lings are the most tradable thing there is in StarCraft.
Oh, God.
And he's got a great counterattack.
Yeah, 11 probes go down across the map. A brutal counterattack here. SHIN, he shuts down the Stalkers. He gets across the map. He gets to the middle line. He wants more Stalkers. No battery. Not within range.
Getting caught pretty
my God.
by the Lings. The Stasis Ward.
And remember, behind this, we have Hydras on the way. And now we have the answers to the gas. Storm.
Fallback attempt wasn't possible. And then the counterattack also dealing some pretty good damage. So some nice wins from SHIN overall with this early game defense so far, and the Templar and Charge transition is going to be coming on in, but it feels like it's coming in just a little bit late. If you're going for this style, if you're going for so many Stalkers early, you're trying to be more aggressive with them, you really want to try to get some sort of damage. You want to be constantly trading out units and forcing the Zerg back and forth a little bit, but that
Gemini, he knows his Protoss.
It got defended, and now herO's already back defending, and he's not even got Storm researching yet.
Double Robo.
Yeah, this is a little scary right now.
But echoing what Gemini just said here, if your plan here is to go into Blink Stalker into greater tech into a 4th expansion, the tech is very late. The tech is late, the 4th base is late, and Hero failed to get damage done with the Stalkers. So Hero is behind, straight up. He's just behind right now. Shin, he was able to shut down the aggression. Shin is now up to 86 workers, and the soup is lying to you right now. The supply looks deceptively close, but because Shin has just reached peak economy, he's about to explode.
So he's going to basically be into teching for a while now, probably not attacking at all. But Shin's getting that 5th base. Zerg are very comfortable when they get that 5th base up. Things really start to kind of kick in. You start to become gargantuan on the map.
We can see Hero went double Robo, now he's going double Stargate.
Being set in here by Shin. 2 games in a row where Muta transitions happen in the mid game, and Hero is
he's blindly getting ready for it.
Blind preparing for that Muta switch with cannons, batteries, Phoenix production out of seemingly nowhere. It's because he just expects Shin to go for the same thing, but due to that conditioning, Shin has decided this time, I'm not going to go Mutas whatsoever. I'm trying to force you into thinking I will be going for that every game. And so now Shin is bringing this out in game number 3. These Phoenixes are going to be essentially dead weight, a waste of resources when Hero is already trying to tech up a lot. So it's going to further delay some of his other tech.
Basically, Shin is forcing inefficiencies out of Hero.
Mothership out by this time if he was trying to go for something like that, but instead he's got a bunch of useless Phoenix.
Yeah, this is a little scary.
It is.
Sky toss faster, like we were saying, probably would have been a better move. But all Hero can do is try to absorb.
Yeah, he's spending so much money on tech here. Now he's going double Colossus.
That's going to be the case coming up here now.
This 4th base should be denied.
Yeah, this attack over on the 4th base, we'll be able to trade out a lot of
that's a kill!
Basically
Oh my
allowing
god.
those to just kill off that 4th base, force it to cancel. But a nice
that was not a cancellation.
He's going to be able to kill off some drones over here. Baneling's being used as a response. We'll be able to kill them off. But 7 drones is a nice play. We actually killed that 4th Nexus as well. That's actually not that great now that I think about that.
You know, but I think making him use Banes on the Zealots, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Take that,
I mean, you want to use Banelings on Zealots, though. Like, that's what they're for.
Have another Zealot attack coming here, so this is going to pull Shin back again.
Better follow-up, though.
Weak on the defense over here. And, you know, these are definitely the little victories that herO needs if he's ever going to come back here. Lurker Tech is almost done. And on the Protoss side of the map, we've got the Mothership.
Yeah, Zell's going to get caught out. Again, Shin is already on Hive Tech. Hero needs a lot of time here to turtle up, and he's going to attempt to, but I still don't see him defending that 4th base.
Now is getting a couple of an extra.
Here comes Shin for the 2nd wave.
The Lurker transition is likely to be coming in later on as well. So he's trying to round out his composition to be as beefy as possible on the ground with that Mothership in the skies to be able to help with the versatility and the utility that it provides with the cloaking,
mistimed from Shin,
and everything like that, time warp. So yeah, we're going to be going into that sort of direction from herO as he tries to bunker down on 4 bases.
Some more Banes are, excuse me, these are Lurkers.
Oh, he's going to catch the Lurkers.
This is actually really big.
Very nice.
The Lurkers like that is beautiful.
Another Colossus!
So
no! He gets buried.
In the game.
He should. Never mind.
The stuns are incredible, and herO is fighting back so well.
Yeah, really important stasis traps here. Only gets 1 Colossus.
Got to be careful because this could end up in inadvertently getting.
Here's pushing.
Here as these
Can he do it here and now? This is it.
Unfreeze.
This is time.
Yeah, good for him to relocate
it's his time.
To make sure that these stasis units do get dealt with, because, yeah, like you said, they could easily form a flank. But that's a really great swing right now for herO, catching the Lurkers as they were transitioning, meaning that there's basically none until just this moment. A blink forward to try and kill one.
Yeah, Lurkers, they bar.
I don't know if there's an observer. There is one in the middle of the army. He's also got the oracles to be able to revelate should he need that. There are a couple more Lurkers that do need to get dealt with, but this army from herO is really strong right now. He was able to get a really nice timing on that denial of the Lurkers earlier, and it's allowed him to swing a nice spot that could potentially lead to a victory.
And here, can he do it? He's close.
Now. We got the
oh god!
Forward. He's going to try to dive in.
Oh, losing both Colossus.
Colossus, which means it's just going to be Immortals.
Do we have cloak?
The Colossus is going
cloak.
To be much stronger, taking out these Lings.
There it is.
Kind of the last
just
really
barely.
Fight Zerglings, but the hatchery goes down. The 4th base is up for Protoss as the 5th base falls here for Shin. If herO could just sustain this, maybe push in a little bit further, he might be able to take the game.
Yeah, hero's all in, and he's so close to killing Shin. He can do it.
I thought were going to be pretty useless to actually lift up these Lurkers to make this attack continue on as well. So very nice utility using every single unit that he's got in his disposal, even if he didn't really get to the exact value out of them like he was expecting. Still able to use them where he can. Will have to be forced back for now.
And what's important is that behind this, herO has a 4th base. He has a 4th base up and running. He gets fully saturated. Shin, he was caught mid-transition into Lurkers. Shin is down on 4 bases himself. Shin is down in economy. He's down in he's up in workers, but down in bases. Down in economy. Shin is hurting.
He just has to carry this into a win here. and let the series move on. He's getting 2 more Colossus at a time, Tempest in pairs as well. And Zerg's going to expand to the very, very top.
And again, this was on Shin. Like, Shin, he was ahead. He was in a commanding position. But he lost that lead. He got caught by the stasis traps. His lurkers were denied. A couple of very key moments here. And this goes into what we said at the beginning of the game. Ruby Rock favors aggression. And herO, once he was able to get those small wins, he was able to snowball out of control and just immediately counterattack and punish Shin before he could get ready.
But I do know that's going to be a little bit tricky to push into. Okay, so he does see it.
Yeah, he's also kind of reorganizing to try and hit that base if he needs to, but the army is
at this point, Shin is being outscaled.
Trying to defend it.
It's being outscaled.
Realizing where the army is just going to say, okay, screw it, I'm just going to start.
herO has the better army.
Bait you out and try to see if I can get a better engagement, forcing the lurkers to go into a lesser position.
Yeah, lurkers, they just can't keep up. They can't keep up like this. No detection.
Everything, and now he's going to be able to chase this down. There's no Overseer to detect all the cloaked units. herO is taking a commanding lead in this victory, in this game. This victory.
This is technically true. A nice counterattack kills off 22 probes, but it's this death ball. It's this wrecking ball of Protoss that keeps hitting where Zerg units that are so important are morphing. You know, we saw that Overseer get denied. We saw the lurkers earlier. I thought he was going to attack into these lurkers and make my little lead into this look even smarter. But he's going to go ahead and go down and into the side, I think.
Oh.
His army is just so large. He just knows he can just kind of continue on, and that's going to be that. Sure, he loses a bunch of probes on the back end, but it does not matter. herO will be able to take his first game in the series. Very nicely done by him to defend all those different attacks. And the really crucial point was actually catching all of those lurkers as they were morphing, being able to blink on top of them while stasising a bunch of the army on the left side as well. Able to keep enough of his units alive that he's then able to continue that push and actually deal some pretty unrecoverable damage to Shin.
Beautifully done. I think you're 100% right.
GG. GG, well played. I would say that this was very messy from Shin, and herO was able to capitalize on that as well. This was a rough game for herO. Like, herO was behind. herO was losing his expansion. Remember, there was a kill, not a cancel. His Elrond was being dealt with. Shin was able to deny the 4th base time and time again. herO was in a really rough position. herO was basically all in. herO was all in, and then everything went right for him, right? Catching out the stasis army, catching out the morphing and lurkers as well. 2 very key moments that occurred, and very desperate moments as well, because herO was desperate. He was desperate for damage. He found it, snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Shows how quickly things can swing one way or the other because of how small that map is. And I believe the next game will also be on a smaller map. It's Voidstorm, right? So this also goes in line of that same thinking here, where if a fight goes poorly, if a fight goes awry, even if leading up to it you've been ahead and you've been in a better position, things can very quickly swing in your favor on these smaller maps. So we'll see. I think it's Voidstorm and then Acropolis, or the other way around.
Not been easy so far.
Yeah, Voidstorm, then Acropolis.
So we're going to be going on to Voidstorm here for map number 4.
Yes, indeed.
So again, Voidstorm is an even smaller map. Voidstorm is even smaller, so aggression is favored. Depending on who's going to be the aggressive player, depending on who gets some momentum here, they're going to be favored in this, and we'll see how our players adjust. Yo, we got a map intro. Don't copyright strike us. I like the song of choice for this map intro. I think it's very fitting because of the neon, like the neon vibe. Oh, good. Once again, I think the panning of the map at the very end before the final reveal of the layout, I think that should be slowed down.
Oh my god, who made those? Did we do that?
Yeah, we did that.
Oh.
Well, you and I definitely didn't.
Regardless, really cool to see intros again.
RSL people did do that. Shout outs to Lucas, excellent work. Okay, so we're in game 4 now. herO, the last hope of Protoss.
We're in game 4.
You know, I'm always kind of agnostic about what race wins until one starts to win too much. You know, like we've had periods where Zerg like won everything in StarCraft 2. And, you know, right now Protoss is not right now, I should say, but you know, in RSLs especially, Protoss have been dominant. But I always want like the top 3, top 4 to we have that golden ratio.
Of course.
I think that always is the most interesting. You know, kind of layout of a.
It would be
final
a shame
portion
if
of a
the
tournament
BlizzCon
we'd have
finals
here.
was a ZVZ.
So let's see if herO can bring us into Game 5 or not.
That's
Yeah, I mean, he looked much better in that previous game compared to
like a little bit of a meta discussion here, but it is a shame if BlizzCon will finally have StarCraft after so many years, and it's the RSL finals and it happens to be a ZVZ. Like that would that would be a bit of a shame, like an unfortunate shame there for the RSL boys. But we'll see. The dream is still alive. The hope. The non-Zerg hope.
And
herO and Clem.
Is, will herO do that Stargate tech again here? He seems pretty married to this idea of how to approach PvZ right now. You got to remember, you know, he's fighting for his tournament life. The finalists of the RSL are going to be on the big stage at BlizzCon. I don't think he's going to be pocketing builds. You know what I mean, for later. I think, you know, different portions of tournaments when you're a pro can be approached in very specific ways, right? Like if you know you're in the winner's bracket and you're against somebody you've never seen before, or sorry, you never lost to before, or you almost never lose to, well then you might be able to kind of save builds or you know, not bring out your strongest ideas. But in this case, I mean, herO is in the, you know, he's on the verge of death here for Season 6 of the RSL. I don't think he's going to be taking a whole lot of risks unless he's very confident against the player and the map and the spawn locations and everything else that it's going to work. So, you know, once again, we have Stargate tech. By the way, I actually don't remember in the other games. Did he go for Stalker first?
He did one game. He did go for it. Actually, it looks like he's going it again. I wasn't even paying attention.
Stalker first can usually signal like you have something to hide, but there's also a mind game where you kind of make a Stalker first and then play standard.
Yeah.
Right?
A lot of it is just trying to play the early mind game where you're trying to see if they are being a bit greedy with their Overlord Scout. Are they going to try to send it early? Are they going to expect you to be going for the early Stalker? Because it's a little bit unorthodox to go for the early Stalker. So the map on the game on Exarch, I think it was, he was able to get the early Overlord, which was very nice. He even had gone for Cyber before Nexus to be able to ensure that. So the Stalker was even earlier. I wasn't paying close attention. I don't know. I was just zoned out for a second there. I forgot to check if he did that again this game. But regardless, it didn't actually work. The Stalker did not get the Overlord this time. It's much harder to kill it on this map, particularly since the Overlord spot is easier to get to. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but it's not going to end the game or anything.
No, and he'll kill it later when he gets, you know, an Oracle in this case.
Yeah,
he'll be able to see up there and get that kill. But again, you know, it's kind of annoying. Oh, I was like, what? The Overlord explodes and an Oracle comes out. I'm like, oh, it's like the first Alien movie. Okay.
I didn't know they could pack those things in there.
I didn't know that the Protoss could lay eggs inside the Overlord, but that's cool. So there you go. Yeah, the Oracle.
Behind the standard timing for the third base. We're not going for any kind of early Twilight Council. Not yet.
So we're going to
have playing standard.
Base. And we don't know the definitive tech. We see the Twilight Council.
Early Council. Okay. Very early.
Yeah, so let's see.
Yeah, it could be any of the possible upgrades, to be honest. herO has shown all three of them so far this series.
So this is a very early Twilight Council, delayed Forge. This is earlier than last game, so there's a higher chance we see Glaives or Charge. Eyes on herO. Lack of Forge does put Glaive Adepts into a very real possibility.
For now, he's just going to be sharking around with the Oracles just to see how much he can get
done. Overlord gets a scout off.
Try to deny that Overlord,
confirms.
Unfortunately, we'll be able to see the Twilight Council. It's not the craziest timing for it, so it's not going to give SHIN any huge indication of what's going on. As it could be, again, anything from herO, as it's going to be the Glaive attempt yet again.
Yeah, Glaives it is.
Again, pushing back a little bit on what Gemini was saying, how he's like, oh, it could be anything. As we were trying to emphasize when we saw it, if there's no Forge, higher chance it's Glaives. Not saying it means 100%, it's just a higher chance.
And trying to bash the Zerg with it, or kind of teching through that into, you know, a more sophisticated Protoss.
SHIN scouted the lone Twilight Council. For all he knows, though, there could have been a hidden Forge at the natural. It is not uncommon to hide your Forge elsewhere to try to trick your opponents. Typically against Glaive Adepts, you do want Roaches, though, and SHIN, we'll see if he does go for a safety Roach Warren. +1 melee typically means no.
It is so close to the Protoss side of the map. And given how aggressive herO is looking to be, it seems like it's going to favor herO pretty nicely. Once these Adepts start to hit the field, he's going to be able to kind of bounce back and forth.
Yeah, if Shin's going for a Ling Queen defense, it's going to be a tough hold for Shin. No Banelings or Roaches?
Is the thought. I'm not quite sure, but it's a
remember, when Shin scouted the Adepts on Exarch, he reacted very strongly to it with his Roaches, but we're not seeing that at all here.
Upgrade is about to be finishing, so the Adepts are going to be finding their way across the map in just a few moments.
Yeah, again, that's a lot of Adepts.
Now. And
pure Ling defense.
2 expands, so he's going to be going in between this. Does he see both?
Nash and sees.
I don't think he's seen them yet, no. He hasn't seen either.
Okay. It's like, that's okay, because he's going to the main.
Like, he wants the drones, not the bases.
Yeah. These Lings actually do not get up there in time.
Tries to look down the army.
Pretty good. Can he shuffle them down?
That leaves what they fall.
To, like,
yeah, all these Zerglings, they do go down. 6 drone kills as well. Decent economic damage.
Quite a bit. He kills 6 drones. Definitely more Adepts killed than drones there. But the Ling count's been thinned out.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that herO. It looked like it was actually going to be pretty good.
Oh,
for
the
him
healing
at the
pad.
Very start of the engagement. He was looking like he was going to shred a lot of those Lings, but it ended up actually not going as well as I expected. But still, 35 Lings getting killed off is going to be pretty good. So it allows him to go for a second attack as well with the follow-up Adepts and the double Oracle. So I actually really like this play by herO. Didn't go super crazy with the first wave, realizing how many Lings he killed.
And again, you can see how difficult it is for Shin to deal with this without Banelings or Roaches. Very difficult. And the positioning here is insane for herO.
Okay, I wonder if you can
oh my god.
Something like a stun later. I guess obviously he's going to know better than me. But anyways, the Adepts are just kind of tucked back here. Pretty nice usage of surface area.
Yeah.
And you know, this is
Shin is being torn apart.
Adepts shade in, kill drones, and they're able to shade away and
this is too much.
Somewhere else. That's where it's really hard for the Zerg to keep up with.
Yeah, this is going much better now for herO. He's killed so many Zerglings, and now he's getting deep into some of these drone lines.
He's still not done, Pappy. Shades into the main, 10 drone kills, 16 in total. That's crazy. And he kills the 4th.
The Oracle still have a lot of energy, so they can come back home. The only question is if
Shin
herO can survive the counterattack, because Shin is not droning. He's going full on into Zerglings, Hydras. He's even got some Banelings coming on out. There needs to be a very clean defense from herO to make sure he can take this win.
No, not even. It doesn't need to be clean. It can be messy. Shin is all in. Shin has to end the game. If herO survives, that's it. That's game. Oh, gets the Immortal. Ooh.
And the Lings are getting decent surface area.
Yeah, Immortal goes down. The Stalker as well. Shin, this is it. Can he do it? Takes down the Robo.
This is actually really bad. This is going to.
hero's being overwhelmed. Hero's being overwhelmed. He had no batteries to defend. He has 2 batteries, but that's not enough. That's not enough.
Between the gateways and everything to give him some chance against the Zerglings.
And then
he
have
pounces on the
Banelings.
Hydras after the fact.
Oh my god.
The Banelings still surviving, though. We'll be able to get some good connections. 27 probes have died during this engagement. And sure, it looks like he was about to defend for just a moment there, but now the extra Lings start to come on in. The Adepts are going to do pretty well against them. The Prism is going to try to micro some of these back as best he can, but herO is really bleeding everything out, and he's not looking very good on that webcam either.
Yeah, I think he has just processed the loss.
Again, Shin was all in. Shin was all in, and Shin, he overwhelmed. His snowballs out of control. Shin was being bullied this game. He was losing so much. But alas, Shin, he did have enough to do this. To go for the all-in here, he was not ready back at home. He was lacking side defense. He was lacking warpins. He was working towards Colossus. Really unlucky that the Robo was at the 3rd. Very unlucky there, as he had a Colossus in production.
Nice. Oh, weird.
Hold up. This is actually a very nice moment there. The force fields are great, but then loses the Prism with some of the Adepts as well. But he's still able to get a decent trade there. He's, of course, lost the 3rd base, though, so it's still hard to actually transition out of this. But the army sizes aren't terrible. He's got +1 attack. There is a small chance where maybe he can swing this.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. It's so sad he lost that War Prism.
There's only 3 Hydras. Yeah, Hydra count is very low. herO, can he do this? The counterattack.
For force fields.
Can he do it?
You know, it'll probably come down to the first wave of
Gets a queen.
Fields. What can he cut in and cut out in the fight? Shin's going to come in here with a big hit from behind. He's isolating some
does
of
catch
the
out 1, 2, 3 Hydras.
Yeah, nice move there to get some of those Hydralisks. The pylon's going to get denied, though, from the Zerglings on the counterattack, and you can see herO's being so patient. SHIN as well.
SHIN collapsing
waiting
in.
to see where these force fields get thrown down.
Diving into the army.
Being used against the Hydras as the Lings are going for
Here
a
he
big
cannot get
wrap
away.
on the left-hand side, and then the force fields get used at the worst possible moment, right as the Lings get on top of everything. That's so unfortunate for herO, so all of these units are going to get cleared out. Sure, the Hydras can't really engage just yet, but that doesn't really matter. SHIN is still sitting here on 52 drones, so he's going to have a good amount, but the rest of the Adepts are going to shade their way in, get right on top of the Hydras. Hold up, this could still swing to herO's favor.
This
the Adepts
just might barely have enough. Adepts keep showing
it all comes down to the Adepts, Pappy. Can he do it?
By foot across
He's trying.
Reinforcements. He's going to start another pylon here. There might just be enough for the Zerg. The reinforcements are going to come down. It's just 3 Adepts. A lot of this is just hinged on a pylon finishing. He's going to make a second one further back.
This is showing
He
just how
might
important.
even want to make one close to the front just to mask where that one is in the back.
Yeah.
You know?
This is showing how important that Prism Snipe is as well. If that didn't die, I think herO could just win the game.
I was going to say, this also shows just how important it was that SHIN never went roaches. Like, the idea that this is coming down to just a glaive Adepts, but they trade so well against Ling Hydra.
Potentially might even just complete the shade.
Oh,
Right on top of a bunch of Banelings. He didn't quite realize what was there, and that's going to be some big damage as well.
He gets locked in.
He splits, though.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, these Adepts are not going to get away. I think
He
sometimes
took
you
the
gotta know, are you
Banelings to
going
the
for a push,
face.
Or are you going for more damage with a harass? Really, he needs to topple this position now. He's got some more sentries.
True.
So he can wall off Banes.
He's got force fields.
Oh.
Oof.
Okay, some good splits, some good backtracking there. Able to segment a lot of these Hydras, still picking them off. Again, the glaive is going to do so well against those Hydras. They are light units, so you're able to kill quite a lot of them. He needs to keep the pylon alive as well, though, so he's going to have to retreat for that.
No, the sentries are exposed.
He doesn't have too many force fields left either, and there's so many Banelings at this point. It's going to be really hard to
force
split.
fields,
He doesn't
massive
split at all,
connections.
and it just ends right there. SHIN takes it in a very crazy game. I actually thought herO was going to have a couple moments where he was going to be able to swing that one back.
That was a crazy final few minutes.
Wow.
Of that game.
That was sick.
It was like going to one side, then back to the other. It was hard to know who was going to win that into the last second. I did not like the shade in
that
when he
was
started
so
to take
ballsy.
damage. I think it almost feels like a compulsion. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
yeah.
you got to know when.
GG, well played. Congratulations, SHIN. He'll advance on, and herO is out. He's out of the tournament. No more Protoss in RSL. It was an intense back and forth, especially in those final moments. As you mentioned, SHIN was being very inefficient. SHIN was being very inefficient against the Adepts. Adepts, they forced SHIN all in, remember. Adepts, they killed 16 drones. 16 drones went down to the Adepts. SHIN, he chose to defend with purely Ling Hydra Queen, to be fair. And it was a very messy defense out of SHIN, and he was being crippled, just forced all in. But with that all in, he broke herO, right? He broke herO, he killed the economy, killed the base, he did force herO into his own all in. Then we got down and dirty and messy, of course. Very intense, very back and forth. Critical moments were the Baneling connections. We had some critical moments there. Tasteless, he was touching on it. The idea of herO shading into the natural was the moment where he took all the Banelings to the face. So that was a big key moment where herO lost momentum, and when SHIN was able to stabilize somewhat in the defense before eventually claiming the win. GG, well played. Congratulations, SHIN. He will claim the series. He will advance on, and now there's only one non-Zerg left in the tournament, Clem. He's the final non-Zerg player left here, so we'll see if Clem can advance on. Up next after the break, Clem versus Solar. TVZ here is going to be coming up next, and we'll see if we can keep that non-ZVZ dream alive for the finals. See if Clem can make it through. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon.
You feel really nice when you see that.
They feel nice,
Yeah.
Come and wear that at BlizzCon. We'll sign it.
I see someone in the chats. Why are you being a clown? Let's have a look here at your previous comments. If anyone's curious and maybe read that comment and took it at face value, the YouTube chats asked, last BlizzCon was ZVZ. That's literally all that was in the YouTube chat. So someone's clowning. Come back when you take off the clown nose and the shoes. Come back. As people probably just read that and they believe it. For now, though, we're going to be going on a break, and we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the RSL. The RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6 Playoffs Day number 5. We are back. We returned here with the second series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up here with herO versus SHIN. Now we have our next matchup. herO has been knocked out, and now Clem is the only non-Zerg. He's the only non-Zerg player left in the tournament. Can he work his way through the opposing Zerg to make it to at least represent Terran in RSL? We'll see. We'll see if he can as we're loading into our fresh series. Best of 5. Let's go. Let's jump on in. Hup. Take it away, map intro.
Okay, we are loaded in. That music, you know, that's very Unreal Tournament-esque.
Oh yeah, it is.
1998 Game of the Year version. Oh man, I got a bit of nostalgia there, hearing that game track there. Very nice intro to the song with the map. We're loaded in. It's Clem versus Solar. Clem in the bottom right, Solar in the bottom left.
We're starting on Rorschach here to begin this best of 5 series. Again, it is win or go home here in the lower bracket of the RSL as Clem and Solar fighting for their life in Season 6. The winner of this will advance to face SHIN in the lower bracket semifinal tomorrow. And, you know, just for variety's sake, to be honest with you, Sturgeon, I'm kind of pulling for Clem here. I would love to see Clem advance. We have a little bit more variety moving forward because the ZVZs, they've been very spicy, but I want some more Terran action. And as you said, you know, Clem, he's been looking stronger and stronger over the course of this entire tournament. I've got high hopes for him.
Yeah, there's nothing like TVZ, man versus bug. It's kind of the dream.
It's the classic.
So Gemini's touching on it as well here. The idea of a non-ZVZ finals. I'm with State on that one, that it would be nice if there's a little bit of diversity moving forward, but we'll see. We'll see if that diversity does come to fruition. As for now, we're settling in. We're settling into our ZVT here. Now, very quickly before the casters take it away, when it comes to the meta of ZVT, it is very aggressive. It's very high octane. Typically, the way the ZVT works currently here is that Terran players have to be hyper aggressive. They have to be hyper aggressive and be in the face of the Zerg player and not let them join up, not let them build up into a 5-base economy, and not let them have freedom to just to do what they want. Terran players, they need to be in their face. If they fail to do so, or if their aggression subsides, then the Zerg player snowballs out of control. That's typically the dynamic of ZVT. It's going to be a little bit different, though, as we're loading into Rorschach. Rorschach is a very small map with a map pool, short rush distance by ground. I typically do favor Terran players on a map like this, but we'll see who is going to be the aggressor here.
I think we are going to see a lot of different strategies get deployed. I want to see where he goes with it.
Yeah, he's a super versatile player. He can play, you know, any style. We know him for the bio play, for the multitasking with the medevacs, but he can do a lot of things. As the Reaper makes its way over to this main base, 6 Lings in production here for Solar. Make sure he takes no damage to this Reaper whatsoever. Going to be nice and safe instead of just going for the 4 Lings.
Yeah, with a hatch first opening like this one, you can see how delayed the Queens are. As the Reaper came into the main base, those Queens were only about halfway produced, so 6 Lings should be enough where they can all kind of share the burden. Each take a couple of hits from this Reaper, and Solar's doing a very good job of evenly distributing the damage amongst them. It's just the right amount of Lings, and Microed well enough to give this space to just buy the time to get these Queens out.
Touching on what Sage just said, I think it's important to bear in mind that hatch first is standard, and it's normal for the Lings to have to hold their own against the Reaper initially before the Queens arrive. He did say that the hatcher was delayed, but it's like it's standard timing.
Try to get a scout on the timing of the 3rd base of the Zerg, and then see if it can prevent creep tumors from going down if possible.
Looks like it'll be a Reactor Hellion opening here for Clem in just a moment, as he just threw down a 3rd command center and a starport as well as a 2nd gas. So right now the minerals a little bit sparse here for the Terran player, but his economy, it is starting to really come online. That command center now transformed into an orbital here at the natural expansion. Reaper hops into the main base, sees all 6 Lings still guarding that vaulting point. And so it's kind of a slow build-up.
Yeah, slow build up here. I like that he's keeping these Lings in, not allowing the Reaper to get...
as they're kind of touching on, it's an economic opener. Economic opener out of Clem, just going for the economic start, into the follow-up here, in towards typically Hellion Banshee. We'll keep an eye on the tech lab to see if a Banshee is made. And Cloak.
If the Queens are blocking, all those kind of little micro tricks that you can do with it. And behind this, he's going to be going for the Banshee follow-up as well.
Yeah, classic map control based play here for Clem starting things out. And will he continue to play into the mech, or will he transition into some more bio play? I feel like there's a lot of versatility right now in general, but the fact that the barracks has been idle for a little while, it just had me wondering. I know that the economy isn't the best right now when you have so many resources invested into simply coming online here in the early game. But okay, Tech Lab getting started there at the barracks, no additional production facility, so I think we will transpose from this into a normal bio-looking game.
Yeah, we do have a third gas down there at the natural as well, so I was kind of thinking the same as you for a moment. It is going to be Cloak here as well. This map, like we were saying at the beginning, you can get the air units into your opponent's main very quickly, so I like the choice of committing a little bit more into the Cloak Banshee. Going to be adding his extra racks on at the moment. Hasn't actually committed with the Hellions yet, hasn't made a big dive onto a mineral line to try and get some economic damage. Happy to just control the Zerg, prevent that creep spread. Well, a little run by actually makes its way into the natural. Nothing here at the moment. The SCV's forced.
Yeah, Hellions out of position. That's going to be a lot of damage, by the way. 4, 5, 6 SCVs going to be going down. Going for the Marines. No target firing of the Soul. They could have gone a little bit more done. The SCVs are very low, and there's no Spore in the main.
Low HP SCVs back.
But no Cloak.
I think he's able to get one drone in total. This Banshee harassment in the main base, as well as a little bit of chip damage into one of those Queens. And pulling the Queens into the main base, this might create an opportunity for Clem to strike either in the third or the natural. Evolution Chamber did drop here, but on creep, those Lings, they actually took a huge hit.
Yeah, fantastic trade for these Hellions, and now all the Lings are gone. It's only Queens.
Oh, drones are lighting up. 7 drone, my god.
Hellions, they get absolutely barbecued. 7 go down. That offsets the damage of the Ling run by. Clem back in this game. Now there are 2 Banshees joined up here. You've got to be very careful. That first one is very weak. You do not want to lose one of these Banshees right away.
Yeah, the layer's only just now finishing, so there isn't any roaming detection here for Solar. And as long as Clem kind of steers his way... Oh, hold that thought, actually. Oh, my goodness, the Hellions, they double back into the third base, and now in total, 19 drones falling and more going down in the main base. That was just a phenomenal trade for Clem. 21 drones, more than an entire mineral line wiped out over the last minute. And with Solar now going into Aspire, I mean, I love the play on paper. It seems like it'd be very good at, getting these Banshees under control, getting some map control on the Solar side of things. Will he actually have the economy to support it, though?
No.
He's going to do nothing but...
With that brutal damage here. Again, Clem, he does critical damage to Solar. Solar struggling to keep up here. Initially, the Ling run by was nice from Solar, was lacking some individual unit control, of course, but the counterattack has been brutal. The Banshees and Hellions have crippled Solar. Clem now has momentum. Clem takes the lead, and from here, Clem can start to snowball out of control. But as I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the game, this is kind of what is necessary. Like Clem and the Terran player, they need to get momentum, they need to get damage done early on, and they need to keep the pressure up, and you can see that Clem is rallying. Clem is rallying. He's not giving Solar room to breathe. He's committing.
3-base eco set up, but my concern is he lost those 20 workers. He did nothing but full drone behind that. And Clem's been mustering an army this entire time. And so we're now about to hit this moment where Clem, he's been building up for this.
Late baneliness, late baneling speed, late link bane setup.
Right now, Solar does not have very much. Baneling speed only just now starts the Queens moving forward. It looks like they're trying to get in range of the Medivacs to get some damage in.
Is that a shot?
Clem doing such a good job of zoning them away right now with the Marines.
It does a good job tanking the Widowmine shot with the Queen there and then transfusing it. Takes out the second mine. Clem will be forced to pick up. The Banshee is going to work on this fourth base.
He's going to deny the fourth base.
Banshee here, but eventually it will get it if it can't be saved. Mutas are now
in production. Oh, God.
Clem's 1-1 just finished, by the way. Whereas
it's going to be a kill.
Melee attack is just
Does he notice?
Will be forced to cancel once more.
Clem getting ready to push back into the natural expansion by the looks of things. Still no combat shields yet, but with 1-1 done and still no Baneling speed, this is a good moment for Clem to push in. It's just going to be Lings and Mutas trying to get the damage done.
That's target firing.
Clem,
the Banelings.
Down those Banshees, or not Banshees,
does cut away. GG.
One of them gets taken out, but it's not enough. I mean, we were talking about it. You lose 20 drones like that as Solar, and you don't really have much of a choice but to try and get your economy back online.
Right.
So he drones back up, but that entire time, Clem's been powering on those 3 barracks. He moves across the map. And even though the first
GG, well played. Again, Clem, he will claim game number 1. Again, Clem, he was just getting so much damage done early on. Solar, as we mentioned, had a really nice Ling round by, but the Hellion counterattack was brutal. Just crippled the economy, the Hellions and the Banshees as well. And that set Clem up for success. As Gemini was, as State was emphasizing, Solar, he had to redrone, which delayed everything. It delayed the army, delayed the tech, delayed the economy as well, of course, delayed the fourth base. Everything was delayed because of all that economic damage done. And at this level of play, you cannot lose that many workers. You cannot lose that many workers and try to get away with it and try to recover and build back up. It's very difficult to pull that off. Not impossible. Even put Serral in the same position, you can't lose 21 drones. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2, going to be loading into Necropolis. But again, this is kind of the expectation that we have from Clem, is these hyper-aggressive moves in the early to mid-game, right? To start the ball rolling, to get a lead, and then to capitalize on that lead. The pressure is going to be on Solar to defend, to minimize those losses, and to have a solid early to mid-game. Otherwise, Clem will run away with it. Let's go. On Necropolis. I'm still not fond of this move, yeah, the final sweep. At least to me it's jarring, but regardless, let's go. Let's jump in.
Alright, we are loaded into Necropolis. That had a very eerie vibe to it, very kind of
Halloween
unsettling.
It's not October yet, but it kind of felt like it.
Yeah, it will be soon, and I didn't realize this map was that scary with all those twisted trees around the outside and that stuff, but yeah, we are loaded in. Clem in the top left, Solar in the bottom right here.
I mean, honestly, you spawn in, you look at your main base, it's actually quite nice. You know, you got some nice little grass patches in there. It feels very peaceful, or maybe not if you're a Zerg, you just got this this
sludge.
Yeah, the OST for the map intro certainly sounds appropriate for playing Zerg here, but
or undead or something maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, here in game number 2, Clem once more going for the barracks on the high ground and likely going to be a gas follow-up. So another Reaper opening here for Clem. It's been so interesting to me watch Clem and the other Terran players kind of figure out how to leverage the 300 mineral cost command centers, because some people, they just really try to maximize the bonus that you get from that. And Clem's done this to some extent in his games as well, where you throw down the command center and it's like something you've never seen in StarCraft 2's history, where the command center for Terran is starting at the same time or maybe even a second faster than the hatchery starts for Zerg, because there's the same cost, 300 minerals. It's crazy.
Yeah,
and so some players, they'll go just straight CC first. They'll put like one barracks down.
We spoke about this last time.
Behind it, we're going to 3 racks. And there's a really fast third command center, and they just lean super heavily into the macro side of things. But if you watch Clem play, especially game number 1 and now here at the start in game number 2, it kind of looks like the same setup. But naturally, you know, your second expansion, your third expansion, they're just going to be a little bit faster. So he's taking it more as just a little economic boon, a little bonus. And I like that he's not completely centering his strategy around it.
So I need to push back hard against this talking point from State. We spoke about this last week, and I think the week before that as well, where I think State was... He was having a really interesting takeaway from some of the CC first we were seeing from Terran players like Cure and like Bjorn, and even from Clem as well. So to reiterate, Clem does go CC first. State, he's talking about how he is and how he's going for these relatively standard openers, but just enjoying the slightly faster and cheaper economy with the faster command center. Clem does go CC first, but it depends on the map. It's very map dependent, very map dependent. Typically on 4+4 maps, that's when you can get away with these CC first builds, because there's a higher chance you don't get punished for going CC first. Same with larger maps as well. Necropolis is not one of those maps. So again, for the most part, it is, at least from my perspective, a lot more map dependent more than anything, less so like player like.
You never know how deep Clem's actually going to dive in with these Reapers.
Oh, he wanted that kill, and he got it. Yeah, that's the thing. Transferring the workers like that, he was forced to fight with the Lings. Maybe, you know, in a position where you don't want to, takes a bit more damage, and this drone has been hiding out at the third base, and will get down the hatchery without the Reaper finding it.
A cute little move there by Solar. Honestly, on this patch, both in
the third.
PvZ and in TvZ, it feels like this cheeky little...
Behind this, we're going 3 CC 2-on-1. That's a second racks before the starport. Clem is going for a very different follow-up here. Going into early stim, into heavy bio production.
The Reapers. I know that Adepts and Reapers, they both got reduced, or I should say the build time increased by what was like 3 seconds in one of the recent patches, but it still feels like relative to Zerg timings.
As we can see here, early stim, mass marine, no banshees this time.
The dance for quite a while with the Lings there, and I feel like that's why we're seeing more Zerg's opening with 6-lings. Like, we used to see it sometimes, but you could also get away with 4. But now it seems like 6 is becoming almost the standard, or maybe just the preferred option. As you see a very quick Evo chamber coming down for Solar. Maybe
it's going to be ideal.
That Carapace upgrade, which was recently buffed in one of the recent patches. It now costs the same as the melee upgrade, which is very nice.
Yeah, it used to be a very expensive upgrade starting at 150, 150, but now just 100 each. It's almost like you're losing money if you don't get it early.
And against Marines, it is worth every penny. It shaves off so much of their DPS as they shoot so rapidly, and in there's large numbers of them.
Yeah, I like this a lot, especially because if you think about the mid-game engagements, so much of the damage for the Zerg army, it comes not from Lings getting surrounds, although that is an important part of it. It's more about the Banelings getting connections. And don't get me wrong, melee attack upgrades, they're very important for Banelings, but getting a super fast +1 Carapace like this, I feel like, is a much better move. So I like what Solar's doing here at game number 2, mixing things up, going for the fast Evolution Chamber, the fast plus Carapace upgrade. It'll make it a lot easier to deal with what is inevitably going to be mid-game pressure here from Clem.
He's going for that 2-1-1.
So just for some greater clarification, Solo going for the early Evo Chamber and early +1 Carapace is a response to the 2-1-1 from Clem. They almost got there. They were kind of talking a little bit about it, about how like, oh, +1 Carapace is really good against heavy Marine numbers, but he's getting it because of the heavy Marine numbers, because the build that Clem is going for. Clem is not going for a 1-1-1 like last time. Because no Banshees, it's a heavier Marine count. That's why Carapace is more important this game than last game.
And it's only going to cost 1 to try to do it. It's just 1 Evolution Chamber. It's way less investment, but Solar actually doubling down right now on the Evolution Chambers. Hasn't started melee attack just yet, but there's a lot of potential for upgrades.
Oh, that's hatch of Hellions.
Yeah, we'll lose these Hellions, will Clem.
This time, no critical damage.
For Solar, Bane in Nest as well. Getting the upgrades even before his Bane Nest and his Layer Tech. So going to be going for an upgrade-heavy game here. We see the first double medevac move out down the left side of the map towards the 3rd base of Solar.
Solar does have the 3rd CC. SCVs are going to be going down at the same time. Queens are in position. Solar, he defends and he attacks. How many SCVs did he get? 2. 3? 5? Oh my god. Jesus. 7?
7 SCVs
8?
in total going down, and unlike
9?
game number 1, it doesn't seem like there is much counter damage being dealt by Clem just yet. There aren't Hellions to try and dive on Mineral Lines. Instead, it's all about the Marines.
Queen.
They focus fire down 1 Queen, but there are enough Lings to shoo them away, and I think this is a great start for Solar.
It is.
Yeah, I agree, and this medevac is so weak now. It could easily be picked off by a Queen.
Solar, he defends, he attacks, +1 Carapace comes into play when it comes to this aggression and when it comes to defense as well.
He would love to get a cancel on this hatch, but got to be careful with this medevac. I'm sure Solar will focus it if he can get in range. Clem doing his best to micro in and out and get whatever extra shots he can. Hydralisk Den and Baneling speed on the way for Solar. So Hydraling Bane going to be the layer transition here as he throws down a 4th base in the bottom left.
Do we have a command in the chat?
Well.
There we go.
Ooh, also 3 Banelings getting morphed in. Gonna try and go for a cheeky little run by here at the 3rd base of Clem. Might be able to pick up some more SCV kills. As Solar right now, he's been powering on these 3 hatcheries, and he's double expanding. I think a hatchery just finished at the triangle base, and another one's going down here in the bottom left. So Solar's got a pretty large army to deal with what Clem is throwing at him. But he doesn't have a huge economic boom just yet. He's starting to come online right now at 72 drones, but it really is about this next fight as Clem pushes here into the 4th base. Here's Baneling's speed done, but not very much behind it.
Yeah, and there's only 1 tank here.
Yeah, Clem can't really get any ground here. We do have a 1-1 finishing here for Solar, massing up his Lingbane into Lingbane Hydra. And the scary thing about what's happening as he does catch a tank is that we spoke at the very beginning of the series about something that was important about Game 1, is that Terran players need to be aggressive, they need to gain momentum, and Clem so far has got none of that this game.
Well, there's another command center at the front.
The upgrade's a little bit staggered for both players. Solar went for the 2nd Evolution Chamber, but it sat idle for a very long time. Clem went for +1 infantry weapons, but +1 armor, a little bit delayed. When the armor is done, he will be able to start both upgrades as Clem pushes in once again. Gotta be careful if you're moving on a creep though.
All good angle here by Solar. He's trying to flank the army, but he can't.
And Terran will have to retreat away.
Yeah, Solar, he needs time. He's coming in from behind.
Watchtower going to try and sandwich these Marines. Is Solar just okay? Here
Look
they
at the
come
movement.
now. We can see them on the minimap. They're fanning around to the top right of this Terran army.
He's getting this around ready.
Make sure he's watching here. He may lose them. He has to pick up very quickly. Here comes the flank.
Nice target firing. Oh my god.
Oh, the Baneling focus fire, huge there by Clem. He got a lot of them, buying a couple more seconds before he before he looks into the main base. Got my Solar with his queen, able to focus down the low HP. Medevac, these Marines also very low on HP, so Clem going to try and do a little bit of trading before getting out of this position. But
at the same time, counterattack on the left-hand side.
And he's hitting the base in the bottom left.
Yeah, Clem doing a lot with a little here. Really pushing his limits to the max, getting as much out of them as he can, as we know.
But so far, this is a better defense for Solar. Solar, I mean, he did lose a lot of Banelings when he collapsed on the tanks, but he did reset the tank counts. We see Clem's trying to reinforce, but Solar, he is stabilizing.
To take his 4th base behind this.
Yeah, Solar still sitting at 72 drones. So over the past couple of minutes, it's
been
nothing but army output here for Solar. He hasn't been able to scale his economy at all, and as a result,
Solar, he needs to drone after defending. He has not droned.
Huge. He's got a strong accompaniment of Hydras in the back line, and with enough Baneling that he can actually go for flank positions like he did earlier on. The trouble is, there's no flank position set up just yet.
There is.
That siege tank was aptly positioned. I think there's enough medevacs to
the Banelings, oh my god!
Before the Banelings get some big connections, and at the beginning, it didn't look like it was going to be the perfect trade for Solar. I think Clem could have gotten out of there a little bit faster, but Solar getting some big shots off.
Now Solar, he set up the surround. He collapsed on Clem. Very rough position there in the center of the map. That was brutal for Clem. I'm still worried about Solar having a low drone count though. That's my big concern, is that Solar still hasn't droned up.
Not too many going down. This CC forced to lift instantly though as the bio and the mines come over, start to set up.
Oh.
He has to split as well as
nice
he can.
connections.
Could go down to the Banes.
The Widow Mines there, zoning away the Banelings and the Lings a little bit. There's still more of them. That one gets a pretty good shot off onto the Lings. The split from Clem is
Factory goes down. Solar, he denies the 3rd expansion.
I mean, that was picture perfect there from Clem, but still, he lost the position there at the 3rd base. Solar still has the high ground. The Hydras are reinforcing on the left side as more army streams in from the south.
Yeah, he gets a full
Solar
surround.
sandwiching this army now.
Clem is losing everything, and with that, Clem hands off the keyboard. GG gets called.
Solar takes game number 2. We are tied, and we got a series on our hands.
Oh, we certainly have a series. Solar played so well in that game number 2, and honestly, I love the approach that he had. He didn't get too greedy. You know, he was able to set up for that triangle expansion as base number 4. I think he went for a base number 5 there in the bottom left, but he didn't try to saturate them too quickly. He sat on 72 drones or so, and he just pumped the gas in terms of unit production. And that was enough to be a match there for Clem. It just took one or 2 good engagements and some nice micro there by Solar, and he was able to steamroll the
Like, this happens quite often. Solar, they're praising Solar for staying on a lower drone count. I would say that he won in spite of the lower drone count. I feel like he could have had a stronger economy to still have a stronger mid game as well. Solar, he forced himself into a position where he had to be aggressive and he had to get damage done. Thankfully for Solar, he's surrounded, right? He surrounded Clem twice. There were these big surrounds, these big moments where Solar was out positioning and out trading Clem and snowballing into a win. He did force himself to be even more aggressive because of the lack of workers, but he was able to pull it off and did eventually break the 3rd and snowball out of control. Snowball out of control. GG well played. Solar, he does take the game number 2. We have a tied 1-1 series. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have game 3 to determine who will take a lead in the series. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6, day number 5, a co-stream. We're here with State, with Gemini, with the players, and lovely people in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. We are back. We are currently mid-series. We're mid-series here between Clem and Solo. We're tied up 1-1 at the moment, and we'll see who will take a lead in the series. Let's go. Let us go. Also, I did want to also clarify with, I see Restless Sheep in the chat was letting us know that he was his comments were in reference to the RSL YouTube channel, not our YouTube channel, in regards to things that were being said there. So do apologize for the misunderstanding. Do apologize. And thank you for the clarification as well. We appreciate it. So I appreciate it. As we are getting ready here for the rest of our series, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 here to determine again who takes the lead. Let's go. I like this shot. It's nice. Yeah. Every map intro, we need to zoom in on where the moopies are. True.
That's a pretty intense
God,
theme.
it's so epic, dude. It's so epic. I love it.
Almost got like the military drum thing going on right there. We're marching on into Ruby Rock.
Oh my God, it's so sick. We're so good at production. Everyone here
not
is
you
amazing.
not you and me, but the RSL production team.
RSL is just so sick, isn't it, guys? Jesus Christ.
All right, game number 3. Clem spawning in as the bottom right, blue Terran, Solar Red Zerg in the top left. And this has been a great series so far. We're only
so we're jumping into our ZVT here, and we have seen a bit of a back and forth. Last game, Clem was trying to be aggressive. He was trying to be in the face of Solar. He was going for these big pushes, but he was being surrounded time and time again. We saw 2 big moments where he was shut down and surrounded. On top of that, Solar, he was able to identify the 2-on-1 variation and respond in kind with +1 carapace for a stronger Ling Bane setup. We'll see what Clem goes for this time. Welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is a smaller map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here, of course. And I will say that if Clem were to go for something similar, the pushes would be hitting harder instead. This is where it's up to Solar to play a little bit safer or to be aggressive himself. We'll see if he plays roaches, for example, or if he does go for a heavier Ling Bane style. We'll see.
Are just in there.
I also say, like, the map is small, aggression is favored. I should also emphasize that the 4-base setup is very difficult to defend. The 3rd and 4th base on this map are very open, so the idea of Clem trying to defend and trying to turtle and slowly build up on like 3, 4, 5 bases is not something we expect, because it's insane to try to do that on this map. So that's why we expect Clem to try to bring the aggression to Solar instead, and for Solar to be more defensive instead of the other way around.
From Terran, you just have the crazy larva inflections from the Zerg. So yeah, it's always great when that is the general meta that we see, instead of maybe some of the more slower paced turtley games.
Yeah, TVZ, it feels like, and maybe this is just my opinion as somebody who doesn't play the matchup, but as somebody who casts and watches the matchup, I feel like it's one of the matchups that has been getting considerably better over the past couple of years. You know, there was this era of TVZ. Oh, hold that thought, actually, as the Reaper gets in the main. The Ling's nowhere to be found just yet. Solar might actually take some damage here. Drone has
doesn't quite get there. See sure in the chats. 8 or 12 workers start. Assume 8 workers for every tournament that you've seen. I think literally the after the patch and the PTI, I think the only tournament that ever featured 12 workers was God, not RSL. Maestros. That's it. Maestros of the game. So always just assume 8 workers.
Very nicely done there. Yeah, like you're saying,
Maestros is the only one.
Just to quickly wrap that up, it just feels like TVZ, there was this period like 4 or 5 years ago where it was like a turtle fiesta where Terran would just try to get like up to 8 gases or 10 gases or whatever. It
wasn't even that long ago.
Ghosts and, you know, buckle up. It's going to be a long game, which is fun as a treat, but when it's every single game, it can get quite tedious. And I feel like
actually,
TVZ, not talking about like the most recent patches, but over the past couple of series of patches, it's gotten so much more dynamic. It's a lot of fun to watch. And it's games like that that make it really good, you know? Solar versus Clem, game number 2.
This just made me feel old, because I was about to correct State, because he's like, you know, 4 or 5 years ago we saw like this turtle heavy play. I was like, it hasn't been that long. Has been like that was back in 2022. That was 4 years ago. It's like, smudge. It has been 4 years.
Right now, a couple of Lings
Feels
trying
bad,
to
man.
keep them away from the drone line as much as possible, so we'll be able to do that for now. A couple of them getting into the main base. As there's no queens up here, they were all in the natural, so it looks like a couple drones might
lining
get
up.
killed off.
Guess one, guess two. Just one.
Not there in time. One of them and two of them actually going to be able to be saved that way, so nicely done. As the Hellion still alive with 2 HP, trying to do something as the Ling will tap it on out. So yeah, nice little early game skirmish. Here's another 2 Hellions just going to try to find their way, get another drone.
I
was confused. Oh, true.
Catching him a little bit off guard because you think back to
True. I should mention that Ruby Rock is an older map from the previous map pool, but RSL they have their custom map pool with some older maps. That's true. Not wrong.
Command center production in terms of SCVs and orbitals.
They have older maps.
It was a lot slower, and so this is hitting just a tempo faster right now. Clem already able to pick off 3 early drones. And he's done a pretty good job of just kind of keeping Solar under control. He will be adding in the 3rd command center now. But I must say, despite the fact that this pressure's been ongoing, Solar's done a nice work in terms of just spreading the creep. Oh,
that's not a roll.
It goes down anyway, but
yeah, that is
nice run by
there for Clem. A bit of an oversight.
Gets 1, 2, 3.
He's going to get killed off here.
4.
Quite a few of them actually.
Oh my god.
Hellion's going to get surrounded a little bit by some of the Zerglings and the Queens, well positioned to be able
5 SCVs going down. Hellion gets caught. The Banshee's deflected. So far, Solar defends very well.
There for Solar, getting some good defense and killing 5 SCVs on the other side.
Yeah, I've got to say the faster paced Hellions and Banshees so far really have not been getting the work done here for Clem. He was able to get those 3 initial drones, but since then, Solar has been on point in terms of the defense, in terms of the offense. He was able to pick up 5 SCVs, which more than equalized the position. And Clem did this at the detriment of having a much later 3rd command center than he had in game number 1, and he hasn't really been able to get the value yet.
I'm glad that Say brought it back to that. It is really important to emphasize that fact. The fact that Clem, it isn't just that his aggression is failing, it isn't just that Clem lost workers, it's that Clem, he delayed his own 3rd base for this build for X's, Hellion, and Banshee. It does not work. It has not paid for itself. It has not been worth it. Not been worth it. So Clem is in a very rough position right now, as he's behind economically.
From Clem, it was obviously extremely successful earlier in the series, but this time Solar is definitely locking it down ahead a very solid amount of drones as well. So yeah, Solar is looking very good. And also you could see a little bit of adaptation there from Solar over the course of the series. I think that he could tell
+1
based on
range
number 1 that if he goes for a big counterattack like he did in the natural expansion there of Clem, if Clem goes for Hellions, that's going to cue Clem to try and dive with those Hellions into either the natural expansion or the 3rd base. So you saw Solar had a lot more Lings than he typically would in terms of the defense. That's why he was able to get the big surround on the Hellions, why he was able to mitigate the damage. And so now Clem, he's built up to this timing attack. There's no 1-1 just yet. +1 infantry weapons about halfway done. +1 armor just started. But he's moving in at a moment where Solar's economy is just through the roof. It's 72 drones to 50 SCVs, and it kind of feels like Clem needs to get something done with his push.
Yes, I think it's important to, again, contextualize this. Clem is behind. Clem knows he's behind. This is not a timing attack because he's not hitting with any of his upgrades, but he needs to do something. He needs to get some damage done, otherwise Solar's just going to snowball out of control. Like, Solar, he's going to get a hand. So Clem, he needs to trade in some which way, shape, or form.
He really wants to make sure that this stays alive. He's setting up a little bit of a flank on the right-hand side with the Zerglings as he uses the Queens and Hydras on the left to try and keep these Marines away. And the Zerglings look like they're actually going to try to go for a counter-attack as well to pull as many of the reinforcements from Clem away.
But alas, Solar, he's freely on 74 workers. He's massing up more Hydras. Solar's getting further ahead. And so far, this aggression isn't really achieving any damage. We're not really threatening anything.
Those Banshees now going to be rotating up to the top side. Clem is sensing that there's likely going to be another hatchery coming in. And I mean, his senses, they are perfect. The hatchery just went down the moment those 2 Banshees arrived there at that north position. And now Solar, no Hydra speed just yet, so it's hard to really chase off of creep into these Marines and tanks.
Does Solar cancel in time?
Fight right now because there's no +1 armor, there's no combat.
That hatchery's taking hits.
It's a real slow walk in. I'm not sure.
The Hydras are exposed. Solar's not looking.
Losing a lot of units. I mean, the Marines are still getting killed off as well. The medevacs on the reinforcement are getting picked off.
Very messy engage out of Solar. Very messy.
He'll be able to clear this out. So nicely done by Solar in the end to be able to deny that contain, basically. But yeah, it felt like it was about to be a bit sketchy. It felt like he was going to suddenly just walk into way too many units without the correct upgrades. But yeah, a nice recovery.
Yeah, I think it was a little more expensive than it could have been if you waited for those upgrades to finish.
So like that was not, I wouldn't say that was a nice defense. It was a defense from Solar. It was messy. It was a messy defense, very inefficient. Clem has gained some value. And I rotate.
Just clear the position. And so
Denies
now
the base.
The game resetting a little bit. Clem positioning on the north side of the map as opposed to the west side of the map. Is able to get the snipe on that 5th hatchery. So no 5th hatch for Solar just yet. And Solar kind of wanted it. He's at 86 drones right now. This is maybe the highest his drone count's been over the course of the series. And so not having a mineral line to saturate is quite painful for Zerg.
Yeah, you definitely want to spread those out because, of course, sure, you're on such a high drone count, but if you're not actually able to get all of the drones, separated around enough,
and nice shot by Clem. Once again, to re-emphasize, Solar, he needs a 5th expansion to actually saturate and build up his economy. He's being denied the 5th base time and time again, and this is slowing Solar down. It's keeping him busy while Clem catches up. Clem is behind, but he's catching up.
You can see Clem is really trying to deny that as much as possible. Getting the bottom left-hand side canceled as well. Keeping all this creep back, making sure that he can continue this multi-prong harassment, keeping a couple of Hellbats on the top right to make sure that base can't get easily taken again. So he's really trying to constrict Solar on these 4 bases.
Yeah, it's not a huge.
It's a timing attack where if I don't attack, it's my time to die. True. It's always time.
A little bit more slowly on this iteration of StarCraft 2 than they have in the past.
That's the secret.
One more denial of the 5th base. That will become a problem. Actually, Solar trying to catch Clem out of position.
Oh, the Sexual Siege! No, he gets them!
Right now.
Oh my
really
god.
Not expecting this fight, and the Baneling hits initially are huge. The splits on the Marines are excellent there on the back line, but I mean, just Solar has so much. It's still 17 Hydras. There are a couple of...
It was a messy engage there. Solar, he did spend a lot of Banelings on tanks, but it doesn't matter. It didn't matter. Better position from Solar, catching Clem with what? The pants were down, baby. The pants were down. The base falls. Another tank falls as well. Solar does overextend here. He needs to build up more Ling Bane, but Clem is... It's looking rough.
He's got a lot of reinforcements still in production. He's also got the Vipers coming on in.
Oh, the
so
Queens!
Want to overextend. Queens are a bit out of their area right here. Needs to run back home to make sure those don't get killed off, but it looks like they might anyway.
Gets one.
So
Gets 2.
that could be a bit unfortunate for the creep spread and some of the injects as well if he isn't able to get those back. But a nice recovery from Clem there as well. It looked like for a moment he might just suddenly get snowballed at that 3rd base, but able to rally around everything, keep a lot of his medevacs alive even though they're very low.
Is they going to bring out the Banelings?
To continue on in this game.
Yeah, Marauders now being added in here for Solar.
So, as Gemini was saying, like, it almost looked like Solar was about to win the game. He was about to, but because Solar had a very inefficient engagement and he wasted a lot of Banelings on tanks, he didn't have enough Banelings left over to push into the expansion. So Solar didn't have enough, not enough left over, I should say, so Clem is holding on. He's holding on. The tank's on siege.
I know right now there's only a handful of Marauders here, but not having no slow through those Banes is huge.
Connection.
As Solar pushes in once more. Again, the siege tank position just collapses here.
The 4 medevacs
getting targeted
down. Gets 1. He gets 2.
Units and getting sniped off one at a time.
Oh my god.
So very nice follow-up by Solar.
Crazy losses.
A couple units on the top side going to try to distract for now, but there's not really anything there.
Oh, the
except for a bunch
Lunkers.
of lurkers, and he's going to be able to get one of them before lifting on up. So at least able to keep the units alive. A bit strange of interaction there between which I don't think he was expecting to just see a bunch of random lurkers. But unfortunately, he's not going to find a base to be able to kill. That's what he really wanted to get with that drop.
Yeah, Solar able to establish the 5th base down in the bottom left, and now double expanding to the north side and to the center of the map. It's good for Clem to...
Yeah, Solar, he's rebuilt his Ling Bane, is pushing towards the triangular 3rd. He's moving in. Show us the 3rd. Oh, Blinding Clouds.
Blinding Clouds on the missile turret on the siege tanks. Command center has to lift. There's more Banelings streaming in. Concussive Shell, it starts now, but again, you can see the Banelings just not getting slowed as they're able to get the connections with the Marines once more. And Clem, he will survive this push. His army supply is still very strong, but this is not the kind of position you want to be in. Here is Clem. You want to be able to finally establish a 5th base. The main base and the natural expansion for Clem are starting to mine out here on 73 SCVs. That's very painful. And he's not in a position to establish a 5th base. Instead, he's struggling to hold on to the bases that he's got already.
Well, kind of. Like, this goes back into what we said at the start of the game. How do we introduce this map? How it's difficult to defend on 4 bases. We spoke at the beginning how in TVZ in this matchup, as a player like Clem, you don't want to be stuck at home defending and trying to get a 4th base, because specifically the 3rd and 4th base are open on this map, and it's very difficult to defend. And you can see Clem is stuck. He's stuck at home, and he cannot hold on to these bases. There's no shot. There's no chance. The map is working against Clem. And massive Baneling connections.
And then a bunch of them getting killed off by the Ling Bane. So very
he
nice
gets into the natural.
From Solar, able to deny that base, kill off a
more
lot of
Banelings.
SCVs, but there's a massive army from Clem on the top side trying to go for a counterattack.
There's a huge counterattack, was able to take out that base at the 12 o'clock position, now moving into the triangle third right now, but it's a lot of medevacs and not a lot of units here on the ground, so the army supplies, I feel like they're a little bit of a lie right here. You see 90 for Solar, 50 for Clem, but so much of that is in the air, and Solar is going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. And I have to say, Solar is looking so scary these last 2 games.
Yeah, that was excellent play from him. It felt like his defense early on was really good.
GG, well played. Solar, he will extend his lead in the series 2-1 over Clem. Did you hear that? State, I'm curious. I'm curious. He was saying like the super is looking a little bit like a lie. If you know anything about us, we always say that the super is lying to you, Pappy. I'm curious. Curious if he caught on to that. I don't know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. GG well played with that. Again, Solar, he does take a 2-1 lead. As I mentioned before, it is imperative that Terran players are able to keep up the aggression on this map. The moment that they fail to do so, it snowballs out of control. And you saw that here, where Clem had a very rough early game, very rough mid game, losing his Hellions, losing his SCVs, losing his, or I should say the Banshees weren't able to get much damage done either. Very rough early game, forcing Clem to move out, and Clem got shut down. He was caught in the center of the map. We saw some messy engagements out of Solar. They were messy, which meant that he couldn't really leverage his advantage too much to kill, but it was enough to contain. And then Clem was stuck at home. And as we were emphasizing, specifically on this map, the 3rd and 4th base are very difficult to defend. They're very, very open. SimCity isn't really helping too much, and Solar, he does bully Clem on Ruby Rock. This leads us here into Game 4. Solar, he's 1 game away from claiming the series. As I mentioned, Clem, he's the only non-Zerg hope in the tournament. If Clem goes down here, it's non-stop ZVZs here on forward with SHIN, Solar, Rogue, and Serral. So we're hoping, I'm hoping that we can get some diversity here. At Eternity's Edge is going to be an interesting one. It's a bit of a larger map. I would say it is a more defensive map. If we were to turtle up on 4 bases and 5 bases, it's a little bit easier on this map to do so. So it's not as detrimental if Clem loses map control. We'll see. We'll see how we open up. We'll see how we play things out.
Multitasking and everything, so it's good to see that Solar is able to kind of stop that for his sake, so able to really deny some of that aggression from Clem, and it's allowed him to come across with a pretty convincing couple of games.
Yeah, it's match point now. 2-1 advantage here for Solar.
This patch, well, I mean, for that game, it was the map. Like, the map was influencing it a lot as well. The patch also, the patch means that the Terran player has to be hyper-aggressive, and the map means that if that aggression fails, then they just get broken easier than on other maps.
This is the final
so it's a combination of the two there.
So he's fighting for everyone else's sake to have other representation.
Even the Zergs who want to watch non-ZVZs.
Yeah, they're out there. There's some Zergs that auto-leave all of their ZVZs on ladder and hate the matchup, I'm sure, that are watching and want to see TVZ.
All right, let's jump into the next match.
Oh, the Moopies! The zoom on the Moopies. Let's go. Like, we have all this ominous music and pan in on Moopies watching Nova on the TV. Like, what are we? I don't know if the music really fits the map here, but sure. God damn it!
Oh my god, I'm scared, State.
And music just keeps getting more dramatic as we continue on.
I thought Darth Vader was about to pop out and slice my...
It's like hyper dramatic music, then zoom in on Moopies partying. It's like, what?
Moopies, man, they're called Moopies, remember? Moopies.
Mopies.
Moopies.
Moopies?
Yeah, the Moopies.
Yeah, they're not very mopey. They seem quite chipper.
Yeah, they were very happy there. It was a bit of a dichotomy there, seeing this insanely crazy evil music, and then they're just dancing.
It's catching him in the chat.
All right.
Can't believe Clem is so close to being limited by Solar. If you can't believe that, then it sounds like you have not been watching StarCraft recently, because Clem has been struggling against players like Solar, SHIN on a regular basis. So that, of course, on this patch, but like we've been seeing this more and more. That's why, you know, right now we're hoping and cheering for Clem to have some diversity moving forward into the rest of the tournament, but we'll see if that's the case, as we are asking for a short pause. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully.
What's going on with that? I thought we were going to see more command centers.
Well, I mean, I feel like if the games got to that point where you're going to a late game, you would probably see more orbitals. Like,
Solar's pretty good. Solar is pretty good. He is pretty good. The reality is though that the current state, we've been vocal about this as well. Like the current state of the meta is very rough. For all the matchups, I will say, I've been vocal that I'm not very fond of the current meta in TVZ, TVP, or PVZ. Like each matchup right now has its own issues. They all have their problems. I guess the plus side is that again, there's a very high chance that there's going to be a big patch post BlizzCon. We spoke about this during the podcast. If you missed it, I do recommend it. Do recommend checking out the podcast. We did discuss a recent news that was revealed to us by Solar. For those who are unaware, I do recommend checking out this week's podcast. It's our weekly talk show, news wrap-up show. And Solar did say that according to contacts that he has, there is a big patch coming post BlizzCon, which would be late September, early October, as BlizzCon is September 13th. But there shouldn't be a hotfix before that, which makes sense because they want the game to be stable for BlizzCon, right? Like the last thing they want is to hotfix and then hotfix and then hotfix and then bam, a couple of days later there's BlizzCon. Like BlizzCon is right around the corner, so the game has to be left alone so players can practice and get ready for the Classic Cup that's happening at BlizzCon. But after BlizzCon, then we can start to patch again.
And I'm thinking too, Solar style. I know that.
But again, if you want more in-depth detail as to all of that, then check out the podcast. Check out the podcast. Check it out.
You just really want to be safe versus someone who wants to go for some kind of early bailing.
Let's go.
We've seen SHIN already. I think it was SHIN do that earlier on in the RSL to great success. And Solar is one of these players who's absolutely capable of being aggressive.
Sad to say the game will be showing at BlizzCon. Yeah.
You're going to get the scout off. You know, you're not going to be.
I mean, the classic matches were going to be messy anyway. It's like MC and Idra, right? Like it's
Solar might be thinking the same thing.
The classic match is going to be whatever regardless, but
maybe it's time to pull the trigger on a bailing bus.
There's still a chance though that Clem makes it through. We got the Hopium, Pappy. We got the Hopium, the Copium. Let's go.
I'm always so cute. That's like the most interesting thing when I watch pro players.
Talking about the meta and talking about the match, welcome here to at Attorney's Edge. Hopefully everything's okay for Clem. Hopefully he can calm things down and start to tighten things up a little bit here. We just spoke about this, but on this map, I would say that if you were to have to be defensive and secure yourself, the 4-base setup here is easier to defend than on Ruby Rock. That is true. So if Clem were to lose momentum and map control, then he can stabilize. But there is a big caveat to that. There's a big downside on this map. Again, maps, they play a big role here as to how games play out and pan out. If Clem is forced to be defensive and turtle up, how does he get punished? Gold base. There's a goal base on this map, and there are high yield gases on this map as well. That's the scary thing, is that if Clem is forced to be defensive and forced to back off, and if Solar maintains map control, Solar gains a gold expansion and high yield gases, and then he snowballs out of control. So there's still a lot of pressure on Clem to make sure that Solar doesn't freely expand and doesn't freely get the gold and get the high yield gas as well.
It's literally about how much health does this group of units have. If it was 4, they would be.
I think what's crazy is that usually on a map like this, it's one thing, like it features one high yield base, but here there are 3 high yield bases. And potentially the Zerg player can take 2 of them. So that's the scary thing coming into a longer game.
Starport coming on up as well. Knew that the factory was swapping off around as well. So yeah, that's an incredible scout.
There's the TV.
Solar should know everything that's going to be happening for the next couple minutes.
They're watching Nova.
A little bit of a difference here for Clem. He went for the refinery on the natural expansion as opposed to the main base.
Behind this is going to be a 3CC 111. This is a relatively standard opener. This is what we saw in game 1 of the series.
Yeah, I do.
Going Hellion Banshee.
Maybe it was just trying to be a little sneaky.
And again, the pressure's on Clem to gain value with this Hellion Banshee. But thankfully, he's getting a faster third base this time.
You're thinking like, oh, well, maybe this is something much more aggressive. Maybe it's like a fast... Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how the builds work for the Terran gas-wise, but maybe this is like a fast, aggressive, like Hellbat or the Marauder thing or something like that.
Yeah, it's curious for sure, especially because it might have been the moment where, the Ling was already in the main base, and so Clem's just trying to hide the second gas timing a little bit. In any case, Reaper and the Hellions joining forces right now at the front. Going to see if they can try and find.
I can't add to this speculation.
Not protected by the queens just yet, as the creep is not connected.
They were speculating as to why the gas was taken at the natural instead of the main. I can't speak to that.
Clem fishing for a little bit more damage. Whenever you see 3 queens like that and still no creep connecting, it might be enough for you to try and dive something like the natural, but Solar's a smart player. He's got Lings and another queen in position there at the natural, so no damage being done by Clem just yet.
Yeah, a couple Lings going to try to wrap around yet again.
So Solo's going for +1 carapace again. So he's going to the early Eva chamber, +1 carapace. Again, this is ideal against a bio-heavy style, but this is Hellion Banshee, so it's not going to be as impactful when it comes to this early game aggression.
Counterattack, so nice response from him as he does start to adjust a little bit himself. The Hellions are not diving in just yet either, so he's going to wait for all of them to come together before he decides to go and...
And can Clem dive? Does he get into a mineral line? He's going for it.
With the Banshee as well, so let's see how much damage he can get done if he decides to actually dive it, because there's still a lot of queens out and in a good position as well.
Yeah, there are so many queens. Solar's been producing queens basically nonstop up until this point, so there might be 7 or so in total on the map right now, with 1 more in production. Yeah, 7 queens in total, and so it's going to be very difficult for Clem actually to get the dive in, either in the natural expansion or the third base, because you have those 3 queens injecting, and then that frees up 4 more to just kind of patrol the front lines. And the creep spread also here for Solar. It can be through the roof in just a moment.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of that. He's moving the Spore Crawler around as well, just to be able to keep the queens safe, so that way he can kill off that Banshee if it decides, to go too deep. Hellion's going to find their way across the map yet again, seeing if the Banshee can pull the queens to the right, then use the Hellions over on the left-hand side, but just like before, the queens are well positioned, so yeah, Solar's doing
Can we force a cancel?
Looks like he might actually have to cancel this.
He can. Very nicely done here by Clem.
Cancel. The drone gets picked off too. So nice catch there for Clem as the Hellions once more position themselves out over here down by the third. And
so this is a good start for Clem. Cancels the 4th base, delays the creep spread, delays the production, delays the economy.
And see if there is an angle where he can attack, but as a result, this Hellion's very low on HP now. So I think the stage where they could potentially dive, unless Solar is caught woefully out of position, it's kind of closed. Their role is probably best suited now to try and keep the creep
the scan
under control.
reveals the Spire. Big scout.
So clutch for Clem. Sees the Baneling Nest finishing at the exact right timing, and also see the Spire, the natural expansion.
Yeah, that Spire Scout is very big for Clem right now, able to respond.
Again, so far everything's coming up Clem. He denies the 4th base. He gets a full scout as well. He's fully aware of the follow-up. Not bad.
A little bit more aggressive against the Mutas after the initial defense does go down. So yeah, very nice scout, of course, to be able to get that before the Spire is even close to finishing. Actually, did he cancel it?
Yeah, he did.
He canceled it and has got this Hydra Den coming.
You need to cancel.
Really nice adaptation from Solar as well. Realizing that
especially in the current patch with how strong Widow Mines are, if your mutas get scouted, like no shot you can pull that off. Like Clem will punish you.
So Hydra Den is done. 2 more hatches in production. Solar kind of expecting, I think, to lose one of these hatcheries to the push coming out from Clem. It's very hard to actually deal with this position.
Ooh, cannot fight head on. Clem is moving in. He's getting ground.
Splash damage here to
gets a queen.
The Lings. It's a nice little wrinkle into this push.
1, 2, 3 queens going to be going down. Banelings to get punished, and Clem overwhelms.
Massive.
He does it.
GG. What? That was an insane moment.
Dude, Clem just sucker punched Solar out of the game. That was insane.
I don't even know how to properly frame that, because you go for the double expander as Solar, and I'm thinking that, like, okay, well, one of these hatches is expendable. You don't need 5 hatcheries right now.
Yeah, that's what
right? But Solar
State is getting
to the defense right there, and I think he just didn't expect maybe the second siege tank from Clem, or maybe the positioning was a little bit too good, and Solar wasn't really expecting the siege tank to be there. But in any case, the siege tank's got like a couple of shots off on fully clumped.
Yeah.
Banelings.
Yeah, as State is saying, there was no need for Solar to fight there. Like State, he was setting up, you could hear it in the casting as well, he was setting up the idea that, like, oh, Solar, he's double expanding, he doesn't have to fight here, and then Solar, he commits into 2 pre-siege tanks into a concave off of creep. It's like, oh. So the game did not have to end there at all. Solar could have just backed off, given up on the base, waited for reinforcements, and taken the northern expansion instead, but Solar, he chose to commit to the fight, lost everything, GG. So Solar misjudging the situation, misjudging the engagement, misjudging the army, and it all just snowballs out of control. It was already a better start for Clem, if you remember. We were emphasizing that Clem, he had the better start, denying the 4th base, able to force a cancel on the Spire. It's possible that Solar, mentally, he was already defeated, where he was like, this game is going south for me already, like, screw it. So he just went for the fight, didn't think anything of it, and then just lost the game. But now we're going to the ace match. We're going to game number 5. Let's go. All fear and faith. I like the music. I'm getting like a jungle beat vibe to this.
I love the drums on that song.
I don't know if that fits the city.
Yeah, those drums are pretty cool. Honestly, the soundtracks are a nice.
It's nice though. I like it.
This music from? Oh my god. They're so unique too. They're like not like themed.
But I don't know if it fits Fear and Faith, I'll be honest. I feel like for the most part, some of the music choices have been fitting. They have been fitting for the map. For Apotheosis, for Apoptosis. Necropolis, sorry, that's it. For Necropolis, I think it's fitting. For Voidstorm, I love it. The cyberpunk vibe to Voidstorm, the synth vibe.
As a result, a lot of games that you see, not just in ZVT but also in ZVP, the Zerg kind of starts to fizzle out when they can't secure a 5th hatchery. You know, the first
Turok music, true.
Relatively safe to defend in terms of the position of your main base and your natural to those bases, but they're also really close to your opponent once you take them. And so I think that Solar, if he tries to play a similar style to games 1 through 4, will have a much harder time defending the pushes from Clem, and that might prompt him to go for early aggression.
Yeah, there's a good chance of that. I mean, you would think that, of course, because it's a 4-player map, it's so large, you'd think, oh, well, why wouldn't the Zerg want to just kind of, you know, stay back, try to macro out as much as possible? But yeah, like you mentioned, it's actually difficult to kind of go to the other quadrant of the map. You really are stuck into that 4-base setup that you have, and then going out afterwards is a bit difficult. You've got, like, the worker
and that's the case for both players.
On certain parts of the map to try and help that, so that way your SCVs or your workers can go a little bit quicker to those other sides, but the army can't actually use those tubes, of course. So it doesn't really help in that regard to defend. It just takes it's a little easier to take it. But yeah, the map layout is very interesting in that regard. So yeah, you might be right. We could be having some early aggression coming out here from Solar.
Yeah, and if it is an early aggression from Solar, I think he's going to have to play a much more conservative game here in game number 5. You need to go for a composition that can trade well with a Terran player on a relatively low drone count, because you're probably going to be stuck on 4 bases for a very long time unless things go your way swimmingly.
So when it comes to I've noticed this a little bit here when it comes to the map analysis. Specifically here, we're going for a hidden second rack, so it's going to be a 2-1-1, 2-1-1 here, straight up 2-1-1 as well from Clem. Early stim timing. We might even go for 3 racks. We are going for a 3rd racks. Hyper aggression from Clem. Now, what I was about to say, I mean, you can already guess what I was about to say. Because of the spawns on this map, because we have close spawns, aggression is favored. Aggression is favored. Short rushes by ground, and because of that, we'll see who's going to be the aggressor. Now we have the answer. It is going to be Clem. He's going for a very committed stim timing. And if Solar underreacts, if he makes too many workers, if he undermakes lings, Solar will die. He will straight up die to this. So Solar's in trouble here. We'll see how Solar reacts, how he responds. We'll see if he scouts. We'll see if he can get a read on what Clem is up to and how aggressive he's being.
Jesus Christ, it's like a mosquito. You just pop it and it suddenly just explodes in your face with blood. Good lord.
All right, so we're going to try and take this 3rd base right now. Again, as Solar, you don't want to expand towards the opponent, so Clem kind of knows that it's going to be going this way, but it's such a long walk for these queens, and oh my goodness, the grenade actually pushing the queen there into the drone.
Nice moves out of Clem.
Oh, he's trying so hard to deny this thing, man. That was actually really good for a moment there, but
even if you don't get the deny, anything you can do to try to slow things down is huge. And by the way, we're
16
talking about the potential
lings.
for early aggression here on Fear and Faith, how it's not a very good map for Zerg if it goes into a mid and late game. 16 more lings in production. There's already a good number of them on the field. This is going to be a huge ling flood in the natural of Clem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Clem
and due to the lack of Hellions, if Clem isn't ready for this can get a lot of economic damage done. Won't surround the Marines, though. They're further back in the main.
But it is already in the natural, so he's not really able to find anything too early.
He wants to go for the dive! The Marines! Oh no! He surrounds! Oh my god!
The SCVs were pulled as well. Is that just going to be the end of the game? Because these Marines are dying
shuts down the Marines.
Quickly.
Oh my god!
For the lings was huge. I think
that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. If Clem was when he was in the main base of the wall, he defends perfectly, but he was caught out in the open. He was caught out. He gets full scout as well.
Units gets added into it, but Solar takes out the entire buildup of Clem plus 9 SCVs, and now it is 36 drones to 20
and a full scout.
Workers. I mean, this is huge for Solar.
Yeah, that is a crazy opener. Clem had no idea that was coming. Thankfully, he was at least bringing the Reaper back. If the Reaper wasn't coming back, there's a great chance that does even more damage, but thankfully he did have that coming back home. So able to stabilize, like you mentioned, but I mean, you're stabilizing with
Who's
26 SCVs. Like, that
Who's stabilizing? What do we?
Bad as the Terran
Clem's
player.
on 28 workers.
Shield finishing, and you have very little Marines. Like, this is when you want.
But yeah, crippling damage. You're winding it back as to what just happened here. Clem, because he was going for no factory, it meant that he was vulnerable to a Ling Flood and Ling Run by. Meanwhile, Clem could have defended, but he got caught down the open, right? It all lined up for Solo. He was able to catch the Marines on the ramp, not when they were further back in the main base with some SimCity. So no SimCity, the Marines got surrounded. That is critical damage. Clem is committed, but now he's committed with half the Marines that he otherwise would have.
You got to trade out as Clem. You cannot retreat all the way away.
Gets a queen.
No medevacs.
That's what he gets.
Engineering bay upgrades. The second sting's going to come in on a couple of these units too, and that's an easy cleanup here for Solar. 20 more links in production. I think the wall in for Clem at the natural expansion will be done. It's only one structure away right now, so he should be fine in that regard. But I mean, Solar just has complete map control. He can really do what he wants. And so he's going to go up into a lair. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 4th hatchery or maybe even a 5th hatchery.
I'll be honest,
down here by Solar
I don't like that Solar's making 20 links. Does he have a Baneling nest?
It's just such a comfortable position.
Do we leave the door open?
I'm surprised he's still making more. Oh my god, he's just going to go for a Ling Bane.
Okay, he does have a Baneling nest. Okay. I was confused if he had a Baneling nest or no, but he's going for the bus. He's just going for the bus. Solar, he's far enough ahead. He just wants to kill. He just wants to end the game.
And he's just taking this opportunity.
He's here to end it.
Killed so many Marines and SCVs in the initial attack. Defended so nicely as well. He's just going to set up another attack, go right on in, bust down the wall.
A very nice target firing.
Marines, trying to get the
Banelings are all going to be focused down.
He can get some Baneling connections, but
he gets everything. But Marines, they still overwhelm.
There's still so many.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's mostly SCVs now versus the Lings here, and the wall is broken in. So more Lings are flooding into the natural expansion. The third command
forcing a cancel.
denied right there. It's canceled by Clem. And it's all hands on deck, just trying to hold on here in the main base. Solar with another push in as they've been able to reset the army of Clem once more. The natural expansion has to lift off. The depots in the main base need to raise for Clem to be able to stabilize here. And although the damage in terms of economy
is to 2 Marines.
Huge, it's only 7 SCVs. The entire infrastructure of the natural is gone. The army of Clem is gone. It is so hard building back up from this position.
Yeah, you called it at the beginning of the game state. Solar needed to use the map to his advantage before it got absolutely ridiculous and has gone full aggression with this. And so he is fine.
I mean, State was saying that Solar should be more defensive, but sure.
60 workers against 40.
With that Solar, he extends his lead here, ensuring that Clem cannot recover. Solar, I would want him to drone more. That's my one criticism here of Solar, is that Solar, his droning has been very lackluster. Otherwise, he could be miles ahead. He is still ahead, though, but he's still, you know, within range here of Clem. As Clem has to rebuild his 3rd base, has to rebuild his E base, rebuild his upgrades. He's stuck with 0-0. Solar getting into 1-1. There is a chance here for Clem to recover, but he has to be hyper efficient, and it looks like he will force a cancel. Oh, he's going to try. Oof.
Regardless of that fact, you still need to try and apply pressure, because otherwise Solar's just going to run away with the game. You know, it's already 64 drones.
It's another timing attack. True.
Clem can do to try and slow the growth of Zerg is necessary. So expect him to be very active with units like Medivacs, but in terms of trying to hit one big timing where he can just level the position of Solar, I don't think that's a reasonable possibility for the next couple of minutes at least. And minutes in StarCraft 2, I mean, we're only 8 minutes in. It feels like eons, right?
Yeah, this is going to be... Oh my god, look at that graph. That is actually ridiculous. That is incredible. Look at that tiny little blip of blue on the right-hand side. That's so funny. But yeah, very bad situation here for Clem in the economy, of course. He's trying to get this 3rd base set up over on the right-hand side, but you can see Solar is still lurking around with this army. He's going to try to make this as difficult as possible. The 4th base getting thrown out immediately by Clem, as he really just needs to try and go all in one way, and that's in the economy at this point, just to see if he can get these out, so that way he can get enough mules, get enough SCVs to try and keep himself alive, but it's going to come at a weakness of his army.
Yeah, and we haven't even really got a good shot of Solar's full army just yet, but I've been watching it move on the minimap, and it is terrifying. Just this amorphous blob.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, once again, Solar, he had a very slow setup into this economy. Like, Solar, he has been not droning, but I don't blame him, because he's ahead, and he's afraid of just being all-in. It makes sense, right? He's afraid of being all-in, so he has just been very slowly droning up, but he's still droning, though. He's getting up to 80 workers. He's slowly reaching peak economy, and then Solar can start focusing on the army, and he's maxed. Solar, he's about to max out. It's going to be a tough hold for Clem at the 3rd.
Solar will have all all the tools, all the upgrades, plus 2 characters, possibly just +1 weapons for Clem. And he's going to try and barrel down.
I'm jumping into the main.
Those Manifex trying to use the tube. That looks so funny. So yeah, those are going to try to distract as much as possible. But I mean, I don't think Solar even really cares because he knows
Solar, he will lose drones.
Just ridiculous in size. He's setting himself up to go
never
for a
mind.
huge move on this third base to prevent Clem from trying to take any of this position. He's really forcing himself into the corner on the right-hand side here to make sure the tanks on the high ground cannot get any damage done, and we'll just ransack this position and force everything away. Clem doesn't even try at that point, and Solar with a really well-designed game number 5 to bring him the series win.
I mean, Fear and Faith, it's a very difficult map for Zerg if it goes to the mid-game or the late game on even footing, just because of the structure of the bases. The base layout, as you said, it's very hard to take any additional quadrants other than the one that you start in because they feel like they're just miles away. And so that's one of the reasons why here in the RSL, we've seen a lot of Zerg players get super aggressive on this map in ZVT and in ZVP because...
I would still say that it depends on spawn locations. If we have diagonal spawns, and we have seen Zerg players embrace a longer later game.
Early on, and the rush distance from natural to natural, it being short can be a bonus for the Zerg if they decide to go for some kind of Ling Flood or a Ling Baneling timing attack. I mean, Solar just played that perfectly. He reset the full army of Clem, who, by the way, was going for a pretty conservative build-up game.
Yeah.
Where you go for just 2 command centers, on a 3 CC opening, 3 barracks early on with a reactor. You try and build, a massive amount of marines up, and then you push with combat shield and stim. The whole basis of the strategy is to try to slowly increment more units out of your production facilities. The fact that that gets reset multiple times over the course of the game, I mean, there is just no shot for Clem, and so now we look at the brackets.
So very quickly here, GG well played. Solar, he will claim the series. Clem was not playing conservative. He was not slowly building up. Remember, Clem was going for a 3x before the third TC. Clem was being hyper aggressive, but he had to wait for his stim timing. So we just so very quickly, I don't know what state was watching, but Clem was being hyper aggressive, going for 3x stim. That's why we were emphasizing how dangerous it was for Solar. What's important is that Solar hit first. Solar, he was able to hit first before the 3x hit. That's why also the third CC was late for Clem. That's why it was cancelled eventually as well, and it was so delayed because it never finished because it was a delayed third TC. So let's not misconstrue what the game was. But regardless, GG well played. With that, the final non-Terran, the final non-Zerg is out. Pure ZVZs. Who is left in the tournament? Serral, Rogue, Shin, and Solar. 4 Zerg players remain. Non-stop ZVZs. That's kind of what we expected here out of this, but we were hoping, or at least I was hoping, that we would see a little bit of diversity. I was hoping we could see maybe herO or Clem claim a series here and experience and be able to represent Protoss or Terran at some point in the top 4. Nah, though. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. So pure ZVZ from here on forward. With that, congratulations to Solar. We're gonna be going on a break. When we come back, we will have the final matchup. It's gonna be a ZVZ between Serral and Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into the final series of the broadcast. This time, though, it's going to be best of 7. Best of 7, a longer matchup, longer series. We're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6, Playoffs Day number 5. We are here with the third and final series of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the previous two best of fives. herO is out, Clem is out, SHIN and Serral are in, and now we have one series left. It is a best of 7. Oh my god. Oh.
November 21st
what?
and 22nd.
Oh.
This has been in the works
London.
Forever. We're going to have more information on
the end of year finals for RSL is going to be in the UK.
Will go on sale.
That's crazy.
Come and see this live in person. We're so pumped. Bloody hell.
Is this an Epic Land? Is this an Epic Land collaboration?
Sturgeon's going to go to his hometown.
You guessed it, guys. It's going to be in Big Ben. All right. They let us take it for the weekend.
Okay. Interesting.
So this is going to be very cool. We're going to be flying out there. Hopefully
Yo, that means Eva's going to be there. Eva. Zane. Raz is going to be there as well. I love Raz. I love Raz and Zane.
Well, we'll probably have some announcements at BlizzCon. Maybe a couple more announcements afterwards. Yeah. But
Figaro.
We're so excited.
Figaro's going to be there.
And this is cool. You know, we started this whole thing. I was saying, what, 7
Gamer Richie? True.
Ago.
Something like that.
We built
all the
studio
UK
that we're
boys.
in now. By the way, we'll be moving for season 7 of next year. So once we're done here, we'll be packing up and expanding our project. But yeah, we ended up putting this whole thing together, organizing the
The
tournament.
most exciting part. Lorimbo might be there as well. True. Este Lorimbo.
But it worked. It actually went really well. We didn't really have any hiccups or snafus.
Yeah.
Now we're going to have the Season 6 finals at BlizzCon, and then we're going to have our big offline finals in London. So
it's crazy, man.
Crazy.
It's I'm going sicko.
I'm crazy now. So, yeah, that is our big announcement. So, yeah, very excited. We've been holding this in.
That's really
Great
cool.
to finally be able to say it.
It's like a fart. A very exciting fart. I've been holding it in for months. Okay?
Lovely state. Sorry, tasteless.
And
Lovely.
the release is emotional. Okay.
But yeah, it's a little bit out of left field. Like when we think of StarCraft, when we think of like big StarCraft countries, we think of the US when it comes to SC for all. We think of Germany for Home Story Cup. We think of Maestros or France for Maestros. We think of the UK for Epic LAN. And the idea of another event happening in the UK alongside Epic LAN, it's going to be really big for the UK fans of StarCraft, of course. And I do look forward to hopefully seeing the UK StarCraft base show up and be there for the offline event. For those who are curious, so basically this is season 3 of RSL. I believe we've already had 3 seasons this year, so it's 3 seasons and then the offline finals. The finals of season 6 this season is at BlizzCon, that is true, but then the end of year finals with all the top players from the entire year of StarCraft that last year happened in Korea, looks like this time won't happen in Korea, will happen in the UK instead, which again is a little bit out of left field. I'm surprised that they picked the UK of all places, but it's really cool that if you're in the UK, now you have more StarCraft than just the Epic LANs. True. More StarCraft. We're getting to our ZVZ. We're getting to Serral versus Rogue. I think Zane knighted Spirit during the T testing at Home Story Cup. Well, there you go. I did not know that. Am I knighted as well? Zane, he did give me some tea. I did receive tea from Zane at I Am Katowice. Let's go.
All right, guys, let's get into it. We've got Rogue here in the bottom
Yeah, he's got some
right,
damn good
Serral
tea.
in the bottom left.
All right, first of many ZVZs to come. We'll see what exactly we've got in store here.
I just wonder what would happen when the players are not able to travel to one of those countries, and they'd forfeit. They'd forfeit their spot, and then it'd go to another player.
Saw a lot of that earlier in the season as well. So, yeah, curious to see what exactly does go down by the end of this next couple seasons.
But here we go. We're getting into the upper bracket finals. ZVZ, Serral versus Rogue. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Oh, hold on. It looks like I need to fix the predictions. I don't think I paid out the first one, which might be the issue.
And I'll tell you what,
Un momento.
one matchup is a lot more important than others.
There we go.
It's kind of a little bit of a
Actually didn't pay out the first series. But there we go. There we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in this ZVZ. Best of luck. Coming into this, Serral is favored. Serral is favored. I do think that Rogue has some decent ZVZ. I would say that Rogue, SHIN, and Solar all have interchangeable ZVZ. They all trade amongst each other. I do think there's a good chance for Rogue to bring down Serral, but Serral is still favored in my mind. He's still favored. If you think about Serral, and if you think about like, oh, isn't his weakest matchup ZVZ? That was true like 2 years ago. That was true back in 2023. But 2024 onwards, Serral, his ZVZ has improved significantly. So in recent years, Serral ZVZ has been insanely good. It's only like 2022, 2023, 2021 era of StarCraft. That was when his ZVZ was clearly his weakest, and that's when he was struggling the most against players like Solar, even against Raynor, against some of these other top Zergs. So his ZVZ has improved over the past 2 years.
It really is a crazy upset. You know, Serral has been on top of the world off and on for a while now. You know, I mean, he's basically been the most dominant player outside of Korea. He's been usurped at times by Clem in that front. Raynor's been a real threat in the past with that, but
did we have to?
Serral
What?
does seem to be most recently kind of untouchable. Now, Rogue he's an interesting player.
Did Tasteless have to add that caveat? Did you hear him? He's like, Serral, he is like the strongest, most dominant player outside of Korea. It's like, what? Even in Korea, what are you talking? What? Because actually, you know, herO, Rogue, Solar, Mario, they're all better. Okay, true.
But maybe not
Kappa.
as versed in all.
Well, it's not tasteless. He's like harnessing his inner Artosis there with that one. Oh my god.
Attuned to like the new meta and you know, especially in the versions of StarCraft we've been playing through. We've been in like a kind of patch heavy.
It's like Tasteless, calm down. Your Artosis is showing.
Right. There's been some pretty dramatic changes. The meta, you know.
Early Baneling Nest here out of Serral, going for the early hidden nest, going for Baneling aggression. Rogue rushing into +1 carapace, but who's going to hit first? It's going to be Serral.
What should and will happen. But why I'm saying all that is because Rogue looks really good. And he's had as wide of a range of playstyles as I've ever seen. So, you know, I think, and that's also very true in ZVZ specifically for Rogue 2 here. So, you know, I think there's a lot of different types of ZVZs we could have with these two, and I'm super excited to see how it goes. I guess the big question is it going to be close, or is it going to be one-sided and Serral wins?
Yeah, exactly. And Rogue is already kind of doing something slightly different from what
Serral.
Serral's been cooking up as well. So Rogue has also gone for a very fast +1 carapace with the Ling speed coming a little bit later. And the third base.
And Serral, the Bane Bus is coming. So very quickly here, Serral is going for a Bane Bus, Rogue is going for +1 carapace, but Serral's upgrades hit first. His aggression hits first. And here come the Banelings, here comes Serral. He's going for the Flood.
He's going to start making a good amount of Lings and Banes himself. He's going to start pressuring this third base over on the right-hand side. See if he could kill that off, force a cancel. That would be really great, and then he could transition into Roach.
It's going to be close when it comes to the upgrades. It's going to be close.
To be able to do this.
So Rogue's going to be on the receiving end of this. The target's going to be the hatchery up here that's still under production. It's probably too far.
Nice target firing. Gets one.
Cancel it, but he still has time to if he's going to go for it now. The Banes are going to come down. The Queen positioning's actually really good.
Good defense here by Rogue. He holds.
Wow. Doing half damage. Or sorry, taking half the health.
Yeah, he does hold on. The Baneling control from Serral was very lackluster. Rogue defends, and Rogue has a lead right now. He's ahead. He has +1 carapace. The Baneling! Oh my god.
Fish out whatever he can. Nice, we'll be able to
nice bait.
Those Zerglings there to kill off that one Baneling. Doesn't lose all of his stuff at once, but yeah, it looks like Rogue is going to be able to sit here pretty nicely. He's getting a lot more units, expecting Serral to continue to be very aggressive. You can see he's also trying to send some stuff out to get some information.
Rogue is going for the counterattack. He's making use of his upgrade. Remember, he has +1 carapace. He can tank a Baneling shot.
Across the map, he's going to find none and realize that
Serral's in trouble.
Up behind this.
Okay, nice surround over here. Kind of a surprise find there with the Queen isolated, but the Banes are going to drive it back.
So he has to be so careful with these Banelings. He'll lose one. There are more Banelings coming in. That's a lot of Banelings here for Rogue.
Over here.
He's coming.
The Banes are going to now move in. Now you can sack 2 Banes onto one of their Banes. Oh my god, he actually doesn't get the second connection. Oh my god, that was crazy.
Nice little split right there.
Nice target firing. Oh my god.
All of these Banelings. One more is there. It will try to get a nice connection, but does
the camera
go off onto the Queen there. So a nice defense here from Serral. Able to defuse this attack from Rogue for now. He's going to have to run back home. Getting a lot of roaches himself, though. He is not going
nice defense. That was a very impressive defense. Bearing in mind that Serral, he was down an upgrade. +1 carapace means that Rogue can tank Baneling shots without dying. So Rogue had a big advantage there. For Serral to survive that was insanely impressive. And now we're getting into Roach v Roach. Serral, he survived the counterattack. And look at the drone count. Serral, he has been droning up heavily. Rogue is all in. Rogue is going for the 2 base all in. And has Serral been too greedy? He droned up to 52 drones. Oh my god. Rogue is coming.
Before Serral can extend the game. I think if Serral can extend the game, he's at 52 workers at 36. So
yeah, now they notice.
The difference is massive. There's going to be a battering ram of Zerg units to come through here and basically shatter the position. Now, if he doesn't break through, I think Serral's fine. Whoa!
That was an insane amount of Banelings.
Crazy.
So many of them getting killed off, and that was a lot of what Serral's
defense does he have enough?
On. He's got a couple spine crawlers being
the spine's not ready.
Well.
One's going to finish the wilds.
Rogue to be able to morph some of those Ravagers into Roaches into Ravagers to try and keep them alive and be able to dish out some more.
Yeah, spine crawls are finishing. Queens are coming in to transfuse, but Lings, they do tank. They tank very well here in Rogue. He's overwhelming. He overwhelms. He breaks through the Queens, takes down the Roaches, and Rogue is doing it.
Start to get overrun.
Yeah, I think Rogue might have done it.
Serral was too greedy. Too much greed.
Position fall. This is kind of painful because it's where all the rallies end up moving through here, so you're not able to really regroup your units and never have enough. You know, Zerg units, especially Lings, are so brittle when they pop out. They can die basically instantly. And now the spine's going to go down. So I think that Rogue's actually done it. I don't know that Serral can actually stay in this game.
Yeah,
That's
GG.
GG. Rogue takes game number 1.
Nice. Very cool play there from Rogue.
GG well played. Really impressive defense there by Serral initially against the +1 Carapace Link Bane aggression. I was very impressed. But what happened right after that defense, Serral droned. He droned up to 52 against 36 workers. Almost 20 extra drones. That is crazy. So Serral over-droned. Rogue was never making any workers. He was never droning up. He just went for the all-in, went for roach production. Once Serral realized what was going on, it was too late. Why was it too late? Rorschach. Rorschach is the smallest map of the map pool, the shortest rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored on Rorschach, and with that, Rogue he commits to the all-in, overwhelms, and catches Serral with his pants down. The pants were down. They were down because he was droning. GG. GG well played. With that, Rogue does take a lead in the series. And again, Serral needs to calm down. Serral, like, again, he had really impressive control, really impressive micro, even at an upgrade deficit. But we got to respect the fact that Rogue is going to commit to aggression and all-ins. Rogue rarely drones, he rarely saturates. And if Serral's too greedy, Rogue will punish. I mean, that's ZVZ in a nutshell, to be fair.
Rogue's favor. I think that's exactly what he was looking for. So a nice little quick win there from Rogue in game number 1, where it looked like for a second maybe it was going to be a good defense from Serral, but yeah, no, he comes away on top with one of his other creative little builds.
Yeah. Okay, well, Rogue's got that 1-0 lead. This is a best of 7.
Creative. I mean, it was Link Bane aggression into a roach all-in. Like, it was a relative. Like, it's. Don't want to say standard. It's common.
Let's
It's common.
take a look and let's go into game 2.
Let's go. Joel, map intro. Let's go. Fear and Faith. We're in the concrete jungle. If you know the reference, you know. Not the best movie of the franchise, but you know what? Has its moments. It's hard to live up to the first one. It is.
Don't move to downtown. Looks grim. Looks grim on this map in downtown. All right, guys, we are in map number 2, and I'm very pleasantly surprised that Rogue took a game.
Yeah,
that's pretty hype. That's pretty crazy.
So,
let's not forget.
What?
So what? It's been.
It's ZVZ, Pappy. Hyper aggression.
6 years since we've had StarCraft 2 at BlizzCon. Is that right? It was right before the pandemic.
7.
Yeah, like 2019.
2019
into 2020. I think
was
it was
7
the
years.
last
the
one.
last year of BlizzCon.
I think it was, because then it changed into the IM Katowice as the World Championship.
That's right.
And then and then it just
That's
didn't
right.
go
Changed to
back.
the
I know, it's
EPT?
like, yeah, I don't know if we're ever gonna, have BlizzCon again. It's kind of weird because I was so used to going every year.
Yeah.
I've been going to BlizzCons or like working at them since I was like 20 or something like that. And then I went, oh, I guess that's gone, right? And I'm sure for a lot of these pros who competed there, it's the same thing, right?
Kind
of.
But
the last couple of BlizzCons that we had, a couple of those are won by Rogue. That was really where I think Artosis would make his thesis, right? Was Rogue the GOAT? I think for a period of time he was one of the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was the most dominant player.
Bringing up Artosis. I think it's important to remind everyone, of course, if you remember, when EPT, when ESL took the reins and the ESL Pro Tour began in 2020, the plan was for BlizzCon to continue. What was for StarCraft to be at BlizzCon in 2020 onwards. Like, that was the plan, just not the big end-of-year finals, but more of like a show match event, kind of like what we're actually getting finally now. But if you remember, the reason why it was cancelled and never came to fruition is because of COVID, the lockdowns. The lockdowns happened, so BlizzCon was cancelled, and BlizzCon was absent for a good amount of years as a result of that as well, where there just was no BlizzCon. But originally, in the original announcement and the original kind of plan for StarCraft and for EPT was for StarCraft to be at BlizzCon. That was the original plan. It's just then COVID, lockdowns, BlizzCon was cancelled, and it was gone for a long time. I think BlizzCon recently came back, like 1 or 2 years ago, right? Recently came back.
Standard openers from both of them, just being as greedy as possible without being absolutely ridiculous, not going for anything super insanely greedy, but yeah, they're going to be setting themselves up.
Artosis is catching strays. I mean, it's tasteless. I mean, they're like best friends. They're going to bring each other up. It's fine.
Just yet. It looks like he actually might be doing that just about now. Yeah, so we'll be just getting the Baneling slightly earlier than the third, but yeah, nothing too insane.
Catching strays? They're aiming at him, Pappy.
Yeah, you can have a Baneling's nest made, but if you don't know if it's going to be aggro or not, you have to see how many lings are actually made, because a Baneling's nest can just be a measure to like ensure that you can actually parry their Banes with yours. So we'll see. We'll wait to see if there is going to be an ling explosion on one side or both.
It's not good lie telling stories about distant past of times before COVID. Unironically, like pre-COVID feels like a different lifetime, which is unfortunate. It's sad because it's just so the environment was so different, so different. Feels bad, man. But regardless, we're going to be opening up. We have our initial hash gas pool, relatively standard openers. We're setting up on 2 bases, claiming a third into Ling Bane. No major signs yet, except Rogue is once again going for an Evo chamber. Not as fast as last game, but he's going for his chamber. We're expecting +1 carapace again. Eyes are on Rogue.
I was like, that's weird. That seems like a bad business move to have a place to buy skis out here. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Faster layer.
Buy them and then go to a mountain and ski. But, you know,
Wouldn't it be make more sense to have that be next to the mountain? Instead
it's a bad business decision to on this map open up a surf shop. Surfboard shop.
Light archery targets don't catch strays, Pappy. Yeah, that is what I was saying. No.
It did really well for the first time.
You say it's catching strays. They're locked in, Pappy. They're locked in on it, mate.
Get that
armor. No.
Well, make sure your units absorb a little bit more damage.
They're landing their shots.
Did you? Nerd.
Well, now you know. Serral's also getting his own Evo chamber, but no matter what, you can't catch up, right?
He's not going to have that armor upgrade nearly as fast as Rogue.
Can't chrono boost that.
No. It's very sad. But yeah, we'll see how aggressive Rogue wants to be with this. If he realizes that Serral is maybe going to be behind on the upgrades, might try to find a timing window in that regard. Of course, we'll be going for the missile attacks from Serral.
I think what's important here. Oh, I was going to say that with +1 carapace on the way, there's going to be a strong timing that we're expecting him to hit, but no, Rogue is going for the hidden spire instead. Head of Bermudas.
So let's see. I mean, does he? Well, he's still droning up. There's 8 roaches coming out here.
Yeah.
For the missile attack upgrade here for Serral.
Serral has yet to confirm.
I mean, eventually Rogue does have to make attacking units. That armor upgrade won't save him from that.
My 3 Zerglings are taking slightly less damage.
Well, my drones are dying a little bit slower, but still dying. Okay, so he's going to start his own. Now, Rogue is going to be, I mean, just slightly ahead in workers. But, yeah, I mean, as long as you can match him on roaches, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, the upgrade should kind of cancel each other out. Essentially, but
how does he know?
Actually getting thrown down.
I need to know what Serral scouted. So Serral, what I was gonna say is that unless Serral goes for like a strong timing or goes for an all-in, then Rogue is gonna snowball out of control. But Serral gets a Nidus. He is going for an all-in. He's gonna punish, or the goal here is to punish the mutas. Este Serral. Did he scout the main? Like, I don't think we've seen Serral's vision. Did he scout the main base? Did he scout the spire? Did he see the gases?
Bane's also very well covered.
Yeah, interesting.
Regardless, the pressure's on, right? The pressure's on Serral. He has to do critical damage soon. He has to break one of the bases or a straight up kill. This is it.
If you hit against
Serral, he also got workers early. It's Serral's turn to go all in. Serral, he got workers at 55. He's down 11 drones. Here he comes to reinforce. Let's go.
There's nothing you can do to fight him, right? It kind of makes it so you can't really defend.
Yeah.
Send that back.
The mutas are already out, and the Nidus Swarm is instantly detected. We're gonna just focus
they're gonna focus it down.
Rogue. Nothing gonna spawn out just yet, but there's still so many roaches on the ground. He's gonna have to actually respond to these soon enough because there's
keep going.
Just mutas.
He's getting up the ramp.
Zerglings and roaches on the ground, but that's not gonna be able to deal with 38 roaches from Serral.
Yeah, Serral is just going to rip through this position. There's 10 workers killed already. And, the mutas, they don't kill roaches that fast.
Not as fast.
Okay, he's going to have another Nidus here.
Nidus is denied.
My God, never mind.
It doesn't matter. Serral, he still overwhelms. He's still in the main base. More drones going to be going down, and Rogue is being torn apart, losing so much. And behind this, Serral should be transitioning into Hydras, into some anti-air. Queen production's begun.
I think it's going to stay alive for now as another Nidus does get killed off. So Rogue is going to be able to continually deny this.
Yeah, really nice to know the Nidus runs, by the way. Very nice.
more than I expected him to have at this point. I thought with so many drone deaths, he was going to be actually even lower. So perhaps he has a pretty decent opportunity to run across the map with this high Muta count.
Yeah, I agree with that statement here where Serral did a lot of damage. He needed to do more, though. Unfortunately for Serral, Rogue had a bunch of workers hidden at the 4th base. The 4th base is up and running.
I think this game may just kind of...
Yeah, the queens are going down. He gets 1, 2, 3.
The mutas are actually
Rogue does it.
Count that those queens altogether actually...
Again, Serral, he was all in. He did not do enough damage.
Like 1 or 2 spore crawlers on the map as well. So Rogue could have gone a little bit more ham with that if he wanted to, but needs to respect the roaches that are running across as well. Serral rightfully going to be sending those across to distract and try to pull those mutas away. A couple of Lings going to try to find their way into the main base, but get killed off very easily. And so these roaches on the bottom are now the next target. Will at least relieve the pressure from Serral.
Okay, so it's going to be the Hydra tech. Now, I'm not sure how quickly Rogue can recover from this. The Hydras are much better than the
Rogue has a strong economy. Rogue is on a 3-base economy. He's on 6 or 7 workers. Rogue has already recovered, and Rogue gains map control. Serral's in trouble. He has to turtle. It doesn't feel good. Serral just has to turtle up spores, fungal growths.
Overall, going for the Hydra infestor.
This is a very rough position for Serral to be in.
Then the Hydras can rip them to shreds. So it's a really nice combo. The problem is, of course, is getting the fungals down. It's very difficult to actually lock the mutas in place with that. And you can see Rogue is going to try to make as much damage as possible with these mutas going back and forth. He's set up very nicely behind it. He's already got 74 drones. He's really re-droned very nicely. So if he can just get some extra drone damage, if he can kill off some of these units here and there, I think he's going to be feeling pretty good. But there's always that potential for the burst damage from the Hydra Infestor.
Yeah. So right now, Serral, again, he's been on 3 bases, right? So he's actually down a little bit as far as overall income. I mean, Rogue's up to 76 workers. I think if the 2 armies were forced to fight each other, Serral would win. So basically, Rogue has to rely on creating threats.
Kind of.
Counterattack.
Like, he's talking about how Serral's army is better. He doesn't really have many Hydras. It's only 12. In a head-on fight, that is not enough anti-air here. And bearing in mind that Rogue is getting a supportive ground army with roaches.
But yeah, anything you can kill, right? Because if you're just on more bases in a mirror matchup, obviously that's going to go better for you. So he's going to sit back. The tech is going to be key here for Serral. Serral basically needs to try to come out and take an engagement with a unit comp that's going to counter what Rogue has before Rogue can basically cross that finish line and be in a position economically where he's not touchable.
Yeah. Cute little move that Serral's doing there in the natural as well. He's sitting all of his overlords on top of the natural, so that the mineral line, so that way it's really hard to actually see what is there defensively. How many spore crawlers are there? Is there infestors sitting down there as well? So it's a nice little tactic that Serral's utilizing to help alleviate some pressure against the big Mutaflock. So that's a nice little thing there.
Serral, he is slowly building up with Hive tech. Hive is almost done. That's going to be for Viper production. Parasite bombs completely shut down mutas, by the way. We need those power bombs. The Banelings.
Getting a nice fungal and then walking into the Banelings and then dying.
Losing one.
That looks so weird. Like, like had a moment where it was actually going to stay alive and then one more little Baneling does get the final kill. So that's a bit unfortunate. But anyways, still not any economic damage getting done. So Serral is still hunkering down very nicely, just trying to max out to an insane army, and Rogue's trying to break that open.
Okay, the mutas are going to come in again. Remember, I mean, Serral, he needs to eventually get across the map. Oh my god, these Banes are great. Were those Hydras that were hit?
I think those are all just roaches.
Okay, those are roaches. I was going to say, if he could take out Hydras, that's definitely going to be better, right? The Hydras are really the thing you want the Banes to connect onto.
Yeah. I mean, this is literally just like a waiting game at this point. Like, Serral is literally just trying to get the perfect army to eventually just walk across the
like, these years that Serral, he's successfully getting lurkers. Vipers are now out as well.
They sit on a few drones.
The way this works here is that ideally we fungal the Ling Bane, we fungal the mutas, we power bomb the mutas as well.
I mean, these Banelings just kind of keep getting killed off.
Banes, they try to get in.
The roaches, they're not able to get these crazy connections into the mineral lines. Great split from Serral.
Oh my god, the splits are crazy.
They don't do anything at all. This is
that's insane.
Again, really nice. And now he's got a Nidus Worm popping up down here. He's going to be able to do some harassment of his own. If he chooses to.
Yeah, we'll see if he actually sends anything over there right now. This is so funny. Okay, so he's going to have the roaches come out. He might get a kill on that hatch before it can be canceled.
That was going to kill.
See, it's a pretty modest amount that he sent out. I think he's also afraid of a full-on counterattack.
Yeah.
Base. I mean,
Rogue is really suiciding so many Banelings.
I've seen so many Banes hit Roaches.
How many Banelings have died this game? I feel like it's already
So
insane.
gonna show
81.
This may be some kind of like interesting take on the math here, where you just know you have so many bases. It's like just spend all your gas on Banes and keep.
The issue here is that Serral, he wants to lose his Roaches, and he's trading very efficiently. As he bleeds out Roaches, more Lurker tech. And Lurkers are going to be better against the oncoming Ultras. We're still going to need a very high Lurker count, though, I will say that. Need a lot of Lurkers to deal with Ultras.
Going into a massive Ultra switch behind this as well. So he's going to be going for Ultraless on the ground with Lings, and then the massive Mutaflux that he's got in the air. It's going to be a really unique-looking unit comp coming out of Rogue.
It's a very standard comp.
Okay, he's gonna try to snipe
going mass muta means you go into Ultras.
He could. Okay, he decides to not reverse that.
But again, that's why we need Lurkers, and that's why Serral's making them, because he's expecting the Ultras, right?
So this is getting pretty interesting.
That's the expectation.
Maybe playing a near perfect game.
Yeah.
Like he's basically kept Serral oppressed. He's taken literally half.
I don't think the Lurker count is high enough yet.
That's actually insane how many
It's not
bases
there.
that he has right now. The Overseer is still alive, so he's going to be able to throw down another Nidus Worm, and that could potentially do some good damage with the counterattacks on the Roaches. But it's just canceling one of like 50 bases that Rogue has, so it's not even like it's going to be doing an insane amount of damage. It's not going to cripple Rogue in any way. He's sitting on 84 drones with so much space to send them to. He's going for a Nidus Worm himself,
a nice
so
counterattack.
he's going to be able to do some of his own counter harassment.
I don't think Serral has actually scouted the amount of... Oh, never mind. He just sees the Ultras. He knows.
It's a
4 more Lurkers.
Stalemate. They don't really feel comfortable going for any huge aggression just now.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting... Oh, hold on a sec. There's a Nidus popping up in this space.
Yeah. Ooh.
Get spotted.
He saw it.
Go.
Oh, he's got burrowed Zerglings. That's so cute. Unfortunately, some Overseers are here, so those will get killed off as well. But a nice little move from Rogue to try and get some extra vision for another Nidus Worm. But again, another failed Nidus Worm. Both these plays, I'm watching, like, this is Cold War era, like, politics I'm looking at. Like, this is insane.
They say fail. I mean, Serral's Nidus play has been solid. He's been killing bases. He's been killing expansions, disrupting Rogue, scouting across the map.
Somehow you don't get vision of that.
Rogue has had a harder time defending. Ooh, another Nidus into the main, though.
Put more Niduses. This is mutually assured Niduses. Like, this is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and then it just ultimately turns into a game of Battleship. It's like, okay, well, I know he's got something somewhere on the map. Which square is it on?
Ultras are moving
so
in.
He's got Ultras.
We have detection.
Now,
The Lurkers are exposed. Oh my god, two Ultras go down.
He should have enough to get through there.
Jesus.
He took so much damage on those Ultras.
Dude, it's like a tower defense game. He was using all those Evo chambers to filter the Ultras into the Lurkers. That was actually crazy.
I once saw this movie with Steven Seagal where he like shot a gun and killed 3 guys with 1 bullet, and that was basically what happened to those Ultras.
And he was doing so sitting down with a limp-wristed finger.
Yes. So I mean that was wild. I don't want to be. You know, it's funny because Rogue's in this position where it's like hard to be inefficient in fights. It's like, well, you have like more than double the income.
Yeah.
But he did do that. He did run those Ultras in there. They're both maxed out. Rogue is going to start to just get heaps of income. This is going to add up. You know, a lot of games with Zerg in non-mirror matchups, you win because you get a lot of larvae, you get a lot of money, you throw everything at them, you see what composition their army has, and then you switch into that.
Oh.
But I never really cast ZVZs where that's also the case.
Yeah. It's very rare that it happens in this matchup, it feels like. And if
Ooh, the Ultras, they bypass the Lurkers. Serral, he's out of position.
Into the main base.
Very nice Nidus.
To kill off some of the infrastructure. This is the first main engagement I feel like we've seen in this game. We'll just be able to back away with some of them. A few of them will
doesn't get much there.
try and deal as much damage as possible. And then the mutas come over into the side base, get on top of some of the Lurkers.
Serral's getting torn apart. Getting 1, 2, 3 Lurkers.
We'll lose some of the mutas as well, but again, it's not game-ending damage. It's not some crazy swing out of Rogue. It's just trying to pick little pieces apart. How does this game end?
Rogue is now taking the bottom right. So this is a ZVZ in StarCraft 2.
We need to emphasize something here that what Rogue is doing, he's getting further and further ahead. Why is this happening? Rogue has the map. Rogue, he's taking another corner, and now he's working towards another corner of the map as well. Serral is stuck on 4 bases, and Serral cannot get a 5th. He cannot get a 5th base, so this is getting a little bit dangerous here. Serral does have a bit of a bank to work with, but again, he can't afford these losses. He needs to take care of these units, especially Lurkers, especially Spellcasters. Now the Nidus.
I don't think Serral can win, right? There's no way.
I don't know what the win condition for either player is, I feel like.
Well, here's Rogue's is he has to take every other base on the map, okay?
So when it comes to the win condition, Rogue is mass expanding. He has a bigger bank. The reality is that Serral has the better army. If controlled correctly, Serral will win the fight. How? As we mentioned, Parabombs, Fungals, like Parabomb Fungal will completely delete this Muta army. Like the Mutas, they're just gonna melt. The Ultras, depending on the Lurker engaged, depending on Lurker positioning, Lurkers can also overwhelm Ultras as well. So a lot of it comes down to the engagement, a lot of it comes down to the fight. But it is important to just bear in mind that Serral's army is currently superior. It's just Rogue has the bigger economy and the bigger bank. So technically, Rogue can lose an army and then rebuild, right? He can rebuild the army and do it again.
He's not actually using these bases for minerals at this
There's
point.
no way to have like every single base here and have the workers mining for it. So you're basically.
Serral's moving out.
You're just getting whatever resource you can, and the easiest way to do that with
Serral has to be so careful here.
These are like summer houses.
He's trying to expand.
Vacation homes.
Ultras are coming.
So Serral does do his first push. Now the thing about having this many bases,
Like Serral's very spread thin here.
You can drop a base and nothing changes as long as the drone's got
Yeah, the Ultras are coming in. Serral's out of position.
So
No,
like, okay,
he's getting caught. Oh my god. He gets out.
That was wow.
Intimidation burrow.
I mean, that was Rogue's moment, by the way. I don't know why he didn't dive in, but
From the hot spader.
Serral gets away.
Jump on top of them. That was interesting.
So I guess one way to look at this is Serral needs to eventually get another base. He will run out of money.
Hey, they got there.
First.
They got there.
I mean, Serral's gas income has also been extremely low for quite a while.
Oh.
He's only been getting like 500
Gets
gas
into the
per
main.
minute right now.
He can go for the
He's only
hive.
been on these 4 bases. He can't actually
Oh,
get anything
Jesus.
else.
The Lurkers as well, they're in position. The Lurkers, the Ultras can't touch this.
Oh my God.
No shot. This is it.
He's gonna, he can use the
Rogue can't get
Vipers as
in.
well to throw out some blinding clouds against
He's
some
gonna
of
lose the
air
hive,
units.
the spawning pool, the Ultra Cavern.
He cannot get up this ramp
Yeah,
whatsoever.
he can't move in.
Oh my God! The
blinding
Lurkers on
clouds.
the ramp as well is going to make it so impossible.
Oh my
The
God,
Mutas
never
are trying to
mind.
do whatever they can as the blinding clouds get thrown
That's
down.
not enough.
This is so
That's not
ridiculous,
enough.
and
The
clumping on
Parabomb
the Mutas as well, they're
combo.
evaporating.
Oh my God.
I can't. That was such a crazy recovery. I mean, first of all,
Yeah, insane fight. Every Muta goes down. I will say the Ultras did survive. Lurkers did escape. Serral got the hell out of there. How many Lurkers did he lose? 9. 9 Lurkers went down.
Is there some way that Serral can kind of find a way to thread that needle, a way to get out on the other side of this?
Oh, I mean, he's got a pretty good army supply, and he killed off all of the Mutas.
Yeah.
It's basically just going to be... Oh,
22
wow, never
Mutas?
mind, 22 of them just got made in the production tab. So Rogue still has that Spire on the map.
So this is where, again, the bank of Rogue is solid. It's still there. He just remaxed. He still has a 2k gas bank. So Rogue can, even though he took a bad fight, he can rebuild. And he's doing so. Serral getting a 5th base.
To be able to deal with the ground army, but there's going to be so many Mutas coming on in. Yeah, can Serral actually navigate 22 more Mutas?
Well, what we just saw from Serral, he has to do that again. If he can once again just evaporate the Muta cloud, just has to do it again.
Just to relocate some of the army here, like you have to go and kill them.
Yeah.
Right. Now, this is the only base, the one that's being attacked by Lings. This is the only base. Oh, that Serral can.
Oh no! Where are the Fungals?
Oh my God! The Mutas.
Where are the infestors?
Army as well.
Oh, it lands one Parabomb. That's not enough.
One of the blinding clouds.
Where are the Fungals, Pappy? There's no infestor. Oh, good.
From Rogue, and he's going to be able to just dive bomb absolutely everything. There's very few anti-air units on the map. In fact, I think there's only the Queens right now. There's one infestor as well that is just left in the
only
middle
one
of the
infestor.
map. So the Mutas are doing so much damage.
I think it's almost over.
Yeah.
I mean,
At this point, there's no answer. There's no answer to the Mutas. It looks like Serral, he was not expecting a Muta rematch. A remax. He was not expecting it.
By the way, it's 8.7k to
What did we say last time? Serral, he gets caught with his pants down, Pappy. No anti-air. No answers to the Mutas. Didn't remake the infestors or the Vipers.
All these bases on the exterior as well. The Mutas just cannot be killed. There's so few anti-air. The majority of Serral's anti-air is spore crawlers. And you do not want to be relying on that as your way to kill off the entirety of the other player's army.
And again, Serral had a really good fight. It's just that he assumed that there was going to be a remax on Ultras, not on Mutas.
And in some ways,
So Serral, he just unfortunately misassumed. He misjudged the gamba. It was a gamba.
But you know, you're seeing now the resources. It's long distance mining.
And there's also a really good example of a game. We bring this up all the time. I don't think we get to really explain it or really showcase it too much, but this also shows just how difficult it is to be the Hydra Lurker Viper player. It is. No one likes it. No one likes playing Hydra Lurker Viper, but it's what you have to do when your opponent goes mutas. GG gets called, and rogue, he does take a 2-0 lead in the series. But again, it was so difficult for Serral to get a 5th base. He just could not expand, could not get a 5th expansion up and running. He eventually was starved out, and it is so annoying being stuck with Hydra Lurker Viper against muta play. Against Serral, he had the better fights, but again, he just ran out of steam. GG. GG.
That's our doses right now.
Oh my God.
Rogue is 2-0.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's crazy. I mean, I knew it was possible, but I certainly expected. I don't know. I think everybody kind of thought Serral should be taking this, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
they have been kind of trading series recently in this. Ever since RSL kind of came back, they hadn't played until this year actually, and they have been trading series a bit. So Rogue definitely has been able to beat Serral before, and is showing again why today he's able to put up with him. So yeah, it's a great showing for him so far. Serral needs to lock on in for the rest of the series.
Do us a favor, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the video, or you're watching live on YouTube too.
Right. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the series. Best of 7. Yeah, remember, it's a best of 7. Best of 7. By no means is this series over. Rogue, he has been able to come out twice now. A lot of this comes down to the aggression. So winding it back, it happened like 20 minutes ago. But remember, Serral went for the all-in. He went for the all-in, and the all-in failed. Remember that Rogue had a 4th base, and I made a mental note of it at the time, and I do want to bring it up here. The MVP of this game was Rogue killing the Nidus Worms. Do you remember the all-in, the Nidus all-in, where Rogue, he didn't let it finish. He killed and denied 3 different Nidus Worms. Time and time again, Serral, who was trying to get his Nidus Worms up and running to reinforce his all-in, and he couldn't. He just couldn't. They just kept being focused down. And because of that, Rogue survived the all-in. He survived with a decent economy, with 4 hatcheries, and he got into his muta play, he got away with it, and in the end, Serral, he was outscaled. He was stuck in the corner of the map, stuck on 4 bases. He did build up a superior army, but he could only fight for so long before running out of steam. GG. GG, well played. We're going to be going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have game 3. See you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the RSL Season 6, the Rival StarCraft League playoffs at Day number 5 co-stream. We're here in the final series of the broadcast. We are mid-series in our ZVZ, Serral versus Rogue. And in this matchup, Rogue is up 2-0. Rogue is up 2-0. You might be thinking like, whoa, what's going on? Like, Rogue, best ZVZ in the world? Well, if you've been watching the games, because yo, the chat can be so fickle. As soon as one player starts losing, they're like, yo, it's over. It's a best of 7, guys. What the hell? I've never seen it back and forth. I think what's important, of course, is context of the games themselves. Game 1, Rogue went for an all-in, Serral overdroned. Straight up. He just overdroned, got caught with his pants down. All-in succeeded for Rogue. Game 2, Serral went for the all-in, but Rogue, he kept sniping the Nidus Worms. So Serral couldn't reinforce, and Serral's all-in failed. So far, a lot of that led into the game itself. Lasted longer than that, but the reason why Serral was forced to be defensive and forced to be contained and forced to turtle up is because of the failed all-in. So far, it's been all about all-ins. Game 1 was Rogue, Game 2 was Serral, Game 3, do we go for another all-in? Do we get into a different kind of dynamic? We're here to find out as we're loading into game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. As we load into at Attorney's Edge. We be watching Nova. Watching Nova.
All right, shout out to Press One. We are here on At Eternity's Edge, and we find ourselves with Serral down 2-0 in a series. Rogue leading right now. How often do you say that? Not very, but that is the world we are living in right now. The GOAT looks like he's waking up here. He's got to, hit his stride as this series. Didn't
you know formally lasts the duration of a game? The world changes in the space of a game. True. There's a lot of I'm not going to call anyone out, but there's a lot of casters like that as well, where as soon as like a series starts going one way, like they turn so quick. Like they, or even another example of that. And again, as we're rushing to the goal, by the way, Rogue is being crazy. I mean, along those lines as well, we spoke about that last RSL actually, where sometimes a player does something well but loses and they say that it must have been a bad play, even though that's not the case at all. Or someone does something badly but they win, and they say that they did amazingly, when it's, again, not necessarily the case. But yeah, whatever. Goal base first. Let's go.
Some players do well at some tournaments and not as well at
We're rushing into the gold. Serral, we'll see if he can punish. We'll see if he does recognize the greed of Rogue.
That's true, yeah.
Now, something that I should mention as well, as Rogue is going double hatch before gas before pool. This is the greediest build you can go for. Rogue is being hyper greedy, and if Serral doesn't punish Rogue, he will snowball out of control. He'll win this game. Now, something that I should emphasize here, and something that's really important about this series so far, is that Serral all in game 2. It's important to bear this in mind because Serral, he did have a reputation for years that he was known for being a hyper, reactive and macro player. That has not been the case for the past 2 years. For the past 2 years, Serral has been aggressive as well, and he's already showcased that he's willing to all in. I bring this up just because he needs to punish. He needs to be aggressive. First things first, though, he has to recognize what the hell is going on, and the fact that Rogue is cutting corners and rushing into the goal. So far, this Overlord scout is not enough to confirm that. The Overlord does see the hatcheries late, but in Serral's mind, based on what he's seen, he might believe this is pool first.
Was it Scarlet maybe? I think we saw the gold base on this map as well.
Scarlet did go for a similar build where she took the gold base relatively quickly here on Eternity's Edge.
Yeah, so it's not the first time we've seen this, but it looked very strong in that series. Lambo did win in the end. But
so far, Serral, he doesn't know. He has no idea.
If there's one thing we can look at Serral and say it's his strong point, it's scouting and figuring out what his opponent is doing. So I do think he'll figure it out relatively quickly. He's actually going for the Baneling nest here whilst on 2 bases.
Okay.
And this could still just be a safety move for
Serral.
It's probably got to be a little bit confusing, seeing the hatch timing and then no Zerglings at all.
He's like, oh, maybe he's playing safe. No. This Baneling timing is hyper-aggressive. So Serral's going to be hyper-aggressive. He's going to go into Ling Bane aggression. We saw this in game 1, if you remember. Serral, he was being aggressive with Ling Bane. He will get a full scout. He will confirm the gas mining. He'll confirm Link speed that's on the way. He'll confirm no Baneliness either. And Serral is going for a Ling Flood. He hasn't confirmed the gold, but is he going to check? He's checking the 3rd base. He knows something's wrong. He knows. Something is wrong.
I think he already knows.
He does.
He knows, all right. He's heading straight there, and the one advantage he
confirms,
is his link speed is much quicker,
and Serral is set up to punish.
Much quicker than Rogues. Now he gets that confirmation. Sees
again, Serral has faster link speed, faster Banelings. Here comes the Banelings, and here comes the punish. Serral is all in.
here comes the first round of Lings.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of SimCity. The Bailing Nest is being made here at the third base at the gold. Clean position in between.
The Bailing Nest is at the gold? That's crazy.
Body block a little bit. That's going to buy Rogue some time. Bailing Nest is done now, but does Rogue have the time to make the Bailings?
They're rolling in.
Can this Spinecrawler get up? The Bane's actually going to go full
drones. Oh my god.
Huge hit. 6 workers go down already. These Banes on move command, not going to commit to explode just yet. Will he use them on the spine or not? Just zone in as many Lings as possible.
Massive alien connections.
Of those Lings. Good trade so far for Serral.
It's still 27 drones to 26 drones right now. If RSL can hold on, there is a
nice one.
to victory for him.
Does he die the other? No, he doesn't.
Right
Yeah, it doesn't. One Bailing does finish.
Here for Rogue. Serral going to be able to defuse that Bailing right now with
Gets
just
shut down.
Lings going down. No drones are mining from this hatchery.
Serral, he's up a Bailing. He has one Bailing on the way.
And, I mean, if Serral takes his foot off the gas and stops the pressure, Rogue might start to mine from this again. So I think he wants to keep the aggression going here. Lings are hitting the hatchery.
Oh my god.
Nice connection there. One more Bane comes over. Serral going to set that off with 4 Lings. It's not cheap. And this is starting to get real scrappy.
Oh god, Verk, he's taking all the Bailings to the face. That's the 3rd Bailing he's taken. Another Bailing.
Another big shot right there. And the Bailing Nest. It was built here.
He takes it to the face. He kills the Bailing Nest. Oh my god.
The Ling with the last hit is going to take down the Bailing Nest. No more Bailings can be morphed here for Rogue. He needs to rebuild the Bailing Nest.
Wasteful.
It starts now, but it's a long ways away from allowing Rogue to build more Bailings. That means that
Serral, he stepped up towards the end there, wasting Bailings on Broodlings, but GG gets called, and Serral fights back.
Serral knew without that Bailing Nest, there's no way for Rogue to make Bailings, obviously. Can't hold that base. That's kind of it's a double-edged sword making the Bane Nest at the gold base. Because it gives you a really good SimCity to hide your Queen and the Spinecrawler, make a good kind of setup. But also, it's very in the open, and if you lose it, the game can just end. And that's the kind of risk-reward that Rogue went for. Cool strategy, but Serral sniffs it out.
It reminds me of Scarlet versus Lambo, where Scarlet went for the hidden gold base as well, and Lambo also sniffed that out very quickly. The problem with this is just Lambo and Serral, they're too smart.
They're too smart, man.
I mean, especially the one-ling scout getting in there for Serral.
That's the important
everything
part.
Together instantly. You see all the drones in the natural, you see all the drones in the main base, you add that up, it's like, wait, okay, you have less drones than me, and your hatchery is later, and you'll have Lings.
So where's your money
gas
gone?
is later. Where is the money? You weren't.
He got there at the end. So what happened here is that initially Serral, he was being faked out, believing it was going to be pool first and maybe an earlier gas. But because of Serral's scout, he saw that link speed is on the way, which doesn't make sense with a pool first. He was able to count the gases because you can click on the gas geyser and see how much is in mind. Then he realized something was wrong. Then he realized that the math doesn't add up when it comes to the gas income, when it comes to link speed, which determines the third base, which is why I check for the third location, then check the goal base. Let's go. We're going to be loading into Void Storm. I will say that came down to Rogue not denying the scout. It was crucial there that Rogue denied the link scout, failed to do so. GG. And not just that though, to be fair, Serral, he was already going for the early Bane Nest to be able to punish potentially, and he did.
Welcome everyone to Void Storm here in map number 4. Rogue still leading this best of 7 series 2-1. He is spawning down here in the bottom right is the red Zerg. Serral, the blue Zerg in the top left.
Yeah, Rogue going for quite a risky play in game number 3. I like it though. You're 2 up. You take a chance. You know, if it works out, great. You're up 3-0. If it doesn't work out, okay, you still have games to play with. You can play more standard in your remaining games. But yeah, Serral, very good scouting and deduction on what Rogue was up to.
We're going to welcome us to Void Storm.
A proper Sherlock Holmes there, Serral. And honestly, it's not like the game is over the moment that he spots the gold either. You still have the Ling-Baneling war. And if a couple of Baneling connections go Rogue's way, I mean, as we saw there at the very end, it was still, what, 26 drones for Serral to 27 for Rogue or vice versa. It's a very even game economically. If you're just able to hold on to that gold base, I guarantee you if Rogue was going to stabilize down there in the bottom left, defending the gold, he would not.
Oh my god.
Wow.
So what Stay just stumbled upon, I think I would agree with, in the sense that if you remember, Rogue took like 5 Banelings to the face, like 5 brutal Baneling connections. So Serral, he was just out controlling Rogue when it came to the Ling Bane Wars. Meanwhile, what I was gonna say, remember if you recall, I was like, we're gonna introduce the map. Welcome to Void Storm. Void Storm is a very small map. Very small map, hyper aggressive map as well. Rogue is pulling a bit of an Eric. Rogue is going for a macro hatchery inside of the main. This means that Rogue is going to have an excess of Lings, excess of larva. He's setting up for a Ling flood. It's going to be a Ling flood out of Rogue.
to be a third hatchery somewhere on the map, and Mapura Observer
if you remember, Eric Ender is the other player that comes to mind, the Filipino Zerg player. They would both incorporate these kind of builds.
Expecting it to be in the main base.
Yeah, this is wild. It's very layered, like you said.
So Serral, when he scouts the natural, he sees the hatchery is late. So this looks like pool first again. It looks very similar to the last game. Very, very similar.
So this may be a game that looks like that, but the fact he's made it first is going to be very confusing, to me at least. Last game, Serral got a Ling in the main. If he does get one in this time, he may see it. The Overlord is not going to go to the left. I mean,
he saw no gas.
You would never expect a hatchery to be there at this point.
Yeah, and Serral was mighty suspicious that this wasn't a pool for sending the Overlord into the main base like that. And of course, you can see the hatchery kind of wiggle if it's making a queen, so he's able to identify that. You know, it wasn't a spawning pool, because if there was a spawning pool...
So he knows it's not a pool first, he knows that it's a late hatchery, he knows something is wrong.
The previous game. He thinks that there is a hatchery hidden on the map, and he is correct in thinking that, but what he will not suspect is that the hatchery is in the main base of...
And Serral's going for his own aggression. He's not droning.
Right now is Serral. He's on 19 drones. He's going completely all in on this, just on the Lings. He's still mining gas for the moment. But yeah, he's just making a ton of links. Now a drone.
Bearing in mind, there's going to be a window in time where Serral has link speed over his opponent. There we go. He's going for the Bayonet as well.
I think we're simply running it back right now for Serral. I think that Serral believes there is a hatchery somewhere on the map. You could see him actually scanning all these bases with a Ling in the bottom left.
I think what's really important very quickly here is that, as it's saying, they're correct in assuming that Serral believes the same build. It is the same build, but with a macro hatchery. Because of this, Rogue, he's going to have an excess of lava, but Rogue is droning. I'm shocked. Rogue, he's droning. He's being so greedy. It's Rogue's turn. The pants are down. He's pulling his pants down, Bappy. Like, he's droning up so much. Serral's all in. And I think Serral just kills. Now, Rogue is walling. Rogue is walling off as we speak. And the wall is going to be crucial here, but I don't think there's going to be enough HP. Here comes Serral.
Yeah, now the vision is gone. Serral's
like Rogue, he has 2 queens and like 4 lings. Like Rogue has nothing. Here he comes.
Caught a glimpse of 1 or 2.
Here he comes.
Now he sees everything.
He needs the wall, but low HP.
He was very fast with the reflexes.
It's such a late wall.
But can Serral DPS this down? Here come all the Lings right now.
He just go for the Roach one.
At the front.
Yeah, Roach one is going to go down. Bailey's got to hold on to them. Bam, down goes the Roach Warren. Lings, they flood in. They kill the queen. And that's it. There's nothing. There's nothing here.
The queen is surrounded. 6 drones are going to fall. 20 more Lings are in production. But
wow.
Serral takes an equally fast game number 4. And I really like the idea there from Rogue. It plays so well off of what he did in game number 3. But I don't think he was expecting Serral to be quite that aggressive. If he was, he wasn't prepared for it.
That was like...
What?
Rogue was trying some genius multi-onion layered strategy. And
so GG well played. Basically what happened here is that Rogue faked a build that made it look like the previous build. What is the problem with that? Is that he faked a build that made it look like he was going for a ninja base. How did Serral react to the ninja base game in the last game? He went for a Ling Bane all in. So he just did it again. Right? Like that's the weird thing is that Rogue, he went for a fake out, he forced a reaction, he was successful. He forced the Ling Bane all in, then he just died because he wasn't ready for it. It's like what was the plan here? Like what? Yeah, like he set up for the exact reaction to occur, but he still just droned. So GG well played. Really weird decision making there from Rogue. I was expecting Rogue to go for the hidden base in the main, the macro hatchery, and then Ling Flood. If you recall, I was like, oh yeah, this means he's going to Ling Flood. You know, we've seen this from Eric, we've seen this from Ender. Like, makes sense. Then he droned. It's like what? It's like what are we doing? So GG well played with that. So we're tied up 2-2. We do have a tied up series here. It looks like the players are asking for a break. I think we might come to a break.
We are going to be back with more StarCraft 2 shortly.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to a break here, so we'll be back soon with game number 5. See you soon. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here to the RSL, the Rival StarCraft League Season 6 Playoffs Day number 5 co-stream. We're here, we have returned. Oh boy, and we've had an intense back and forth here. It's been a very aggressive series, been very aggressive. Yes, we did have some macro in game 2, but it was off of the back of a failed all-in. Still want to bring it back to that. So it's been hyper aggressive. Rogue, I love the analogy that we had in the chat. Rogue is showing nerves, like the thief who made it into the bank for the first time in their life. It's like a kid in a candy store where he got nervous. He didn't know what to do. He's like, okay. I'm gonna force a big reaction. I'm gonna trick Serral. I'm gonna trick him into an all-in. And then it worked. He's like, what do I do now? So he's like, and then just the all-in arrives. Aye. So it's been a very chaotic and a very intense series so far. Now we're getting into game number 5 here. Going to be loading into the Old Sun Temple. This is a 4-player spawn map. RNG is a factor here. RNG is a factor. Depending on spawn locations, aggression could be favored or could not be. If we have diagonal spawns, then we could see a bit of a longer game. Muta play would be more viable with longer spawns. Meanwhile, closer spawns, roach all-ins. Let's go. Let's jump in. Yo, we got the intro. Yo, we walking into the Vatican? Like, what? What? What's this? What's this music? Okay. I feel like this music would be more fitting for like a more modern like a more modern, like current, like pristine Protoss temple. Right, like a Protoss Citadel, right? Like in my mind, like that makes a little bit more sense. Instead of like the ruins of like an old temple, like I guess I can see the tether there a little bit, maybe. 3
maps remaining here in this best of 7 series. Rogue and Serral all tied up 2-2. The winner of this series is going to BlizzCon. The loser, they are not out of the RSL. They will fall into the lower bracket final, but you would love to book your ticket to Anaheim right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, man. BlizzCon is going to be the biggest stage for StarCraft 2 of the whole year.
Sure.
So, I mean...
Maybe. I mean, we hope so.
In 3 games or less, we're going to find out who's going to be going. As State said, loser, not out, right? So, there is a chance to try to recover tomorrow. What a great series has been. Interesting to see. If you told me that there were, before Game 5, 2 wins were super fast and 2 wins were super long, I would have guessed that Serral would have had the long wins and Rogue would have had the fast wins. But here we are.
Yeah, it's a bit of a...
Once again, I feel like if you're of that opinion, then you haven't been watching Serral as of late. Just because, like, we opened this series up and we tried to remind everyone that this idea that Serral's like a macro machine in ZVZ is like a stereotype from like 2 years ago. Like it's not applicable to current Serral. Like in ZVZ, Serral is very aggressive. He's very all in. He gets down and dirty with everyone, and he's good at it. I mean, as you've seen so far. But welcome to the Old Sun Temple. We do have a 4-player spawn map, and we do come across cross spawns, diagonal spawn locations between Serral and Rogue. Because of this, what did I say before? This does mean that some longer games can occur. More importantly, it does mean that you're safer to potentially go into fast lair and fast mutas. Typically, the scary thing about rushing into 2-base muta is a roach all-in, right? All-ins can punish you, and if you remember, Serral tried to all-in on Fear and Faith when Rogue was going mutas, but because of the longer rush distance by ground, players feel safer going into muta play. And we might even see muta versus muta as well. Like, that could also be a possibility. We'll see. Eyes on our players to see how we open up.
Sometimes wall-ins, if need be. Can be signs of aggression, but they don't have to be. They can be signs of safety against aggression, right? With the units you start out early on in ZVZ, sometimes you need to counter their units with the same units from you, basically.
It's kind of just a box that you need to check off in every sort of early game if you're trying to play a standard ZVZ. And depending on how aggressive you want to be, it's just how much do you commit to this tech? How many Zerglings are you going to make in the early game? Will you instead go for a fast third hat tree? If you use a third hat tree, will you be using it just
molding over the words timing attack? I mean, words have meaning, Setsuna. What are you talking about? Words have meaning. That's why we be speaking. True. True.
As a result, Zergling scouts like this, getting to see,
very nice
fully
scout.
into the main base is huge.
Rogue is going for an early Baneliness. He's going for early aggression. He has 3 workers in gas. So Rogue, his plan here was to be aggressive with Ling Bane, but Rogue just got scouted, and now Serral can respond.
Has a good feeling for how many drones that Rogue has got.
Yeah, Serral's got 8 Lings. Is he going to get any more? He started up another 2.
The music there, true. True.
The more drones he makes, the less likely he is to commit. Rogue again with that armor upgrade.
Yeah.
He loves to play like this. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Now, honestly, I think the +1 Carapace.
He's done this twice in the series. He loves it.
As a great addition. As Rogue throws down a Roach Worm.
If you're actually curious, someone who is renowned for +1 Carapace in ZVZ is Solar. Solar, he's the player that invented the Solar build, or the Solar attack, the Solar timing, with +1 Carapace into Roach All-In. Solar did popularize this a couple of years ago.
His Overlord has already spotted the 3rd base here from Rogue. And I think Serral has a very good
behind this, because Rogue got scouted. Wait, did he cancel the Baneliness? I think he did. Okay.
I think that Serral's expecting to get any sort of meaningful damage done at the 3rd base of Rogue, but he wants Rogue to do something other than just continuously make drones.
Right.
Yeah. It was a really cool adaptation. So we kind of glossed over it, but Rogue, he canceled the Baneliness. He started the +1 Carapace instead, switching out of Ling Bane aggression into Roach play in the mid game. We're assuming Roach play could be Aspire again.
Paired with a +1 Carapace, this is going to be something like
Gets us around.
a Roach pressure, but
Serral
Serral actually is committed.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness,
Rogue!
the Baneling connects. With
He
like
takes it to the
Lings.
face again. We spoke about it earlier, but the game that we saw in Eternity's Edge, Rogue did the same thing. He just took all the Banelings to the face. It keeps happening, Bappy.
The hatch is going to go down. Can he pop?
Yeah, this is when we cut to Satsuna in the chat. He's a Clem fan. Kappa.
It's actually being blocked by the Lings of Rogue that were just behind the Queen.
This is going to
Yeah, Queen goes down. Lings they flood in.
No.
Oh, never mind.
He's like, no, go in. You can wall in.
I guess the Roaches finished just in time.
Yeah.
But
Never
the damage is
mind.
already done. The 3rd base fell there for Rogue in a move that I honestly thought was just going to be a little bit of pressure from Serral and what is building up to be a macro game. He gets just the dream Baneling connection. The majority of Rogue's Lings getting taken out, and that allows Serral to really just leverage the position. 24 lanes in total.
I mean, he denied the 3rd. He denied the 3rd base, who was getting on top of the Queen. That's a kill in the 3rd expansion as well. Rogue is stumbling, and Serral, he's the one going into Mutas this time. It's time to meter it up.
You see the Spire in production. What can Rogue actually do?
I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities for Rogue here. I mean, the 3rd hatch, I mean, I guess it's a production facility, right?
Words have meaning. What do you mean by that?
At this phase of the game, he's going to have this,
that.
new hatch over here at his expansion, but he can't really take advantage of it. The tech looks really good for Serral. He's halfway to Mutas.
Yeah, this is a very dire position for Rogue to be in right now. And
It is.
Serral, he's not making drones while going into the Spire tech.
He's not.
I'm not sure how much he's actually going to save up and commit to the Spire, but when he spotted the Lair tech being so late there for Rogue, with his overseer, he also sees
I mean,
the
right now
drones
he's checking.
starting to saturate
So right now,
the third
Serral, he's
base.
double checking the tech. He's checking to see the gases as well. Serral, he should just double down with Mass Muta and just contain Rogue. And we're going to see an inverse of what we saw in Fear and Faith.
You know, I feel like this is a game where Rogue has to have the solution. Serral, it's become very simple, right? He's in a winning position. That attack with the Lings and the Banes succeeded so much so that, like, it's pretty smooth sailing from here.
Yeah, the worker counts there are even now, but Serral's been mining from his 3rd base for so
I was waiting for Tasteless to elaborate on what he just said. We didn't get there.
And Rogue's coming here into the main. He will see
But I understand, right? It's saying that the pressure is on Rogue. The pressure is on Rogue right now. Like, he has to do something to recover in this game, to counterattack, to catch up in tech, to catch up in upgrades. I mean, I say that he does have 1-1-1. Jesus, upgrades are in favor of Rogue. He does have that going for him, but Mutas are not revealed, and Rogue should be contained.
And I wonder if that's going to signal to Rogue at all that there will likely be a Roach attack coming. Now, maybe it's a little bit of a long shot, but it's not a lot of Mutas on the map right now, you know?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, let's see what he can
the
do.
rationale for the fact that there aren't really many Mutas is because Serral's expecting a Roach attack, so that's why he's making sure he has a Roach army, a ground army, to defend against Rogue's all-in, because Rogue might be forced to all-in.
Right, where Rogue is basically, like, cornered here, and Serral can, consume the whole entirety of the map. And you're going to see this very pinned down Rogue try to fight back.
I mean, we continue to watch the development on both sides here, and I keep waiting for Serral to kind of pull the trigger and just go for a push.
That doesn't need to.
To my mind, it makes sense to try and leverage the early advantage that you got economically as Serral to just capsize the position of Rogue with like a big 1-1 Roach timing attack or something like that. But Serral just continues to anchor mount the Roaches in lockstep with drones. You know, he's keeping a very good pace.
So I think what's really important to bear in mind is that Serral, he knows that he's behind in upgrades. Like every time he goes in with the Overseer, with the Mutas, he's clicking. Like he's clicking on the units. So he knows he's down in upgrades right now. So the idea of Serral going for a push at the moment when the supplies are as close as they are doesn't really make much sense, because there's a chance that Rogue can actually take a better fight with that ground army. So instead, Serral, he just maxes out. He maxes out first, then he can start to accumulate a bank, then he can push, then he can trade, and then he can remax behind it. So the idea of Serral going for an earlier push would make a little bit less sense, knowing that he does have a deficit in some aspect here. Like there was no reason to attack earlier on.
It's going to be so huge here. Rogue is going to have +2 melee attack, but I don't think he'll be able to use it at all because the Banelings will be so plentiful. You can't make Zerglings into this.
Right.
It is Banelings with speed.
Yeah. You know, Ravagers don't help against Banelings, right? Roaches, you know, they can shoot down the first initial few Banelings, but he's going to come in here. At minimum, he needs to kill the hatchery. At most, he needs to win the game.
There's Serral in. Lings able to avoid the Banelings.
Done for now. The Banelings just stream on in. They get a lot of damage done.
Nothing coming from behind.
The hatchery is going to go down behind the 17 drones have fallen elsewhere on the map. I see some Mutas on the minimap right now in the main base of Rogue, also getting damage done. So
and this is what we spoke about. Rogue is going for a counterattack. This is why Serral was fixating on that Roach army to make sure he has something for the counterattack.
Where he needs to counterattack.
Yeah, Rogue's going to come.
And Rogue is all in. Rogue is completely all in. It's either he kills Serral or he dies trying. Better engage a Rogue.
The stray ones get cleaned up. The Lings are going to do a counterattack here, going for the Queen and then the drones.
Rogue might be able to snipe this 4th hatchery, but the Roach numbers are overwhelming in the
race back home
right now. I said actually it's only 44-40, so Serral is ahead. I just don't think that Rogue on 52 drones is going to be able to match the production right now of Serral.
I guess the question will be, can he hit this next base with the Roach, just pure Roach army against Roach Ravager and wipe this out as well?
Muta's continuing to get some more damage.
Yeah, so Rogue, he turns back around. This is a really weird decision here. Rogue is still behind. He's still down in workers, down in economy. The upgrades are slowly evening up as well. So for Rogue to turn around, it's a brutal choice to make.
In just a little bit, that will equalize the upgrade advantage here with Rogue. And I'm not sure Rogue has enough to survive this next wave.
Yeah, he's going to be hit pretty hard. Now the angle, it's going to be pretty rough to make this work. You can see Serral,
he takes the last to the face.
Ravagers. That's going to force everything to move around.
Yeah, Bowse lands.
Rogue trades out, and Serral's supply spikes back up to 200.
You just look at the bank. It's still 1,600 minerals and 400 gas in the bank right now for Serral, who is maxed out to the 150 supply of Rogue. And for Rogue, that was a great fight. You know, it's about as best you could possibly hope for in his position. The problem is that the production of Serral is just way too big.
Okay, we had a quick pause.
Yeah, some latency issues here. Unfortunately, some of the servers in StarCraft have been a little bit unstable, so hopefully this doesn't impact the rest of the series, and hopefully it's isolated to just this game right now, and things do clear up. But yeah, Rogue, things looking dire. Things looking very, very dire, very desperate for Rogue. Touching on, I guess, what they were kind of alluding to, like, what would Rogue need to do in this position? Counterattack, cause a distraction, ideally cause a distraction, force Serral back home, get a little bit of breathing room to build up a comparable army, but things are looking very, very bleak here for Rogue, as he just doesn't have the supply, the economy, the army to keep up with this. The one thing Rogue had in this game was the upgrades, but he's losing that upgrade lead. He's lost it. He lost the lead.
A lot of the Roaches actually aren't here for Serral. He's continuing to just reinforce from across the map.
Well, the thing is over time, he should be able to break him. So he's at 186. There's 21 more Roaches coming here.
21 Roaches in production is just ludicrous. And honestly, even getting burrow here for Serral, just burrowing the Roaches and allowing them to heal up a little bit more, if that's something that Serral wants to do, could be something that makes What a difference here is Rogue is just continuing to try and fight, and the fights Rogue is taking
the biles
are pretty incredible, I must say. I mean, he isn't just
I mean, Serral does take some biles to the face. His reinforcements are delayed, but they have arrived.
Tried to basically get a surround when he thought he had more. The problem is that he ended up feeding into reinforcements. And it's this tug-of-war we're watching happen over here. Just outside this base. Now, again, if this base
Got the mutas are still popping off.
I'm glad that Mapo's getting shots of these mutas hitting the Hydra Den, because, you know, the Hydra Den's going to go down. It's going to be even more annoying to deal with the Mutalisks here. Rogue is trying to hang on. I think this actually could be the breaking point right here.
I mean, it just takes one bad fight, to go Serral's way and not Rogue.
GG.
To spell the end of this game as Serral takes 3 map wins in a row over Rogue.
Crazy. I mean, really, really crazy stuff here from Serral. You know, I'm happy that Rogue looked strong in those first 2 games, but something clicked with Serral, and he is not losing anymore. He's making it look so easy.
And it's with aggression in all of the last 3 games. And the first 2 games
GG, well played. With that, Serral, he will claim a further lead here. I still want to push back against the idea where it's like, oh, like Serral, who was playing badly, and then we're looking in. Like, no, Serral, he was also like pretty decisive in the last couple of games as well. Just was unfortunately misreading when it comes to game number 1, when it comes to overdroning. Then he adapted. He was aggressive in game 2. It was actually Rogue with some really clutch moves in that defense to snipe those Nidus Roams in that second game. Otherwise, Serral would have won that game as well. Like, I would say that the play has been consistent, just because, again, now he's winning these games doesn't mean he was playing any worse previously. A lot of it came down to certain decision making, really, more than anything, and builds of choice as well. I feel like game 1 set the tone. I think that's maybe a good example. Like, game 1 of this series set the tone, because after game 1, Serral's been all-inning, or being hyper-aggressive every game, and more or less all-inning most of the time as well.
Our countdown has started. Guys, let's take a look at Celestial.
Just didn't work in game 2.
And then we'll go into game 6.
Let's go. Let's jump in. We're looking at the next game. Serral, he's 1 game away from claiming the series. We'll see if Rogue can bounce back and force the ace match as we are loading into Celestial Enclave. New intro. Oh, the movie. Got the Moopies. They're colluding. What are they planning? I didn't even notice the Moopies were there. They're like guarding the Phoenix, the Arbiter.
All right.
Did you see that?
So much on the line right now.
What are the Moopies up to? That's the real question.
Is it time for Rogue to try to be...
What are they planning?
I wonder.
Yeah. He has been kind of on the defensive the last 3 games.
I know it happens in ZVZ, but for some reason never when I'm casting. But sometimes we have games where both sides go aggro, and that's a really weird, fun game to try to unpack. You know, how exactly do you want to handle it? How do you recover? Or do you want to lean into the aggression even more here? But to go into this game, I mean, it's one Rogue has to come up with some kind of an answer. And it's interesting that the first 2 games were so out there. They were so different. In a lot of ways, they were pretty refreshing to see in ZVZ. But, you know, the following 3 were a lot more like ZVZs I think we're used to seeing. And Serral just really owned them, really did everything he needed correctly, come out on top.
Yeah, and if Rogue wants to kind of come out with a 3-hatch build again, as it seems like he's...
I would say that the first 2 games are still pretty standard. Like, again, like I feel like they're, because specifically Serral lost the first 2 games, they're framing it like those 2 games were like an anomaly, like they're crazy, like there was just chaos ensuing, and then the tides were turning, and it was just something we'd never seen before. It's like, no, what are you talking about here? What? It was Link Bane aggression to a Roach all in. It was 2-base muta.
In this game number 6, it is a must-win position here for Rogue. No, okay, I guess
the framing.
He is going for it.
Oh,
I mean,
he's crazy.
This is probably the best map to do it on. It's a little bit of a different way that he got to this position. It's not 3-hatch before
hyper greed out of Rogue.
Gas pool and then the 3rd hatch, but it's pretty similar in idea to the first 2 games that he tried this.
Now, if Serral goes for a 3rd base, we want to see where that
now. I appreciate that Stay said it was similar. Rogue is being hyper greedy, but because he went hatch gas pool, the build and the opener and the initial buildings look standard. Like everything here looks normal. The downside is we're missing a queen, right? You can't afford a second queen here. So we're missing a queen. We're going to be missing some early production as a result of the hatchery that we're throwing down. We'll see if Serral can piece together that something is off here. I wonder if he noticed that hatchery was not making anything. The hatchery was left stagnant, because that might have been enough to tip Serral off something was weird. We should also emphasize that the idea of rushing into a fast third base on / enclave is relatively common, and eye scouting. Yeah, eye scouting. Again, this is commonly seen on this map because of the pocket expansion, and now Serral knows.
Wanted to get more aggressive right now. I feel like it's a little bit too late. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that time might have already passed, and there's not a lot you can do. If you don't see things early enough, you can't really seize the opportunity.
Kind of.
We did see as the Overlord went in there, Serral kind of squinted.
It is important that that you put things into context when it comes to the game itself. When it comes to the map itself, two base lair, 2-base Muta, very fast lair here by Serral. I do love the idea. Because of the pocket expansion, that is why Serral cannot punish the hatchery, because of the pocket base. But he is going for an early lair, which could be one of two things. We could be going for a Nidus all in, 2-base Muta. We could be going for fast roach speed into a roach all in. Regardless, this is an abnormally fast lair, and we're here to find out what is going to be done with that lair.
Now my question is, where is Serral going to take this? With a lair, he has a roach horn coming in. 2 more gases are being taken. Actually, 3 more gases being taken.
Okay.
Now, with these 3 gases, it
He's
could be
doubling
something
down
like a Spire, but seeing +1 range attack, it might just be Serral powering on 2 bases with roaches.
Yeah, that's very true.
So Serral is going to have a window where he has faster roach speed, he has faster +1 range, he's going to have a very strong roach timing available to him with +1.
Take one of the bases on the outside, right? And then
he might still get a Spire for like 4 or 5 mutas, but there's roach speed.
Now, if he's going to power up with roaches, we should note that he's getting missile attack, and that's as Rogue's Evo chamber is like halfway done. Oh, sorry, he actually has a second Evo chamber making here as well. So he's also going for missile attack, but there's going to be a window of time where Serral can hit with his upgrades and basically have a superior fight.
Yeah, and Serral's also been 150 gas ahead in terms of the gas economy. Rogue might be able to close that gap a little bit with a faster gas at the pocket expansion. But what Rogue has going for him is just a significantly faster economic development. It's 59 drones to 51 right now. And so if Rogue is on the defending side of this and Serral does go for some kind of heavily committed roach aggression, I kind of like Rogue's position more. The defender's advantage plus a little bit more economy, I think, goes a very long way.
Okay, there's the 4th base. So Rogue is staying ahead in the econ game. This has been a much quieter game. It's been one where both sides are kind of peering into what the other one's doing and trying to math out their way ahead and figure out, okay, where can you fit upgrades in as you take this path forward, and how can you get into a...
Rogue's form dipped after game 2.
So,
nope.
It looks like there's not a lot going on the surface, but there absolutely is.
What?
Each other and trying to get their builds out and optimize moving forward.
He's playing worse. That's why he lost.
All about scouting and response.
A lot of it comes down to the games themselves and what kind of dynamic we had. When it comes to Ling Bane aggression, I would say that Rogue has been struggling that much more, which we actually saw in game number 1 as well. So the Ling Bane control is the same for Rogue. He also had worse Ling Bane control in game 1. It's the Roach follow-up, which is what won Rogue the game. Nope, form is the same. Behind this, Rogue is going for the fast Spire, and Serral should be hitting before the Spire comes online. Should be.
Similar to what we saw in game 2 of this series, and I don't think Rogue wants to play that kind of game here versus Serral. So I would expect Rogue, even though he has the bigger economy here and he is ahead, I would expect him to be aggressive, just because Serral's late game, and especially Serral's spell casting in the late game, it's the best in the world.
I agree. I think he's got to play this lead and then figure out when to hit. And when to force Serral to basically...
Do we contaminate? No, never mind.
And, we saw...
Oh, he scouts a Spire!
For me, one of the most...
That's a big tell. So, winding it back here, Serral, he's cut workers. He's down 10 drones. Intentionally so. He just got a full scout. There's the contamination on +2. And there's going to be winning time here where we have 2-1 upgrades ahead for Serral, and he should be going for said all-in. No, he goes to the Hydra Den. He doesn't believe he can kill. Supply block.
I think if rogue tries to play the same control game, where he just doesn't let Serral take a 5th base, that's gonna be
so Serral, he is now droning after he got supply blocked. It looks like the supply block did stop Serral from going for any kind of timing attack, so now Serral's forced into a longer game, and mutas will hit the field, assuming that Rogue will still make them. He did get scouted. He might believe he can't go into muta anymore.
Changeling's getting so much scouting information here for Rogue.
Oh, there we go. Okay, sees it.
Yeah, he is the complete picture right now of what Serral is working with. And the Spire from Rogue got spotted as well by Serral. I think it's one of the things that prompted the Hydraless transition coming in from our blue Zerg. And air weapons are getting researched right now. I'm not sure if we have any mutas on the field. I think there aren't any.
Nope.
This is just something that Rogue is keeping in his back pocket, I think potentially for a Remax. You know, maybe Rogue...
Well, the reason why Rogue doesn't make anything is because he got scouted. And now he knows that there's Hydras as well.
The next round of units will be accompanied by mutas.
Okay. Rogue going to move out now. Serral also hits his peak supply right now at 200.
It's interesting that Rogue is pushing even though he knows that he got +2 contaminated. It's risky, but +2 is almost done for Rogue.
Out on the map. Positionally, it's impossible for Serral to grow towards the middle. He could try to expand towards the upper left. But we're seeing Rogue shark around and gain position.
Tunneling Claws, Burrow. Overlord drops while getting teched up here for Rogue, as well as a Hive being started. And you know, I'm thinking about that Spire now. Is there a possibility that if we go into a more stalemating position and Rogue isn't able to break Serral, that Rogue goes for something crazy like Broodlord?
Oh, the arm is engaging.
You don't usually see in a ZVZ, but you might be going in that direction here. You know, Serral, he's such a good defensive player that I feel like it will take something a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it does look like both players are working towards Lurker tech. For those who don't know, it's been a couple of years since late game ZVZ was the meta, but late game ZVZ is Viper versus Viper. You go Roach versus Roach, then you transition to Lurker versus Lurker, then you transition to Viper versus Viper. We might get there.
Now he will take the fight on the high ground a little bit, some trading on both sides, and what are they remaxing with? It's Hydras for both of them, Rogue actually going into Lurkers.
Yeah, they should both be. Like again, late game ZVZ, like this is kind of where we're working in that direction. We have yet to experience it in this series. It used to be a lot more common back in the Gressvan days. This would have been like 2023-ish era of StarCraft. We saw a lot of late game ZVZ.
And Serral is going to mirror that. I don't know if Serral scouted the bottom right, but they are both mirroring each other's expansion patterns.
Some Tunneling Claw Roaches getting into the main base right now. I don't think there are any Spore Crawlers here for detection, so an Overseer will need to be morphed in or brought home. Oh, actually, correct that. There is a Spore Crawler.
Yeah, we're working in that direction. Lurkers from both players.
Well prepared for this. A lesser Zerg would have gotten.
So the way this works is that both players should be building a mass Lurker, and it's so difficult for Lurkers to push into each other, so you need Vipers to counter the Lurker, to go for Blinding Clouds, and then if you have Vipers, your opponent gets Vipers, and then they counter each other by going for Parasitic Bombs and Abductions, and then you have to make more Vipers, and it goes into like 12 versus 12 Vipers-ish. Like it can get obscene. But we'll see. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Burrow versus Burrow right now with drones for Serral. Growing defensively at the pocket expansion. Serral's got some Burrowed Roaches of his own in the bottom right corner of the map.
Oh, Rogue going for night display.
Small groups of units basically everywhere. I don't think that Rogue will be able to get the
Serral is spread thin. At the same time, Serral's across the map as well.
Okay, he's going to try and take out this hatchery. It does end up finishing, which means that Rogue could probably target this down. Oh, no, there's just enough Roaches that Serral can actually fight back and defend this.
Hatchery's low.
That's close, and Serral's now moving across the map, getting ready to push in.
Hive Tech Lurker upgrades on the way. Lurkers are revealed.
The Lurkers are huge here for Rogue. Nidus Network also being produced by Rogue.
9 Lurkers.
Looking at the minimap, it seems like there aren't too many gaps in the vision of Serral, but one thing these Burrowed Roaches can do is potentially find one, like over here on the top side.
Yeah, there's Nidus.
The top left of this base. Oh, it's barely in vision still of Serral, but does Serral see it on the minimap?
What's interesting to me is that Serral hasn't made any Lurkers yet, but he's already taking into Hive Tech upgrades and Vipers as well. So it feels like Serral, he's like skipping a step a little bit here.
Just enough damage you can't quite get it out in time.
Which is risky.
Another Nidus Network, excuse me.
Yeah, Serral's out of position. The hatchery's going to go down.
Rogue's going to poke this base out. Rogue's doing a really good job with the positional play. Now, the Roach Ravager is going to come in here and deny this, but you're okay losing the Nidus if you, for instance, get a hatchery with that, right? I mean, the Nidus, you're going to get to reset the opportunity to try to do that again.
Yeah, it's a tool to try and pull your opponent out of position. That allowed ROG to take out that base there in the top left. But now Serral's getting really aggressive near the natural expansion of ROG. Again, lurkers, they're so difficult to attack into. So even though ROG's army, it wasn't in the very best position, once those rocks went down, just having some lurkers in the natural expansion buys him the few seconds that he needs to defend. And although there are these skirmishes just continuing to happen across the map, it's otherwise quiet. We haven't yet had the big clash of armies, so both players are continuing to, build a bit of a war chest right now.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I was watching Rogue play this. He's had his bottom right base up for longer. But then I look at the income, and yeah, Serral's banked way more.
I mean, Serral's been more
The
efficient.
income advantage has been better for ROG, just because he has the expansion.
Like, the reality is that Serral, he's been more efficient, much more.
1,000 plus, yeah, almost 3,000 resources.
Yo, let's go to the mass overseers.
Done very well in this. So there's a lot under the surface of this game. It's not the easiest game to follow as far as what's happening. But Serral's bided his time. And he's going to move
ROG going for the drop. At the same time, Serral's moving in. I don't think ROG has any Vipers, so Serral has the better army. Show us a Blinding Clouds.
There is a lurker drop in the natural expansion of Serral.
Oh, 2 lurkers come out here.
Yeah, could potentially go for a Nidus here as well, but
yeah, it does that position. Massive pickup. ROG is going to lose an expansion. ROG is going for the counterattack. He knows he cannot engage not into the Vipers.
Base at the bottom right. There's lurkers here, but he could just attack through.
He ducks. Gets one.
Blinding Clouds, as well as a duck coming in.
Gets 2.
And now ROG going to try and go for this round right now.
Serral surrounded.
Have a lot of energy. We're going to be attacking.
Yeah, there's just not enough DPS here.
But I think the arc is good enough that he should be able to chew through this.
Yeah, Serral has to get the hell out of here. He does not have enough army. It's such a small group. The other Vipers, they missed rally.
Of ROG, but ROG was able to unseat him from that position. I think a lot of this comes back to the lurkers and the natural expansion here from Serral, just causing problems. Serral's attention maybe a little bit fragmented there. And now you look at the banks, that was a very cost-efficient trade for ROG, but the problem is his income now is going to be a little bit worse than it once was. That was a critical base that he lost at the 4th.
Yeah, and his position's a lot less comfortable. Neither side has great creep spread. Oh my god, this is a big blind spot that's been created because this base is gone. And this is going to allow for him to possibly do a really nice backstab. Right? You're probably thinking. By the way, we're actually.
What's in the night? What's in the night? Show us. Is it empty?
This base is sorry, not base. This night is.
It's empty.
So I don't think he's going to use it.
God damn it.
ROG actually.
There was potential. There was potential with the Nidus for him. Meanwhile, Serral, he's just building up more Vipers. I believe most of them did survive earlier.
Critical for both of these players. That's why you see them immediately get saturated at these new expansions, because that's really going to be the bottleneck as you go for these high-tech units such as lurkers, such as Vipers. They're real heavy hitters, the Zerg arsenal.
So far, I still favor Serral. He has a massive Viper kind of comparison.
Exactly where the Vipers of ROG are. Okay, now they are reinforced.
Does Parabomb.
Yeah, ROG's going to try to push.
And you can see why it turns into Viper versus Viper. A lot of abductions, abducting Vipers.
Opponent's Vipers in. Serral staying back.
Jeez, the Parabomb. Oh my god.
all happening on the map here.
It's all about this one engagement here on the front line, and I think ROG got a little.
And we need more Vipers. It's not uncommon to build up to 12 Vipers, as we mentioned previously. You need a lot of Vipers here.
Actually, the units lost tab nearly even now. 13,500 resources apiece.
Because you need everything. You need reductions, blinding clouds, and Parabombs.
Some good abducts coming in, even catching the overseers.
Nice pickups.
He's identifying that Serral's not building quite as many overseers as ROG is. Serral's trying to play a little bit more of a tight game in that regard, and so ROG now targeting them to some degree.
Okay, takes out that lurker. And, herO.
So far, we're up to 8 Vipers.
He's banked more money now. We are running out of map, by the way.
Here it gets one. Gets a Viper as well.
Abducting a Viper is a really good catch there for Serral.
Nice pickup.
And it seems like ROG has been able to push his way up into this hatchery, so potentially going to be able to take that down. Oh, there is a Nidus network popping in the pocket expansion.
ROG is out of position. Mass problem on the overseers.
Under threat, so Serral getting some counter jabs in. Will this hatchery go down? Will the Nidus canal finish?
This hatchery is going to go down, but at the same time, Serral gets across the map. Yeah, he busts into the natural base, getting 20 drone kills. ROG, he can't keep up.
Yeah, and this is the furthest spot to travel to.
He can't keep up, not like this.
Have whatever was hatching most recently here to try to help. Unfortunately, the lurker in the front is tanking damage. The second Nidus is going to pop out here.
Yeah, 31 drones. ROG plummets in economy.
Yeah, I would say that the the Nidus into the pocket expansion didn't succeed in getting any direct damage done, although some drones did fall. But what it did accomplish is it kind of alleviated all of the pressure in the center. Rogue is, I believe that Serral still has that base. I'm not sure if Rogue actually took it out, but at least for now, and yeah, the hatch did survive. Serral's been able to kind of solidify his position. The problem is that now,
God, this is so Hydra heavy.
Armies, they're kind of moving past.
Where are the lurkers? Rogue, he's down to 1 lurker, and he's maxed. He can't make any more. He's gonna lose it. Lurker goes down. 0 lurkers.
I mean, this is crazy.
Where are the lunkers, Bappy?
Looks like he might try to shut Serral
Oh my god.
Well, I don't think he's lurkers. Oh, actually, one's close to the hatchery. This is an uncomfortable angle. Okay, Serral's gonna uproot, realizing that will.
Yeah, Rogue. He also has no gas. Like he's broke.
Coming in from Rogue after those last engagements, Rogue went down to 0 lurkers, and he remade none of them. It's now basically a Hydra-based composition here for Rogue, which, again, it's a glass cannon unit. You don't really want to attack into a position entrenched with a lot of lurkers, but it is very mobile relative to what Serral is doing. And now Rogue is going to be adding in a couple more lurkers, but at least for now, you can see that Rogue is trying to leverage a little bit of mobility as his advantage.
I don't think Rogue wants to be stuck with Mass Hydra. That's why he's making lurkers. Like, this was more of a mistake. This wasn't an intentionality. The state is trying to frame this like, oh, he intentionally made all these Hydras so we can outposition. We're not seeing him do that because that wasn't the plan. Like, the plan was not to be stuck with Mass Hydra. So now he's making 5 lurkers. I think it's 5 or 6.
I don't know that Serral can keep.
Ooh, he gets abducted.
I think that he's kind of
losing 1.
Here. Serral's going to try to come up from under here. Great.
Rogue nice pickup.
Yeah, that was huge for Rogue. He was able to take out, I think, 2 Vipers as well as abduct 1 or 2 lurkers. Some nice moves from Rogue, and once again, just making sure that Serral cannot establish that base in the center. It's another very good move, and only 3 lurkers. It's not going to be enough to deal with this.
Here come the Vipers.
Hydras.
He wants them.
He's basically using these guerrilla attacks.
He wants the lunkers.
Down. When he sees it, like the whole army is clumped together, he goes, okay, that's enough supply. There's got to be a deficit somewhere. And he goes to that weak spot. The counterattack here from Rogue is going to be hitting this center left base. And I mean, if Rogue can keep basically this status quo going, I think he'll eventually come out on top. Eventually, the upper top layer of the map is going to be mined out.
We're doing a very good
so
job.
I need to. So in a head-on fight, Serral wins. Serral, he still has a superior army because he has so many lurkers and vipers here. Rogue, he cannot fight head-on, and this base is going to go down.
Now Serral comes into the bottom right. He does catch Rogue out of
That's
position.
the expansion.
So this hatchery is going to go down, and Rogue, his worker count's already very low.
Rogue, he's going for the base trade. He's going for it. No, but there's defensive lurkers.
Wants to be. But there's some real damage being done on both sides.
There's lurkers everywhere. So he defends with lurkers, he attacks with lurkers.
Serral's had these bases on the north side of the map for so long.
Knocking down more expansions.
They're really starting to mine out.
Okay, an attack's going to come down here. This hatchery's going to go down. Serral's kind of actually maneuvered through the whole bottom right and cleaned this up. And I don't know. I mean, what seemed to be like an unstoppable position for Rogue earlier.
What?
Did a great job.
Rogue was never on to. He was very stoppable. The lunkers, Bappy. Nice deductions. He gets 2.
Top left with a Nidus network as
well. So he just gets away. Wow, he just recalls out. Scuttles away.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, if this hatch gets taken out, that's going to be huge. Unfortunately for Rogue, he doesn't.
And again, you can see Rogue just can't keep up. Rogue just can't keep up with the mobility here of Serral.
There aren't very many mining bases.
Serral just keeps rotating back and forth. When I say mobility, because there are so many Nidus worms everywhere, we just teleport. We just teleport around into all the Nidus worms. We just keep teleporting.
Serral can only remax on Lings at this point. Rogue has a little bit more of a buffer with 800 gas.
True.
But both players have
Serral is out of gas.
No economy for either player at this stage.
Crazy.
This is where neither player has any gas to work with. That is true, but Serral has still retained a much more efficient and a much more high quality gas army. Like that's what still matters here.
Got taken out. That's why the drones hadn't saturated it. So Serral right now, with his high yield investment gas base in the middle, it is everything.
And he comes engaged. Mass blinding clouds.
On the majority of Serral's army, abducts on nearly all of the Vipers.
Oh my god, very nice abductions. He gets all the Vipers.
And keep in mind,
oh my god.
On Lings. He has very little gas to
the
go.
Vipers. The abductions. That was on Serral.
Insane. He's going to be able to move up here now.
Yeah, that was on Serral. Serral, he got caught with his pants. The pants were down. When it came to the main fight, Serral, he was caught out in the open. He got caught.
Identical. Rogue now out of gas himself.
And, you know, the Hydras, many of them not on a lot of HP. You know, even broodling damage is going to be something you want to factor in here now.
This is dangerous. Rogue's in danger. He has to get out of here. He has to leave. He has to leave.
These Hydras
Get out of here.
Critical right now because
Rogue,
you can't really afford to remake them.
You need to leave. I just realized he's a slowlings. The slowlings are coming. The 23-minute slowlings.
So, you got to be careful because
he never got link speed. He never got link speed, Pappy.
Serral's now mining from the top left. He has a gas income.
Would it be worth Serral getting link speed at this point? I do. Would it be worth it?
Big time. Like he's basically spent his gas. He has more gas coming in.
There isn't even Zergling speed here for Serral. Yes,
yeah, they
just
noticed. Yeah, they just noticed.
Oh my God!
This is
slow
crazy.
Well, he can't do anything until that's done.
Yeah, and one of the problems is that the army of Rogue is so much more developed. It is mostly.
I mean, Rogue doesn't have link speed either. To be fair, like no one has link speed.
He's making a lot of roaches right now, which are good. Keep in mind these lings also for Serral. He's invested nothing.
No one has link speed. The slow link battle at 23 minutes.
The smaller number of lings for Rogue are going to stand their ground here. They have +2 attack. It's kind of a death ball here for Rogue. Serral has the economy, he has the base in the top left, but Rogue's army is so much better with 9 Vipers.
Link speed's going to be done soon. He is going to get this hatchery up. Rogue right now just has this wrecking ball.
Rogue is built up to critical mass. Like, Rogue has 36 Hydras. Earlier, like, he had, like, 15. Like, earlier, the Hydra count was acceptable here for Serral to maybe surround and deal with. But there are so many Hydras now.
Serral's at 56, Rogue's at 40, which is fine, to be honest with you. I mean, for both of these guys, you don't have a ton of resources you can take in, but, you know, 5 more drone kills.
The Vipers, once again, Serral gets caught, losing 2.
36. He's going to have to go back up to 40 now.
Losing 2 more Vipers.
No more Vipers for Serral. The last Vipers just got caught by Rogue.
It seems like Rogue
is
so
is slipping up. Again, Serral was dominating this game. He was straight up. He was dominating this game up until that final fight where he got mass abducted.
And now he's going to come in here.
Now he commits.
Take out the next 2
Blinding Clouds. There we go.
Just too many Hydras. Serral's army is being melted here.
Oof.
He's actually able to chew through the front line of Hydras, but Rogue just has a little bit too much, I think.
Yeah, Serral, he does not have enough. He's being overwhelmed. Lings, they flood into the natural base, and we are going to the ace match. We're going to game 5.
+2 melee attack.
They just realized as well that there's no link speed for Rogue.
Serral. Rogue now pushing into the 3rd. One of the last bases that has no more gas income. The last minerals are nearly gone.
Some more roaches and lings are going to hatch. There's 36 more lings coming here for Serral. Rogue's barely got an income right now.
There's 42 lings in production for Serral. Keep in mind, again, Serral with no melee attack upgrades, but he does
42
have
lings.
Speed.
Yep.
If Serral can maybe get a surround on the Hydras,
he's getting some of the Hydras.
Cannons.
Yeah, I mean, they are very, very brittle.
These mining cards are crucial.
There's enough roaches.
He killed a bunch more drones. He's going to have these roaches come over here and kill these drones too.
Never mind.
There's slow links here to defend. This is so funny looking. He's going to burrow him. There's nothing to see this here.
Oh, this hatchery. If this hatchery goes down, there's no income for Serral. The hatcheries that are left on the map have basically no resources left.
The counter burrow.
He's going to do a counterattack. The lings are going to overpower this.
Serral continuing to try and get damage done with these lings. Serral still has about 800 minerals to work with. He's making queens right now because that's the best use for the minerals, not the Zerglings that have no upgrades.
You can see how strong the roaches are. Fully upgraded there against the lings.
I mean, there's no creep to really utilize the queens, even defensively.
He's going to try to basically knock Rogue off of a base entirely here, and then try to play
clutch burrow, by the way. These bars are saving so many drones.
All these bases that are fresh in mining. So Rogue finally has a lifeline. He finally has an income, and it's up to Serral to attack into him. Serral is not picking any minerals to try and get back into this game. And Macro, it's all about
the blinding clouds
through right now, but does he have enough?
He doesn't have enough. GG.
Rogue takes the last second. Oh, that's so crazy.
That's one of the best CBCs I've ever seen. That was insane. That was
GG. GG, well played. Rogue, he does claw it back. Again, Serral, he was in a commanding position. Serral had the better main army. He was counterattacking, knocking down bases. And if you remember, Rogue could never engage. He could never engage with the army. We saw the Nidus Worm play as well, just going all around the map. But it all came down to that main fight. We saw the main fight occur where Rogue came in and he abducted the Vipers, he abducted the Lurkers, he blinding clouded as well. He caught all the key units, and Serral, he was caught with his pants down. Like, he was rotating. He was like mid-rotation to the right-hand side of the map. And so he just was unprepared. He was unprepared despite having all these lurkers, despite having all these vipers. He did not make use of the army, and Serral crumbled when it mattered most. So, and after losing that army, he just couldn't rebuild. He had no gas income, of course, no link speed. GG.
What a game played. Positionally, in terms of sniping bases,
we're going to the ace
in terms
match.
of harassment. Both players just really putting on a clinic in ZVZ. It was beautiful.
Consider signing up for our Patreon. Join our cause. Patreon.com/ReviveSC2. We want to keep doing this on into the future. And so we hope we can earn your support.
He was winning, he was winning until he got caught in the center. Until he got like mass abducted and mass blinding clouded. Like it was like again, like Serral, it almost looked like Serral wasn't looking. Like he wasn't looking at the screen when he got pounced upon, because again, he was mid rotation, like he was rotating to the right hand side, so he just got caught out. And with that, one final game to go, but we'll be back after this short break. See you soon in 5 minutes. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back here to the RSL. The RSL, the Rival StarCraft League, Season 6, Playoffs Day number 5. We are here in the final series of the broadcast, the final game of the broadcast. We've made it all the way to the ace match, all the way to game number 6. And I'll be honest, I thought the series was going to be over. Like Serral, he was looking very, very strong in that last game, and then he got caught with his pants down. The pants were down. RSL had a very, very successful, very intense fight. Did snowball out of control from there, and oh, you can see Serral head in his hands. We've got to look in. It comes down to this final game on Necropolis here. We'll see if we can close it. I mean, we're going to close it out. We're going to close it out here one way or the other. Which of these two Zergs will make it to BlizzCon? The other will have another chance, but in the lower bracket with more ZVZs. Remember, at this point, it's pure ZVZ. Top 4 is Zerg, Serral, Rogue, Solar, and Shin. Pure Zerg, pure ZVZ from here on forward. And I'm sure no one wants to play more than ZVZs than they have to. So it all comes down to this final game. Who can make it to the finals? Who can make it to BlizzCon?
Is going to BlizzCon. Let's do this. Let's get into it, guys. Serral in the bottom right, Rogue in the top left. It's all going to come down to this. What an insane best of 7.
It's been very intense, very back and forth, very aggressive. Of course, last game we got to experience some late game ZVZ of Lurker versus Lurker, Viper versus Viper, but now we've made it into the final game of the series. We do have Necropolis, a 2-player small map. I'll be honest, this is a map that I'm not too familiar with just because it is an RSL exclusive map at this point. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so very secure in 2 bases, but it has a longer rush distance by ground. So I want to say that this is not a bad map for Mu to play, for example. Trying to go into Mu to play, I feel like aggression early on is going to be difficult to achieve. So we'll keep an eye on the gas timing, on the Baliness timing, and on the Evo Chamber timing as well. Let's go.
And I mean, it's been a marathon. I mean, best of 7 at StarCraft 2 is brutal.
Yes.
But when you go all the way to Game 7, and we've had some crazy macro games. I love it. I'll take it. So right now, the build orders are entirely mirrored.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we got the hatcheries going down, the pools on the way afterwards, and then the gas follow-up. It's very standard so far. And what do you do here in game number 7? I mean, this is it. This is for all the marbles. Are you going to play safe and standard? Are you going to go for a time-in? You're going to go for some crazy cheese. You have all your options here. There's nothing left to hide anymore. You know, no strategies to keep in your back pocket. You've got to just think, what is my best chance to win this one game, and go for it.
Yeah, what's it going to be? For now, we just kind of wait. We see. You know, we did have...
Now, as I mentioned earlier here, again, because of the ramp coming into the natural, it wouldn't surprise me if we do see some 2-base heavy play. Like, I would say that's relatively common in ZVZ on Necropolis, but it's no guarantee by any means. And so far, we've had some standard openers. There's been no 10 pools, by the way, in this series. Interesting. As a result, there's been no need for pool first builds either.
Complicated chess game. Where do you want your pieces to be on the board? Where do you want to create space or build tension? And, you know, especially once Nidus worms come to play.
I think Rogue was keeping 3 workers in gas. I didn't quite get to see.
In that last game, to see them basically...
Both players are claiming their 3rd bases. And again, we're keeping an eye on the Baliness timing and on the Evo Chamber timing. Speaking of early Baliness here for Serral.
Resources to drink in, and then they had to make do with what they had.
And then all the gas is gone, and they're stuck.
Standard timing here. Insane. Just a couple of seconds sooner, nothing crazy.
Did better in the mid game in that
nothing
last
crazy.
Game, got into a better economic situation going into the late game. I still do think Serral can match him in late game if he goes into it on even footing. But I mean, after the last one, if you lose one like that, maybe you don't want to go that way as Serral right now. Going to try and get past the Queen and Lings with his own Zerglings. Get in, get that trademark Serral scout.
I mean, I will say that I really loved Rogue's harassment. He was going for a lot of borrowed roaches last game. He was going for a lot of dropper lords as well. It was a really cool way to cause some chaos and to just pull apart some of the attention of Serral, and it was working. Yeah, it was working.
Yeah, quick layer on the way here for Rogue.
True.
A little bit quicker than Serral's, who's going for the Roach Warren.
We had no Evo chambers, right? I don't think anybody started one. So it's going to be upgradeless for now.
Oh.
Yeah, but the Roach Warren, as we were saying.
So Rogue is taking up into a lair. Serral is going for a hidden Roach Warren into what looks to be a Roach all-in. Does it get scouted? Oh, the Ling! Yeah, Ling gets in. That should not have happened. Does confirm no lair. Does confirm lack of gas. Something is weird. Something is wrong. Rogue is aware. He's aware something's off.
10 Lings. His Roach Warren's about to finish. It does appear that Serral is probably going to make a couple of roaches and banes and lings and try to hit. And that's where he wants to try to level his opponent, or at least start to do
Rogue
some
evacuates.
and try to control the flow of the game.
Again, Rogue, he saw lack of lair. Rogue is not droning. Good. I mean, so far, good scout and good reaction by Rogue.
Defend this attack.
Yeah, Serral is not worrying about later. Right now, he's just making nothing but roaches. He's basically doing an all-in of 38 workers here.
He is.
Trying to hit this third. The Spire.
But he needed Rogue to drone a little bit more.
On a timer here. If he doesn't kill Rogue, the Mutas will wipe out.
He needed more drones. Gets a Queen. No, not again.
Gets a big connection. Units going down here.
Every game we see Ling Bane, Rogue takes Banelings to the face every time without fail.
Across the map now.
It just keeps happening.
Can Rogue hang on here and actually defend?
Serral's going to hit really
Save the
hard
Banelings.
when he gets up here.
He does.
Each of these Banelings has to connect. He does keep that one Baneling alive. He's going to move up here now. A spine starts. The Queen
still connects.
The damage from the Banelings.
Yeah, still connects. Banelings, they do connect with the roaches. They tank, and now GG gets called. He breaks through.
Oh
Serral.
my god, just like that. He's, after such a long game in Game 7, Serral just sends it off 38 workers, and he is qualified for BlizzCon.
That was incredible. Okay, he did it. He's 1 of 2, though. 1 of 2.
1 of 2 Zergs.
Rogue is not out. He's still got one more chance for Serral.
GG, well played. Serral goes for the all-in. Again, I was concerned because Rogue did not overdrone. True. So Rogue, he did not overdrone. But what did Rogue do? He took the Banelings to the face. He took so many Baneling connections. He was bleeding out Ling after Ling. It was 2 big connections, to be fair. It was 2 big Baneling connections, which took out all the Lings. Likewise, even though Rogue did not overdrone, Rogue didn't make any spines. After recognizing the all-in that was coming, he did not set up at the natural base either with any stack defense. He was reliant on his own production, and he was overwhelmed. GG, well played. Serral, he will be able to claim the win. Goes for the all-in. Snowball's out of control, and Serral, he will qualify for BlizzCon, or for the grand finals, which will be at BlizzCon September 13th. GG, well played. Congratulations here. I would say a bit of an anticlimactic end to the series, especially after the game on Celestial Enclave. Like, Celestial Enclave would have been an amazing finale, regardless of who wins, just with how intense that game was and how clutch it was and how long it was as well. Instead, it ends with a whimper out of Rogue, as again he gets caught out. Something that was constant throughout all these games, of course, is again Rogue's Ling Bane control was lacking. It was lacking here. We noticed that in games that it was winning and in games that it was losing as well. And again, Serral was able to flex that early game aggression and overcome and overwhelm. GG, well played. With that, Serral, he will claim the win. If you're a fan of Rogue, don't worry, because another Zerg player will join Serral. It could be Rogue or Shin or Solar. 3 Korean Zerg players left. They're going to be battling it out tomorrow to determine who will advance on to the grand finals to face off against Serral. I would say they're all interchangeable. Rogue, Shin, and Solar, they trade series very, very consistently. They're all hyper aggressive in their own way, and anyone could win. Right now, I know that Shin is doing really well in ZVZs. I think Shin beat Rogue last week. I think it was last week, like in Kung Fu Cup or something. But I know that Solar beat Shin as well, like also last week. Like they all trade. They all go back and forth. So it's hard to really secure a favorite player between them. It all comes down to their current state of play on the day of play. So best of luck to all those involved. Meanwhile, if you want to support the RSL, I mean, first things first, Archon Studio, the StarCraft miniatures game, they are of course sending out all of said pre-orders. All their orders being sent out as we speak to the Americas, to Europe, and to Australia as well. Fun fact, we won't get ours here in Australia until around BlizzCon, so it's a bit of a shame, but we are far away from everyone else, so Gonna get ours a little bit later. But regardless, I can't wait for them to arrive. And the second wave was announced. Remember, the Immortal, the Ravager, and the tank. The Immortal, the Ravager, and the tank. The second wave of units have been revealed. There was a trailer that was released. They look amazing. They look beautiful. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Aye. Here we go. It's catching up. They got true. The gamba. The gamba. Literally, they're in the mall pack. Oh no. House will always win. We get in time for Christmas early, Australian code. I mean, again, if you're in Australia, you're used to getting things later, for sure. When it comes to like these sorts of the releases, I should say, we always get them later. Yeah, smooch. So better go and get a belt for Game 7 or suspenders. It was Rogue that needed it, Pappy. He needed the belts, needed the suspenders. Oh no. But with that, so we're going to be wrapping up. With that, thanks for watching. That's SHIN. Again, the offline finals for the end of year finals for RSL has been announced for London for November the 21st and 22nd over in the UK, which is crazy. Again, I hope the UK boys and those in the surrounding European regions do enjoy the event. Again, I'm sure a lot of the UK players are going to be there. Zane, alongside Raza, alongside Eva as well. I'm sure they'll be there to enjoy some StarCraft together. I'm sure it's going to be a blast. So do check it out. Do check it out. It's going to be amazing. Going to be beautiful, of course. I won't be there, unfortunately. It's on the other side of the world. But regardless, do hope you all enjoy yourselves as we are going to be heading off here for the time being. We're going to be back tomorrow with day number 6. Tomorrow's day 6 here of RSL. So if you want to know who's going to be the next player alongside Serral to make it through, bam, as you can see here, tomorrow we will determine the second player. So non-stop ZVZs tomorrow, best of 7s. Oh boy. So we'll see you then. We'll see you tomorrow for all those ZVZs. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Either tomorrow for RSL or the day after for more StarCraft, whether it's Sparkling, Tuna Cup, Pegasus Cup, the Podcast, Kung Fu Cup, ISSL, StarCraft Evolution, all the content, all the StarCraft. I'm gonna go get some food. Gonna go calm down, get some food, and get ready for tomorrow's cast. Thanks for watching. If you want to support us, you can do so by following us on all the socials. We have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can check us out over on Patreon. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can check us out over on Patreon as well if you wish to support us. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Till then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.